Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? How is everybody this fine Thursday morning? Who have we got in the chat, guys? We've got Him, we've got Venetius, we've got Nora, we've got Euphorcina, I think. Dan the man as well. How you guys doing? Hope you're all well. Enjoying this fine Thursday. Weekend is almost here. As traders, of course, we hate the weekends, don't we? Because it means the markets are closed, other than crypto, of course. We don't want the markets closed. We want the markets open, don't we? We want to be able to trade those markets. Yes, we will see. Cobus, let me say hello first. Jesus, man, calm down. Crikey, goodness me. A little bit of a please wouldn't hurt you either, you know what I'm saying? Adil, good to see you, mate. Hope you are well. And Motrix says, finished the first phase of the 5K challenge today and now waiting for tomorrow. Nicely done. Nicely done. Congratulations, mate. Very well done on that. Hope to see you come back to us very soon telling us about phase 2. Henry is in with us as well. Good to see you, Henry. Hope you are well, mate. It is just me for the moment, but I am told Anastasiia will join us soon. She's busy doing Anastasiia things, I guess. So yeah, Cobus, gold always makes crazy moves. That's just what gold does. But the good thing is that one crazy move will be followed by another crazy move, followed by another crazy move. Right now, I wouldn't touch gold, personally. I would not touch it because it made that big push down and it's pulling back up. So you got to wait and see. Trying to catch it in the middle of that move is a bad idea. Okay, so yeah. Nora caught gold falling 300 pips. Very nicely done, Nora. Very nicely done. I'm assuming you caught that big, huge 15-minute bearish candle to the downside. So very nicely done. So yeah, all good. Henry is out having dinner with his son at the moment and picking up my wife from work after. And you're watching. Hang on, Henry. Come on now. You're out having dinner with your son, mate. Get off. As much as I love you, get off YouTube and enjoy the meal with your son. My goodness, man. What else we got? Sakina, keep going. You got this. Trading platforms, Andreas, the 5ers uses MT5. And we got Raf looking at EU and GU. Nora got into the trade at 6 a.m. Wow. So you were in, 6 a.m. UK, or sorry, Nora, I don't know where you are based, so I don't know if it was 6 a.m. UK, Europe. I'm guessing it was UK. If it was UK, then it was 5 a.m. my time, which was, that's a very nice catch indeed, Nora. That's a beautiful trade. Very nicely done. Henry, stop multitasking. Focus on your son. As much as I love you, mate, go spend time with your son. Believe me. Ibiza. Very nice. Okay, so 6 a.m. It was 6 a.m. my time. Still a very nice trade. So you got pulled back into a little bit of drawdown. But yeah, very nice drop. Really nice catch. So very nicely done. And Andreas, only MT5, as Yasin is quite rightly pointing out. Yasin is our engine behind the YouTube streams, who helps us keep law and order in the chat and answers all of your technical questions. But Yasin, I think, actually knows a lot more than lets on, and actually knows a lot about trading as well, but refuses to answer those questions because he doesn't want to get into trouble. But we love Yasin. Another beautiful day to trade. That is right, Venetius. That is right indeed. Nora, trading from Ibiza just sounds that sounds like high octane trading to me. Not that I think is a bad thing. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm incredibly jealous. Marina, lovely to see you as well. Always love to see Marina in with us. Hope you're doing a little bit better these days, Marina, and getting your things sorted. Yasin, no, thank you. Yasin, listen, sits there, keeps an eye on the chat, keeps an eye on all this other stuff whilst doing all of his other pieces. Appreciate it. Always another check. So thank let's go have a look at the chart, shall we, guys? Let's see what gold has been doing. So gold currently is reaching this high here. It's broken this high back that we had earlier from yesterday, and we are now kind of in this area where we're trying to decide, right, do we now finally want to break through? So the move down, I mean, this would be a classic break and retest, potentially with more sells. I am in for sells on gold, but what I don't like is I don't like the fact that it is done it in such a way where if you look at, for example, on the 4 hour, it's bounced straight down and wicked back up. I feel as though we haven't reached the highs of the day yet for gold. I feel as though we're going to get sells, but in a higher area around about the kind of 385 area, that kind of region. I could be completely wrong, but I'd feel more comfortable doing sells from that area rather than trying to do it right now. If you look on that move that we had pushing down, where we've started, we've left this inside bar on the 3 hour, we just, I don't know, I'd much rather it be in this area where we had this original push back down on the 4 hour. You can see it here. So we had this nice engulfing candle to the downside, took the previous 2 out, wasn't respected as well. So in that respect, it's a candle that is worth having a look at. So yeah, Jonathan has a long 3348. So you got in at 3348, I'm guessing, Jonathan. Very, very nice. Nicely caught. Not sure where your targets are, but yeah, it looks very, very nice. The reason I don't think that this is going to be just a continual move up, because that would suggest that we're very, very, very bullish, and I'm just not of that mindset necessarily. I do feel as though, looking at the structure where we are, I do feel as though we've got bearish structure here. I would like to see this area retested. If you saw it on the 4 hour, but you see it also on the 11 hour, this one wasn't respected. So that's why I'm looking for price to come into here to then sell off. The 11 hour right now is basically closing, as some might call it, as a doji. Everyone has their own names for these things. But as you can see, it's been rejected quite heavily. If we look elsewhere, it's the same on the 12 hour, on the 14 hour. A lot of people seem to, or I believe, see these as kind of change direction signals, which would therefore mean, yes, okay, we're going to change direction. However, we all know that they are not necessarily always going to be respected. So even though this might look like a change of direction, it actually maybe isn't one just yet. But certainly where we're in right now is a nice area for seeing sells. I'm just not sure I'm ready. But if we look further down, we've got 2-day inside bar there. We're currently, if we don't break lower, then we've got a 3-day inside bar, right? But we've still got all of this, got the beginning of the month, beginning of the week last week, all started right here without a wick. So that is a really, really important level that we're likely to take before any further moves up or down. That's where I think we are on gold at the moment. Big one. Do you know what, Nev? Do you know, it's funny you should say that, right? Because I was sitting there this morning in the office, and they had the radio going, and they actually had the Beach Boys playing. And I thought to myself, yeah, do you know what we need to do? We need to do a mention to Brian Wilson on the stream this morning. So let's show some love for Brian Wilson. If you're a fan of the Beach Boys, let me know in the chat. But yeah, good tunes that I was raised on as a kid by my by my dad, who's only a few years younger than Wilson. So yeah. Let's go have a look elsewhere. What's happening in the markets? Let's have a look at Euro USD. Euro USD pushing higher. We look to be going for this level here on the daily. So coming to take that inside bar that we have just here. So certainly looks good for longs continuing. It will take a while to get there. I don't think it's going to happen just like that. We've got to bear in mind that we do have news today, but it's not until later on this afternoon, where we've got the weekly jobless claims coming out. So just keep an eye on those. Okay. Raf saying, is it a break and retest? Where was our Asia highs? So Asia highs were here. Do you know what? It could be, but I'm not sure if it's is that the move? That's the question, right? Is that the move? If it is, then I wouldn't be wanting to get into it until it comes down to here, to this area. It may already be on its way, if I'm honest with you, Raf. We'll see. If it really depends if it breaks this high or not. If it breaks that high, then obviously there's no pullback ready yet. But this area, the 154.74, is definitely a key area that it's going to be going for. I think my co-host has decided to get out of bed and join us. She doesn't realize that she's got herself muted and that we can't see her.
I realized that I got myself muted and I wasn't in the bed.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually had a very active morning.
Very active morning.
Very
rinsing the markets.
No.
Rinsing the markets. No, not rinsing the markets. No. Okay. She's had an active morning, ladies and gents.
Not yet. Now we're gonna start.
Okay. All right.
Well, how are you doing here without me? Hey everyone.
Well, let's now see. Right. Okay. We're at 100 viewers on YouTube, 155 or 153 on Twitter. All right. Let's suddenly see it go and sky high as soon as everyone realizes that it's only Mike. And then Anastasiia joins, and then we're then reduced to basically just go.
Okay. Hey everyone. Let's get started.
And you know, we figured out last week that this is the magic, the magic sauce, the formula that everyone seems to work. So you know, I know my place. I know my place. So yeah,
hey,
lovely to see you. Lovely to see you, Anastasiia. How are you? How has your week been?
I guess good. I guess not bad. Not bad. Depends what you're asking about. If it comes to the market, actually, the market was really crap this week for me.
Not been a nice market.
Pretend to lie.
Not been a nice market.
Try. Yeah, but yeah, yesterday wasn't too bad. But let's see how it's gonna be today.
Did you manage to catch any nice moves on CPI?
No, actually, CPI my stop loss on one trade. So the CPI wasn't my thing, but yeah. Rafael, no, let's not mention it. Let's not, make my.
Is there something else that I don't know about? Has there been further derogatory comments about me in the strength scores? I go from the ABL stream, right, where LJ gives me crap for it, and then I come here and then I get rubbish from you for it as well. I mean, what is?
No way. LJ also gave me.
What is this? Is it a lagging indicator? I've told you guys it's not a lagging indicator, and it's not a signal meter either. It's a strength, a score meter to help you filter out your basket. That's all it is. That's all it is. So yeah, Rafa, don't start, mate. Don't start. That's not fair. That's not fair.
Nothing against the meter.
Rafa, by the way. Anastasiia, by the way, has managed to pass a funded account yesterday and another one today. So congratulations, Rafa.
That's great.
So,
2 accounts today. That's crazy.
Yeah, one yesterday, one today. So yeah, he did the second one live on stream with ABL. So he's now just going to follow me wherever I go, because he sees me as his lucky charm. He's like Jonesy. Jonesy's like, Mike is my gold lucky charm. So yeah, Akram, good to see you, mate. Hope you are well. Plavsa is saying, what do you think about a gold sell limit at 3375, 3377? Let's go see if that matches up with the zone I marked out earlier. Possibly, yeah. I could see that being a potential. As I say, I don't know about you, Anastasiia, whether you've had a chance to look at gold yet. But I was saying to the guys earlier before you joined, I feel as though gold is actually looking to sell. I don't think it's there yet, but I do think we're looking to sell gold from around about the 380 to 390 area, something like that. So we can pull up your charts in a second when you've had a chance to pull that one up. But yeah, exactly. See, Raf knows I'm his lucky charm now. I'm his lucky charm. So I'm now two people's lucky charm. So
who is the second one?
Jonesy. So Jones is also just killing it on gold whenever I'm on stream. So
wow.
I'm like a lucky rabbit foot, I guess. So yeah. Anastasiia, working in gym these days, translate in Hindi. Don't know what that means, Adil.
I totally didn't get this comment, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Adil.
I'm looking to sell USD right now, though. I'm gonna
you're looking to sell Euro USD?
NZD USD.
Oh, NZD USD.
The USD, yeah. Pull up my chart. There we go. So what I'm looking for NZD USD is the
white.
Yes, finally, bright white chart. Clean. It's clean, Mike. Just
yeah, it's clean. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Nothing, nothing too much, nothing too less. No strength score meter.
Whatever. I'm going to find an indicator. Right, you do that. I'm going to find an indicator that goes on to TradingView so I can have my charts and my strength scores at the same time.
I'm not sure I can join the stream afterwards. If I see it happening. No, on the serious note, I'm actually looking for a sell for NZD USD right now. I'm actually thinking about something, maybe even here. Something about 1 to 2.5 risk to reward. I was looking for a sell yesterday. I closed it on the break even and the CPI. I had 2 entries, and in the end of the day, it was consolidating. It would, in fact, hit my take profit. But right now, I'm looking for the continuation of a sell. We had this consolidation yesterday, like quite a lot, actually, volume accumulation. The VRVP is showing us that we have quite a big volume area here, that the price clearly exited to the downside, and then is retesting back up now. So beside this high volume node right here, we also have the point of control of the week right here. We have the developing point of control of the week at the same zone, and we have the point of control of the day right here as well. So looking for the continuation of the move to the downside. If you look at the higher time frame as well, we will see similar things. So we have lots of accumulation of volume. So we have this whole zone here. And the price has been struggling clearly to break the level about 650, because every time we come here, we see that the price is bouncing back down. So I'm assuming that there is a big wall of orders for the sell limits that constantly stop the price and absorbs the liquidity of buyers every time that the buyers are pushing the price there. So right now I'm waiting for the continuation, and at least for the price to reach the point of control of the week right here at the very least, and then if we break through, then right here. So it can be anything from 1 to 2.5 to 1 to 5.5 risk to reward. Let's see how the price behaves if it gets to 0.6 level. So that's my ID for today on this.
So is that a trade that you're in now?
Yeah, it's a trade that I'm in right now. And if we look at the 6N, which is the futures for NZD, which is 100% correlated with NZD USD, we will see similar thing. Besides this, we're gonna also see the point of control of the months. So for the whole June, which is almost half of a June already in, which is insane because I remember now that June has just started. Like, I don't even know where the past 2 weeks went. It's crazy. But it is really scary. Like, it's really scary. But right here is a point of control of the months, which means that majority of the volume for the whole half of the month of June already was traded at 345. So I'm waiting for the price to reach perhaps even the lower levels, like right here. So at least this zone I'm going to be looking for the futures to reach again. And then, oops, there's too many lines. And then the lower one right here. And perhaps maybe this zone also as a key zone for rejection. So that's what I'm looking for.
Very nice. Looks very, very nice. There is indeed news today, Amal. There is the weekly jobless claims coming out for the US dollar. So not as impactful as things like CPI or NFP, but still something that can act as a catalyst for the market to move. So yeah, for sure, be careful with that one. What do you think about gold, though, Anastasiia? That's what we really want to know. We want to know what's your view on the shiny stuff.
Of course, everyone wants to know about gold.
Exactly.
Gold. I was literally looking for this yesterday. So the short and then long. Now it's right at the volume. To be honest with you, I didn't really like it all day today, so I wasn't planning to trade it neither. So we see that the price went towards the previous volumes yesterday, CPI coming back, rejected, retesting this volume. Looks like a continuation of a short for me more than a long. So coming back perhaps to the lower side of the channel, to the same high volume node and to the point of control of the week. I'd say probably this, but let me check silver first. Oh, of course, silver is actually at my levels, which I'm going to sell right now.
Let her get in, guys. Let her get in. Anastasia's got to click. She's going to trade like crazy, getting into those positions.
1 second.
This is how you watch a master at work. She opens up the trades live.
Late on this one. I'm a little late, but it is what it is. I'm not about to miss that.
Do you know what?
It was the same trade I was looking at yesterday, and it can be a really, really good swing one right here.
Now remember, guys, this is not a signal.
This is not a signal. I could be completely wrong and completely kick my stop loss out like yesterday.
Exactly. So Anastasiia, this is her trade. She has her way of looking at these things. So do your own analysis, do your own checks. Don't go coming back blaming her if you blow your account or something.
No way.
So,
yeah, of course. Exactly.
But that is a beautiful setup.
Actually, I had a very pretty bad week up until now for trading, like besides yesterday. So don't listen to me. Just don't. I'm not a lucky charm this week. I think, Mike, you are a better one in this.
No, I'm not so sure about that. I was too busy playing around with my trade manager yesterday during CPI that I forgot the CPI was coming, and then I got destroyed, blew my account on slippage because I was too busy messing around with it, trying to figure out how I'm going to manage my trades on my trade manager. And then gold just, frankly, just literally melted my account. So yeah, not the best of days for me yesterday. But we live and learn, and give myself a slap on the wrist, and we move on for another day. So yeah. Kapil, seeing as you asked so very, very nicely, I'm sure that Anastasiia will be more than happy to have a look at Euro USD for you. It's always nice to have somebody with manners coming into the chat. So why not have a look at Euro USD? I was looking at it earlier. I think I don't know what Anastasiia thinks, but I did think we were going higher. We have, interestingly enough, just wicked away from, on the 1 minute, the inside bar on the daily. So don't assume that we're selling just yet, guys. I know this might look like selling structure on the 1 minute. It might even look like selling structure on the 5 minute. But that doesn't mean anything just yet. All right. So wait and see, wait for the retest. The 15 minute, yes, you could say that's a wick rejection, but I don't think we're going to leave this behind. I think it's very, very unlikely that gets left behind. So that will be hunted in due course. It will most likely be that price just wants to come back and do a bit of a breather before it comes and takes all the orders that are sat at that level. So yeah, just be careful on that one. But overall on EU, you look at it on the 4 hour, it just closed. That's hardly a weak close on the 4 hour. So I would say we're definitely going higher. Just be careful when you're looking at these and you think, oh, it's going to pull back down. That's not necessarily always the case. If we go out to the daily, we can see what I'm talking about. We've got this inside bar here on the daily. That is the level that I'm expecting price to come and take. And then I suspect that we're probably actually going to go higher. I think we might be going all the way up to 160, 165, and probably then start looking for sells around about the 166 area as a possible area for sells. That's where I'm expecting things to go over the coming days. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen all today. So that's just something just to keep in the back of your minds. But yes, Capital, hopefully that gives you some insight. Anastasiia, what do you think? Are we on the same page this time, or are we contrarian?
EUR USD and GU was horrible the past week for me. Like, in the sense that I didn't even trade it. Like, it was consolidating and it was looking really not attractive, to be quite honest with you. Right now, let me share my chart. Right now, the price did reach the point of control, the developing point of control of the week. So right here, and we have the small consolidation here as well. So this zone might hold the price and cause a small rejection, might also not. The only trade that I really see right now here as a safe one is if the price breaks through 154.55. This is a 6E futures, so Europe futures. So if it breaks here, then a retest and a continuation. Now, what else can happen is that the price might go down here, and it could be a sell. But first of all, we are in a quite big, strong momentum to the upside. That's first. Secondly, that's not much of a move to the downside that it can make unless it breaks the lows. So I would go for either break and retest of this, or I would wait until price breaks here, retest this zone here, creates a head and shoulders pattern, and also breaks this consolidation and the volume from it, and then take a sell for the continuation to the downside. So like this.
Yeah.
So either one of those. Yes, that would be.
In terms of your bias, do you have a particular bias on Euro USD?
More bullish, actually. Probably more bullish.
It's always a good feeling when your bias is the same as Anastasia's. It's always a good feeling. It's always a nice sense of achievement to say, all right, Anastasiia agrees with me, so I'm not so stupid.
Mike, is that our views actually went double.
Our viewership went up. It did. Let's see. We can pump.
No way, he's doing to me again.
Pump it again, guys. Pump the likes. Pump the likes. Pump the shares. Pump the subscribes. Let us get more and more people in here, sharing this gold analysis, shiny gold analysis across the markets this morning. One thing, guys, I did see somebody comment about it in the chat, so it's worth us reminding you guys about something that we have happening at the moment in the 5ers that started yesterday for this week's one. So we'll be right back after this.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
There you go. Because if you're not in the competition yet, what are you doing? Get on in there. We are so get on in there into the hub, and you can go and get yourself a competition account. and win some prizes. It is completely for free. So all of you guys that come in here saying give us a giveaway, giveaways over in the 5ers hub. So so yeah, make sure you go check that out. The latest one started yesterday. I did see somebody was saying, you know, how do I get in there? Don't try and game it. Well, actually, if your only objective is to try and get some kind of prize or something as being top 100, then sure, you can go and game it. But use it as an opportunity to practice. Use it as an opportunity to practice your setups, practice your trades as a free account that you can use and trade with. The only slight drawdown or drawback to it is that you can't use Trade Manager EAs on it. But other than that, it's you know, it's connected to the live markets, and it's a great opportunity. And you know, the more you practice, the more you improve. And by trading manually and doing all those calculations, I'm sure it can only serve to give you greater edge in your own journey and your own trading. And then you never know, maybe you do get yourself into the top 100. So definitely worth checking that out. This one is most definitely for you, Anastasiia, I would say. Can you please help me with tick volume?
In which sense?
Okay, there we go. Right, there's your answer, Lord of Flight.
Which help do you want? Which help do you need?
There we go. All right, so we'll come back to you, Lord of Flight. Volume 33 is asking, what do you think about the Dow today? We haven't looked at the indices yet, actually. What do we think about the Dow? I would say the Dow, much like the NAS, which I was looking at earlier, looks like it's going to drop. That's my own personal view. I don't know about you, Anastasiia, but I do think we are looking at sells coming in on the Dow. Looking at it, we've got a nice engulfing candle after this wick rejection, big engulfing to the downside. We've taken a daily level over here as this inside bar. We've wicked back down. We've now got some nice levels of liquidity to come and hunt further down. So for me, at least down to kind of the 42 area, I would say we're looking at sells. That's my kind of sense of things as they stand at the moment. I say that there is still room for us to come higher into around this area here, for example, in and around this area maybe. That could still be a possibility because we broke past this structure. So definitely one to keep an eye on. As far as the NAS is concerned, the reason for the bearish outlook on the NAS is if we look at it on the weekly, we're already into the second half of the week, and I would suspect we've already made our weekly highs for the NASDAQ. We've come in, we've retested this this candle here, and we've retested, more importantly, this wick, and we've started to push down. If we look at it on the monthly as well, you know, we had this pushback down in February where things started to sell off. We've reached those kind of high areas. I think we're going to start seeing volume come off on the buys for the NASDAQ over the coming days and weeks. That's my personal view, but I'm sure Anastasiia has a different perspective to give on those things. What do you think, Anastasiia?
We talked about it with LJ last week.
Mm-hmm.
So I was waiting for Dow to reach this zone here, 42,850, 43,000, and then reverse from here. So you see that the price actually, like I was waiting for this 2 weeks ago for this zone to reject already, and we see that the price did. So it reached it, and it after a while, it actually starts rejecting it. So I completely agree with you. I think we are looking for a short here, and I'm pretty sure that at least a couple of other ticks to the downside. I'm not quite sure about how much risk to reward would it to get here. I think the good entry was already missed, and I wasn't looking at the chart here, so that was a good one. But for now, I think it's just going to continue to the downside. Whereas if Putin, if I would take a trade right now, for example, with a risk, with a, like how I place my stop loss and take profit, it would be a negative risk to reward. This one at least. Maybe like a second target for me would be here to this zone, because the price also didn't reach it. It came very close to the zone where I was expecting the bullish bias from and reversal, but it never rejected it, in a matter of fact. So the price might go lower. So I would say this and this zone here, two zones where I would be looking for the reversal. But if counting only this one, it would be a negative risk reward, so I wouldn't go for the straight. So now, as this one is missed, I would say I'm waiting probably for the break of this level, then a retest, and then continuation to the downside. If it's getting close. But I am bearish on Dow. I'm definitely bearish on that.
There you go. So hopefully volume 33, that gives you the answer you were looking for. But as always, these are not signals. So yeah, do your own analysis and make sure you stick to your own strategy as well. Erdal's asking about Brent. I don't think I even have Brent saved in my favorites. So let me quickly pull it up. I don't know if you have it saved somewhere. Do you, Anastasiia?
No, I have. Actually, yeah, I do have. Of course, I have it.
I was going to say you were pretty avid oil trader for some time, so I'd be surprised if you didn't have it.
Crude. I didn't trade Brent. In a matter of,
okay.
I've never even used Brent for some analysis, coincidental analysis with US oil. It never happened. So for Brent, yeah. Well, I haven't looked at it for a while, actually, for a long while. Okay, well, I don't see it going much higher from here, from where it is. We just reached the value area low of this whole move to the downside. So for this whole move to the downside, the majority of the volume was traded in this zone, and this is the bottom of the zone. So the price perfectly reached it and started rejecting from it. So I don't see it going much higher. And if it would, I would say first the rejection here somewhere, and then the continuation to the downside. Now this is daily. So if we go closer, we are going to check how far the price can go. So I'd say this zone here somewhere, right here. Perhaps maybe this level as well. So we'd have the point of control of this whole move around this area. So I would be waiting for approximately to reach the previous highs here, or this zone here, and then going back up. So I'd say something like this, and then maybe the continuation to the downside. But for a current moment and for the next couple of 100 sticks, I'd say we are bearish for UK oil, for the Brent. So I would expect something like this happening for a long way.
Yeah, it looks similar to me. On a daily trade, it does look quite bearish right now. So just depends on your patience. The only problem is right now it's already started that move. So your risk to reward on any trade like that, if you want to be safe, you're going to have to be careful about where you put that. So yeah, ICT Sniper, we had a look at the NAS just a minute ago. So both Anna and I are bearish on the NAS and the Dow Jones. Loads of you asking us to go back to gold. So what has gold suddenly done in the last, 5 minutes that we've been talking? What's it done? It has done, let's see, it has done pretty much nothing, if I'm honest. Gold has really not done anything, so I don't know why you're all getting so animated about it. It's broken out of this kind of little cluster that it made. It's hardly done it in a crazy way. So yeah, I would hold your horses, guys, unless you're trying to scalp like a pip or two or something. Then go for it. But if you want the decent runs, the decent trades on gold, you've got to give it time. You've got to give it opportunity to play out, because you're basically right now. Yes, you could argue that you're in a break and retest, right? You could turn around and say, all right, well, gold has broken this structure that it had here, and it's sold off massively, right? And where we are right now is a nice area potentially on a break and retest level for a sell, right? Is it ready to sell? I'm not sure. I'm personally not sure. When I look at it on the higher time frame, I'm not entirely convinced. The reason being is when you look at the 4 hour, the 4 hour is rejecting heavily, and it's only got 45 minutes left to go. So the 4 hour you've got to be careful of. So just keep an eye on that. Okay. And Erdal, let's see. Do your analysis. We can give our views, but it's up to you to decide what you think it's going to be. And Dreamworld, dear Dreamworld, thank you. Very nice to see you. We have dear Anastasiia as well with us. So let's not forget to say hello to both of us. Right. I am here for the comedy value. Anastasiia is here for the intellect and energy and enthusiasm. This is how this dynamic duo works.
You are underestimating yourself always.
I see, but you notice how I do it, right? I do it and I say, right, okay, I think this. What do you think, Anastasiia? And then you go, no, you're wrong, Michael. Or you go, yeah, I like to agree. And I go, pat on the back, Michael. Nice one. There you go. Anastasiia agrees with you. Well done. See, that's how I do it, you see. So it's a nice little confidence boost every now and again for me as well. So it's always good. I just passed phase 1 high stakes program. How long the 5ers give at phase 2 account? Easy prosperity. If you have just passed phase 1, then you should get it pretty much instantly. So you should get an email confirming it. However, if you've only just passed it because you just hit the 0.5% profit target for the 3rd day that you needed, that won't get triggered until tonight, because it then has to roll over that you've done that profit target for the full day. Okay, so just because you've hit it, it doesn't mean that it suddenly shuts down and right, you've done it for the day. It has to close, the day has to close, and then so overnight it would then trigger the release of the next account on phase 2. So yeah. You got a German sense of humor, says I am insane, or I am one insane. I didn't know that I do. Thank you. I like to think it's more the British, Irish, in me rather than the German. I don't think I have any German, but if I've got German humor and you like it, then it's all good. What do we say about Dixie? Dixie today, we haven't looked at the Dixie actually. The Dixie looks like it is going to sell. Yeah, I don't think it's going to have much to catch it really. We've come down quite heavily in this area. We haven't come down. Let's have a look at the weekly, I think it was. We have this trend line here on the weekly. So I think there is still room for us to come further down to this kind of area. So kind of the 96. So there's definitely still going to be weakness in the dollar. If you saw yesterday after CPI, there was generally a wide consensus across the markets, across the institutional, the hedge funds and the banks and everyone else. Everyone is short the dollar. Everybody. So that is pretty much the general consensus. I think I saw at some point somebody was saying that they expect by next year the dollar to have dropped by 10%. So that's kind of the general sentiment. Doesn't mean it's going to happen just like overnight, but the general positions that people are aiming for is shorting the dollar. So,
but also because actually Trump is looking for the weaker dollar.
Yeah.
Overall,
yeah.
And we know that Trump achieves what he wants when he is at a presidential status.
Exactly. So he's delivering on his promise. Yeah. So
we are also looking for the bearish dollar. Although I'm not so sure about intraday actually, because if I'm gonna bring my chart here, so we are right now at the zone that I had marked up for myself as the next potential reversal. So we have this consolidation here. We have the developing point of control of the week. The price has been hanging here for quite a while before pushing up. There is some volume here, so I'd say that we might also see the reversal from here. Besides this, we are all the way at the bottom here, which also might be a reason to still pull back up before the drop. Because Trump has just, like, his presidency term has just started. He has enough time. They also, realistically, dollar is most likely going to start dropping massively after the rate cuts, or closer there, because for the current moment being the rate cut projection, let me check it, but I don't think it changed much since the last time. Fed watch, let me shift to the Fed watch quickly. One moment. Thanks, Mike. Thank you so much. So we have 6 days until the next rate cut, rate decision. 6 days, 8 hours, 38 minutes. And we have the 99% chance that the rate is going to be cut. 99.8, in fact. And 0.2% for the mistake of the bet. So, and the Powell was pretty clear last time, right? The rate cut is not going to happen this time. It's not even it's not even something that you can consider for the current moment. Yeah. So realistically, they are pushing the rate cut until autumn, which means that US dollar most likely is going to start dropping already all the way closer to that. And until the rates are capped so high, I'm not sure that we're going to see the US dollar crashing much.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So Lord of Light is saying, if you explain a little bit, it will help me a lot. I don't know anything about it, about tick volume. Okay. So like, what is tick volume?
Well, it's
very generic question. But I'll let Anastasiia just pull up her charts again. But my understanding from tick volume, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Anastasiia, but my understanding of tick volume is essentially each tick that we have up or down has a certain amount of volume of orders coming into it, right? And so essentially it's how many orders come in at that particular level, either for buys or for sells. Is that essentially the idea?
So it's a little different, and it's also different on the trading view, for example. So normally the volume is calculated by the amount of contracts traded by the specific price, so on the every single tick. And for the tick volume, we need to know what is tick essentially in the market, because tick is the smallest price movement for the specific instrument, and usually in ticks are counted futures, for example, or so they count, like derivatives are counted in ticks, whereas forex is counted in pips, and the CFDs are usually counted as points. So if we are talking about the tick, we're talking about the smallest price movement that the price can make. Like, for example, S&P 500 is 0.25 cents, which it cannot change less than 0.25% at a time, right? So that is tick. Now, the tick volume, if you refer to this, doesn't really measure how many contracts or shares were traded. It only counts the number of the price which is updated. So it's often used, like, for example, on platforms where the actual volume data by the contract isn't available. Like, for example, also in forex or CFDs, where the true exchange volume is not public, because we are not talking about the centralized exchange, we're talking about the decentralized exchange. Mm-hmm. So on the normal volume is on the CME, for example, exchange, or NYMEX or COMEX, because it's centralized. You can measure total amount. We're not talking about dark pools, but total amount of contracts that are normally traded in the exchange by you, me, by the big institutions. It doesn't matter. That measures the total normal volume. And the tick volume is referred, for example, to a trading view where we cannot access this kind of data because we have only one broker, and it's decentralized data for the amount of volume that was traded for. So some traders use it, for example, for confirming like a breakout. Was a volume increasing or decreasing? Some people are using it for identifying the periods, for example, of low activity in the market and when to not to trade, for example, if the volume is low. And you can basically use it for example, filtering out the setups or confirming your setups and an entry. So that's basically it. So I would say that, let's say that the real volume on the centralized exchange counts the amount of contracts or shares that were traded, depending on what we are talking about, the derivatives, for example, or the stock market. And the tick volume is referencing to counting the price changes. So it's what we have on the trading. So I hope it helps.
Does that answer your question, Lord of Light? I hope it does.
Lord of Light.
Lord of Light, Lord of Flight. I don't know. Trump will go crazy when they do not cut. Jonathan, I think. Do you know what? I think yes, he will no doubt express disappointment and frustration with the Fed chair that he appointed and that was his choice, and he'll spit out his dummy and he'll get all upset and he'll make some silly inflammatory comments, and then he'll get over it and he'll move on to the next round of headlines that he wants to generate. So at the end of the day, he's not, as Anastasiia said earlier, he's still at the beginning of his presidential term, so he's still got plenty of time to do the things that he wants to do and achieve the things that he wants to achieve. And unfortunately, the reality is, because of the approach that he's taking, Powell is almost forced to not do anything, right? Because otherwise he's then seen to be influenced by political pressure, which he's not supposed to be, because he's supposed to be independent. So by Trump doing what he's doing, he's actually putting Powell into a position where he can't lower the rate. So it's and I don't think Trump is so stupid to realize that that's not the case, but there are obviously reasons behind what he's trying to do and how he's trying to do it. So yeah. Do we trade the DAX? I personally don't really trade it, but I do keep an eye on it from time to time. The DAX as well is selling off this week. It has sold off quite considerably this week. It did make new highs last week, but since those new highs, it has now started to drop off quite considerably, coming down to an area around about the 23,400, something like that. So this might be your next area to see possible buys kick in. Right now, though, it looks like very, very strong selling pressure coming in onto the DAX at the moment. It's currently closing this gap that it had from Friday, but I still think we're going to come lower before we start to see any return on that. So yeah, that's my view on that one. Anastasiia, your thoughts on the DAX?
I don't usually trade DAX, but let me pull the chart up and go over it. I did have one trade on it in the beginning of the week, and it ended up as yesterday's one as a break even, and the beginning of the week also break even. So I'm not really a big fan of DAX, because it ended up going back to one of my targets and I didn't close it, and the price went back to my break even. So I'm pretty bearish on DAX, actually, because, well, realistically, we have all the volumes above. We failed to break that 24,400 level several times. So that's also that's on Oenda, but the level on Oenda is 24,400. So we see that the price tried to come in here 2 times, then essentially collapsed, and then once again tried one more time, and sellers actively started pushing the price down, so it dropped one more time again. So I'm quite bearish. I don't see the entry yet, to be honest with you. I think it's pretty much a little bit too late right now. All this zone is a rejection zone, so if the price comes any closer to DAX, to the price of the DAX, comes any closer to back to the zone, might look for the continuation to the downside. But I found out throughout the years that for me, DAX is more swing than anything else. So if I want to trade DAX, I'm gonna take a position and hold it for a few weeks, actually, because I'm not managing trading DAX or intraday. I'm coming out somewhere at the break even after all, so I don't see the point. I'm just losing time, for example, trading it. So, but again, it's just a personal, perception. So it's someone is better in trading crypto, someone is better in trading DAX, someone is better in trading currencies, for example. So DAX is not my thing, but my bias is bearish. Like long term, like I would be quite bearish from here, like definitely.
Agreed. Agreed.
At least 23,150 or even 22,400, 500.
Cool. Gabriel, we will look at pound JPY just in a second. I just want to see a couple of the questions that popped up. So Jordan, hello, welcome. Yes, this is the real channel of the 5ers. The 5ers prop firm. This is their live streaming channel. Welcome. Glad you found us. And Lord of Flight, glad we could help you out with that. As for you, Sakina or Ismail, if that's, I'm sorry, I don't know which is your first name. Any trading advice? Risk management. Manage your risk, and that will be the foundation for any success you have to achieve in the markets. And as another piece of advice, go and check out AlphaBeta Lab. If you don't know what AlphaBeta Lab is, go and check it out. On your screen right now is the URL to go to. It is a completely for free educational community for traders by traders. So go check it out and come join us. We'd love to have you there, and we've got lots of content, lots of courses, lots of information that you can come and check entirely for free. So it's really, really great stuff. Easy Prosperity is in a gold buy, so we'll come back to that in a second. And then we've got some questions about Aussie CAD, Euro dollar, and we've got Ren TV from Thailand, Philippines. Good to see you, Ren TV. Lovely to have you with us. So let's go back and have a look at pound yen, as we had Gabriel asking for it earlier. So pound yen, after the pound kind of losing a lot of strength against others, it didn't really seem to have too much of an issue against the yen, and I think that was because the yen was kind of weak as well, so they kind of really just cancel each other out. Overall, we're still within this wider range that we've had pretty much since the middle of May. So if we go out further still to try and get a picture of things, again, are we seeing anything here? Well, we've broken this structure here, this high, which was a nice engulfing candle to the downside. We broke it with this, what I would describe as an indecision candle to some extent, where it broke it, trying to push higher, but it couldn't, and then rejected down. Overall, I would probably be looking for longs on pound yen. Where I would get in though would be hard to say at the moment. Let's have a look if we can find anything. I mean, theoretically, you could actually be looking at longs right now. We've got this nice support structure down here. So assuming that we can remain below that, then this might be a nice area for longs, which may already left us, or we might be looking for a retest of this. So potentially what I'd be looking for is something in this area. If it were to come back to it, I'd be looking for a long in there. So looking for it to come down and then push on up. That might be a nice long opportunity. Otherwise, let's have a look on the 15 minutes. Yeah, the 15-minute looks like it could easily come back and retest this wick down here. So take it down to the 5-minute, and the 5-minute's the same. So the 5-minute, you'd probably be looking at something in and around that area there, I guess, in this one. So I'd probably be saying something around there. That might be a nice area to retest and look for longs from that one. Dirk, welcome. If you are just joining us for the first time, go back a little bit. We have looked at the DAX and we have looked at the NAS already. We will go look at them again in a little while, but we are going to go through a few other assets before we do that. So if you want something right this second, go back a little while and you'll see us talking about both the DAX and the NAS earlier on in the stream. Where did we have that comments from? Pound yen Gabriel. So there you go, Gabriel. Hope that gives you some insight onto pound yen. Don't know, Anastasiia, do you have any thoughts on pound yen? Maybe something contrary to what I was saying?
You know that I don't trade miners, so I don't have an opinion on that yet. But for you, Mike,
Oh, no, look at that. There you go, Gabriel. I managed to get her to look at miners, which she never does. So probably because it's illegal to look at miners. That's a whole different story, but never mind.
I'm not sure what exactly are you referring to right now.
Yes, exactly.
Are
we looking at pound yen?
Pound yen. So I had the zone here marked up already before, so I don't remember when we looked at it. I think last week was the 5ers, since I don't trade it. So normally this was the zone of the rejection, obviously, right? It's an obvious resistance. Couldn't be more clear than that. So the price did go back to the previous lows here, which is quite dangerous to sell right now, but I'm quite bearish on that one. So we are on the same lows, but at the same time, we are on the daily point of control. I am more bearish than bullish. I do think that we are most likely going to reach the level 193.560 on this one, maybe even maybe 193.990, but definitely looking for the continuation towards this high volume node here. So maybe some rejection back higher slightly and then continuation, or on the other hand, would be even safer to wait until the price breaks this high volume node here, retest this again, and then sell it. So this would what I would probably do here for their pound yen.
There you go. Hang on a second. You're selling sell?
Yeah, I'm looking for sell.
Oh, okay, we're in disagreement there. Sorry, I'm looking at buys, but that's fine. Sorry.
I would be looking for sells, but again, I would probably wait. But again, it can go back here. So it depends what you're looking at. I'm looking at
longs going back up to there.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. So I think I see two possibilities. This one, or we break through and then the retest to the high volume node and then the continuation to the downside.
Okay. All right, that's a little bit better. We're in some agreement there. Okay. All right.
I'm not sure if it was an insult for me or for Mike. It depends how you read it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's the youngsters in the group that Anastasiia, Anastasiia doesn't trade with miners. So yeah. All right, what have we got? Let's have a look. We had some other questions about Euro USD and gold and New Zealand. How's your trade on New Zealand dollar going, Anastasiia?
It's in the drawdown now, but it's at the same volume as before. So as long as we hold below this volume, I'm going to be holding the trade as well. So we see that the price went higher, created a long week, which is quite good for me. We are right now back below the point of control of the week here, right here. So as long as we are below this line, I'm gonna be holding this.
Yeah, it does look nice for sells right now. That 15-minute reaction was a really nice reaction from those previous highs. So looking good for sells on New Zealand dollar. But as always, guys, these are not signals. Do your own analysis and make sure you're happy with your own trades rather than trying to take any of Anastasia's or mine. Let's have a look. Mr. Farzi's saying Aussie CAD. That's also a rather obscure one. But we can, of course, go and have a look at it. Let's see. On the 15 minutes, very much in a downward trend. If we take it out to the 4 hour, though, 4 hour, we've had a nice reaction here. Let's just see, where did it get to on here? It didn't take that low. So it looks like it's a nice reaction to the upside on the 4 hour. So this long move down, potentially you'd be looking for pulls price to move back up again. But I'm not convinced about that one. If you're trading it today, let's have a look. You kind of had the CAD and the Aussie both relatively weak yesterday. If you're looking at today, the Aussie is quite weak, and the CAD is somewhat weak as well. So I'm not sure you're going to get much movement out of that right now. So I would check the ATR and see, but it really depends if you're swing trading or if you're intraday trading. What is it you're trading to have a better idea on that one. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat. Amal, USD CHF. Also, you missed on that. Oh my goodness. Whatever will we do? Anastasiia, we're terrible traders. We missed dollar CHF. Let's go have a look at dollar CHF. Dollar CHF did indeed sell off right there. Didn't really show any. I mean, that was a very impulsive move, so it was hardly anything to suggest that it was going to happen, unless you were looking at it maybe on the 1 minute, right? You could see that one there, and you might sell it from there, but it didn't really seem to give any clear signals. I would say maybe this one here, possibly, but I wouldn't say that was a clear, at least not for me anyway.
Saying that you missed a trade somewhere is like saying that you missed a move on any single market. Like you can open any single chart and say, oh, you missed a trade here. Yeah. Because the market is constantly moving. It's like trying to catch every single tick in the market, which is impossible. Exactly.
Yes. And, you know, as a very wise man called Victor, the master trader, would say, it was simply somebody else's trade. That's all it was. You didn't catch it, but somebody else no doubt did, and so it was their trade, not your trade. That's all it was. Let's go have a look at gold and see what's happening on gold. Gold is still hanging around that area. Gold hasn't really done much at all whilst we've been on stream so far. Pretty much sitting there. Looks still like it's got more bullish momentum in it at the moment, if I'm honest. We have, you know, in terms of this break and retest structure, yes, you could theoretically say it's going to sell, but it doesn't look that strong to me right now. If it breaks this structure, this high, then I'd say it's definitely going higher. Doesn't look great for shorts right now, even though theoretically that could be a valid break and retest. Remember, we've only got 17 minutes until the close of the 4-hour candle, so you really want to wait and see what is that close going to look like to give you an indication. Do we maybe want to move forward or not? Manlio, we don't need those kind of comments. Thank you very much. USD JPY. Amal, if that is the case, then yes, that is very sad to hear. Always tragic news when something like that happens, whether it be any transport, frankly. So yes. Anastasia's target on New Zealand dollar, US dollar, to my understanding, is the bottom of the lows, the most recent lows. Is that right?
It's 0.6, maybe 0.60050 to be completely safe with that one.
Yeah.
25. Somewhere here. So it's it's not the bottom, it's not the previous lows, it's the middle of this consolidation here.
Yeah.
Under control of this one. But again, remember, not a signal, not a financial advice, completely can hit the stop loss. It almost did already once. So do you want to know? Please.
Exactly. Although it does look good for sales. It does look like a very nice trade.
But, I mean, I wouldn't take a trade otherwise if it wouldn't look good for sales, but it may everything can happen, right? Everything can happen.
5-minute structure looks very, very nice. I've got to give you your dues there. That's an absolute killer trade. Very, very nice indeed. Mr. Fazi, I don't know if that's you repeating your request or if that's me getting confused by the chat, but we did already look at that. So yeah, US dollar CAD Manlio says, let's have a look. US dollar CAD. I'll put it up now. I haven't looked at this for a while, as you can see, because I've still got levels marked out on it that have been taken. But generally speaking, looks like, I think we're still coming lower because we still haven't come for this this level down here. Yes, we've left this here for potential targets, and we've also left this here as well. So it could be a simple, just a bit of a range for a period of time, but I would look for us to come down further. I think that's reasonable. At the moment, though, looking at it, generally inclined to say longs for the time being, I think, but not very clear cut right now. Not very clear cut, because actually the 5 hour looks very, very strong for sells. Granted, it's still got a little bit of a way to go, as does the 7 hour, in fact. So in actual fact, let me just take this out. I'm probably be looking for shorts on this, but it's got to do something to break out of this range. Generally, it looks like it could be short, but I don't like it. It's too choppy for me. Don't like the look of it, if I'm honest with you. How do you see the dollar moving today after the news of PPI? I don't know if you already spoke about it, Gabriel. Until we know what the news is going to be, it's somewhat hard to predict. It's a 50-50 coin cost to some extent. Yes, there's going to be a certain amount of anticipation of to what the figures are going to be, but if you're trying to trade it, I wouldn't. I would always trade the reaction. So look at it in this way. If you're going to look at the dollar, take it out to the hourly, or even to the 4 hour, right? And look at where the areas of reaction might be on this kind of news, okay? So, for example, right now, the current major low here is this one, all right? We haven't broken it, and we've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go on this 4 hour candle. If we take it to the hourly, the next 10 minutes on this hourly could be quite decisive to determine whether or not it's going to reject and push up or not. Generally, the last 10-15 minutes of any 1 hour candle or any 4 hour candle really do determine a lot of which direction price is going to go, and you'll see that a lot if you monitor that. It's always worth waiting until the close of an hour candle before you try and take a trade. So at the moment, it looks like it might push back up with some strength coming into the dollar, but as I say, there's still a few hours to go. So you kind of just got to wait and see. If you want to try and plan trades, then you got to pick your basket. Obviously, with the 5ers, you're not going to trade the Dixie directly. So then you've got to go and choose which assets are you going to try and trade that. So, for example, if we go back to the strength scores, then we can go and see, right, okay, what was weak yesterday, for example? Well, weak yesterday was Aussie, New Zealand, right? So Aussie, New Zealand, or possibly Euro, maybe Pound. So those would be ones to maybe look at trading against. She's left me. She's gone. Those would be the ones to potentially look at in terms of trading the reaction. Sorry, what's that, Anastasiia?
I just can't look at this. Like I have to let you just speak about the currency strength meter without me.
Well, it's so cruel with this trolling of me and my strength meter, honestly. My goodness. But that's what I'd be looking at. So, for example, if we were then to say, right, okay, what's the reaction going to be? Well, look, we can see that Euro has pushed higher in the time that we've been talking about it. So Euro looks like it's going higher. The general consensus is, and that you can only really do this closer to the time of when news is coming out, is to then say, right, okay, if we've got this reaction, potentially this area to push down from. So if news was coming out shortly, then I might turn around and say, right, news, if we're going to go long, then maybe look for price to come down here and then push up here, or vice versa, and so on. So you kind of you've got to have different scenarios ready to trade and ready different zones to look out for, that you can then look for as part of your positions. So yeah. We've got a nice spike in gold. Let's go have a look. Yeah, so there you go. That potential sell idea on gold, I think, is negated. I do think we're going to come up to this kind of area of the 385 kind of area before we see sales come in. That's just my general view. I don't think, whilst we've broken this structure, we're still in this wider structure. And if we look at that wider structure, we can see that we are bang on the 66 and so on. So I'm not sure if we'll get this high to the 3-4, but certainly I'd be looking to see it come up higher. So potential opportunities there. What are the three indicators that I have? Burak is asking. The three indicators that I have here are very, very simple, Burak, because I often get trolled by the likes of LJ and others to have various EMAs and SMAs. So I have this little indicator that was very kindly given to me by a very nice chap who wrote it himself, and you can basically put up to 5 moving averages on there, and you can choose the moving average. You can even have the VWAP and all those lovely things. You can just basically put those on there. So yes, I don't actively use them. They are just there for the live streams because I'm often asked, and so then I don't have to scramble around trying to find them. And the other one is just in all sessions, just a useful one again that I use for live streams. I don't use this for trading, but just gives you an overview of the various sessions, when they're open, when they're closed, and all that sort of stuff. So no secret sauce, I'm afraid. If there was secret sauce right now in my trading, with all due respect, guys, I wouldn't be here. I'd be out on a beach, trading from my phone, driving home in my Lamborghini. But there is no secret sauce because trading isn't that easy. So there you go. You're muted, Anastasiia.
Saying that trading from the beach is uncomfortable, actually.
This is coming from somebody who clearly has experience and who has clearly done that flex of I'm going to just trade on the beach.
I'm trying it.
I can imagine the internet's pretty crappy.
No, but the sand is in your phone and the laptop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
far bigger problem.
Maya trading, Boeing. I don't know. I haven't seen the news. But if there has been an air accident, then yes, no doubt Boeing shares will get hit nastily by that. So yeah.
I was also expecting some MACD and RSIs.
No, sorry.
Wasn't so good.
No, do you know what? I did have a really great indicator that I use for my strategy, but it's disappeared. The guy that wrote it, he's just vanished, and he just made it kind of privately available for a few people, and it's just gone, and I can't get hold of him. So I'm afraid it is gone. So I have been toying with trying to build my own one, but I'm not a coder. I'm not a developer. And so trading with PineScript and everything else is painful. So, and ChatGPT and Claude and all these ones just don't seem to want to do what I want them to do. So yeah, that's just the way it goes. But yeah, guys, do hit that like and subscribe. We've got a healthy number of you watching us. We've got 686 of you watching us right now. So do make sure you go and hit that like and help us reach out to more people. We'd love to see more of you joining us on these live streams. In just over half an hour, we're going to have the weekly ABL podcast. So make sure you stick around for that as well. That is going to be hopefully with LJ, with Victor. And one of these days, eventually, when she's not so busy, Anastasiia will join us for this podcast that she keeps promising she's going to join us for, and she never does. So
I didn't say when. I said I'm going to join.
No, I know exactly. You said you would, but you never said when. So, guys, hit the like button, and if we get a certain number of likes, I'm pretty sure we can pin her down and get her to join us finally for one of these podcast sessions. And we can pin her down not just for her opinions on the charts, but also opinions on being a trader overall. which I'm sure you would all like to get that insight as well. In the meantime, guys,
I did close my NZD-USD. Sorry, man.
you've closed your NZD-USD. It is pulling back. I can see. I've got it.
My losses. Yeah, I'm half, so I'm out of it.
Yeah, I can see why it is pushing up quite strongly on the 15-minute. It took those highs. It may still come good as a trade because I still like the trade idea, but yeah, I can see why you decided to get out of it. I'd say it's still got validity purely because it came to take this level here.
I'm looking at the volumes. And it's above the volume. Eventually, if it's gonna come back down, I can re-enter, but I'm not gonna hold this for essentially my the setup got it validated by rules, so I got out of it.
Yeah, and that is the mark of a good trader, guys. You see, that is the mark of a good trader. So yeah, but guys, those of you asking where can you get all the indicators, where can you get all the education, where can you get all the insights and the strategies and all those lovely things? Well, do you know where you get it? You get it over here in the AlphaBeta lab, completely for free. You don't pay a penny for it. The link is on your screen right now. Come and join us. As I say, it's entirely free. We've got well over 1,000 members now. We've got daily live streams over on YouTube. We've got bi-weekly podcasts with LJ and Dirk talking about the fundamentals. Loads and loads of great stuff. Loads and loads of content from everybody. So make sure you join us in the AlphaBeta lab, and we will be right back after this. God, I love that intro. Well, not that intro, but that teaser, that music is good, isn't it?
Gets me every time.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Let's have a look. Good job, Trump. Dixie broke the May 2022 support. That's what he wanted. So if that's what it did, then he will be a happy man. There you go. It sure did. It's broken that level and pushed lower. So it does look like we'll see continued weakness coming into the dollar. And Amal, do you know what? I have enough on my plate without having to figure out how to write random code languages. So yeah. I've no idea what Sikandar is sharing with you guys, but Sikandar, please don't spam because it's not making any sense whatsoever. So yeah. And yeah, Burak saying, I've tried asking ChatGPT to code some indicators. It makes you want to hang your head on a table. It's one way to put it. There are ways to do it, but coding with AI is an art in itself. So, you know, it's positioned as something amazing, but it's actually a lot harder than people think. So, got to really know what you're doing. So, and Nora says, I might be trading from Ibiza, but very much doing it inside my house, not the beach. Yes, Nora caught a great trade this morning, Anastasiia, from Ibiza. I was saying that's a pretty high octane kind of life to be trading from Ibiza. But she got a great trade, a great sell on gold this morning. So nicely done. So yeah, and Amal, yeah, you're quite right. New Zealand USD is coming down quite nicely. So it's certainly coming off, as we can see on the Dixie as well. So yeah, that level there looking like a very nice level that it took. We'll see how this 5-minute candle closes, but if it closes like that, I might get in on that sell myself actually.
What I'm looking at here and the new NZD-USD, well, and NZD futures actually, is this level here. So there are two developing points of control, one of the week, one of the months, that are now under the price, and the price is retesting it. So I'm expecting that it might still actually hold it and revert back to the upside from the same level, which is obviously not a guarantee, but it might do this, and that's the reason I got out. If eventually the price goes down and breaks the previous lows, breaks this, closes as a strong candle without a wick to the downside, I'm going to re-enter the trade.
Yeah. No, I mean, it does. Looking at the 15-minute, the 5-minute, the 22-minute right now looks very good for sells. So if I quickly pull that up, that is essentially the kind of structure that I look for, right? So you can see it here. So we've got wrong arrow, sorry. Wrong arrow. So we've got 1, we got 2, and then we got 3, all testing the same area and all pushing downwards. So you can see it in there. Came in, took this last area of liquidity, it's come in and it's taken it, and it's tested then this section here and pushing down nicely. Granted, there's still another 10 minutes left on this candle, so nothing is guaranteed, but the way I see it is this looks really, really nice for sells, and looks like a good opportunity to sell from. So the original analysis seems like it may stand, but as Anastasiia says, you've got to make sure that you stick to your plan and stick to your setups. If things don't look right, then you've got to make the necessary decisions. And Nora says, it's thanks to us guys, been learning a lot from us. So this has to be that Nora has been learning from me how not to do it, and from Anastasiia and the rest of the guys on how to do it. That's a good combination. I like it. How can New Zealand dollar be so popular as for being such a little country? Jonatan, it is a small but mighty country. I have friends in New Zealand, and no, it is a peculiar one. LJ, who will join us in due course, will no doubt give us a greater insight, seeing as he lives next door. But yeah,
New Zealand looks like such a great country. I mean, it's in the end of the world. Nothing is happening there. You know, you hear about war, you never hear about the war in New Zealand. You hear about COVID, you never hear about COVID in New Zealand. A revolution, you never hear about revolution. Nothing is happening in New Zealand. If you want a peaceful and calm life, you go to New Zealand. I was sincerely considering getting a second passport in New Zealand, just in case the world goes to shit completely.
There you go, guys. There's your plan, right? So you know, all the world goes crazy. Follow Anastasiia and go get a New Zealand passport. I'm sure it can't be that hard to get one, because they're so welcoming for everybody to come in and grab a New Zealand passport. So yeah, but certainly the sells on New Zealand US dollar do look good. I gotta say, it does look nice for sells. The way it's playing out, the 22 is still holding at that level. The 15 minutes, the 11 minute, there you go. That's a really, really nice setup. Plenty of confirmations of price selling off. So it's one of the places where the sun rises the earliest it is. But Anastasiia, if you go to if you're only going to go to New Zealand because the world is ending, then fair enough. You've got bigger things to worry about than trading the markets. But if you were in New Zealand to trade the markets, that's a little bit torturous, I got to say. Because I'm working with a friend of mine who lives in New Zealand right now, and the only time that I can speak to him in a reasonable hour is 10 p.m. my time, and that's like 8 a.m. his time. So yeah. So it's not good. I mean, LJ is just like, oh, do you know what? I say his name and he just pops up just like that. He's like some kind of magician. But yeah, basically, you know, LJ, he doesn't sleep. The man is like some kind of droid or something that doesn't need sleep. So trading the markets whilst you're down on that side of the world is it's a very, very difficult thing to do. And Nev says, very expensive place to live because most things are imported. There you go. Isn't New Zealand where the sun rises, so therefore it makes it a beacon of hope? Well, I don't know if LJ would agree with that. LJ, do you think that your neighbours next door are a beacon of hope because the sun rises so early over there?
I mean, it's a great place. I don't know if they're a beacon of hope, but New Zealand's amazing. It's awesome.
Told you, Mike.
Wow. There you go. I didn't expect you to say that. What about their rugby team?
Awesome. Definitely awesome. You can go to the final.
You
World
say that.
Cup,
You say that more begrudgingly.
1,000, 2,000, however many thousands of years, a million years from now, and New Zealand will be in the finals. Like you can guarantee that. They're incredible.
Told you, a second passport, Mike. A second passport.
All right, LJ, tell us how easy is it to get a New Zealand passport?
Oh well, they actually have a golden passport thing now, which Australia doesn't have. So if you just go over there and you've got a couple of dollars under your pocket, you can actually get a passport. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
Golden visa. Type thing.
I love how you're saying it's a couple of dollars, right? What is a couple of dollars that we're talking about here?
I'm not sure what the level was, but I can try to see what it was.
I can imagine it's more than a couple, right? Maybe you like. It's around how much?
500, if I'm not mistaken. The last time I was looking it up, maybe they changed.
Yes, 500,000.
Of course, not
$500. If it's $500, that's possibly the cheapest citizenship in the world. Yes, $500,000. Okay, all right, that's fine. So there you go, guys. World is ending. Just grab your cool $500,000 that you've got sitting in the bank and head on over to New Zealand. They'll welcome you in with a citizenship passport waiting for you. Yeah, exactly, Ambal. LG saying it's a couple of dollars. It's $500,000. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different ways. And then there's another one that's like 5 mil and some other stuff. Blah blah. It depends if you're doing like business or something. Entrepreneur visa, business investment and residency. Couple investment, New Zealand, 100,000.
Amazing.
So 100,000 New Zealand dollars.
100K.
Yeah, and that's New Zealand dollars. So in terms of US, that's probably like 60K or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you just have to have a clear business plan, existing business or management experience, and then you just have to be in good health and character and speak English. Yeah.
Tick, 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 tick. Okay. All right. I'm off to New Zealand, guys. It's been a pleasure. LJ, I'll see you on the way.
Nice. Yeah, stop in.
And Daddy Zhu says, "Thank you, LJ, for reminding me how broke I am." And Dinesh, who lives in New Zealand, says it's 5 million New Zealand dollars. So
yeah, that's for other stuff, for larger business stuff. There's like a 5 and then like 10 mil over 3 years, and so yeah, there's like a number of different ones you can do. But they recently like updated it literally in the past 3 months or something. For people to come over.
Yeah. And Akram saying, I heard my attention was caught by hearing 500, and then I was like, oh no, 500K. Yeah, never mind. Okay, forget that. Oh dear. And you see, this is it. So I'm in New Zealand. So Asia session, London session, we can trade, not New York due to our time issue, unless you are
a robot like myself,
a robot like LJ who doesn't sleep, and you are happy to surface at ungodly, unsociable hours, and then the opportunities can be endless, as they say.
To be fair, in summer here it's very good because it means I get to skip like a lot of like the hottest part of the day, right? And sort of just start my day in the afternoon. So that's always
exactly. Nev is saying we're arranging LJ's deportation now. They're gonna deport you and send you to New Zealand, LJ. So there you go. I knew there was animosity between those two friendly nations down there on that side of the world.
Always is. Yeah. Still brothers,
So Anastasiia, sorry.
Anastasiia?
Saying the deportation to New Zealand doesn't sound so bad as an option.
Yeah, no, it sounds great. Go get a little like Hobbit house, go visit Hobbit Town or whatever it's called, from Lord of the Rings, right?
But
The only thing you have to worry about, you got to worry about the earthquakes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair. You do get some earthquakes.
Okay, you don't get worried about someone is, like with a knife on the street. Like
No.
America is getting wild, Europe as well slightly. So, I mean, New Zealand doesn't look so bad after all.
Yeah.
True.
And then you got a quick trip over to Australia as well, for like beaches and stuff. It's like a 2-hour flight. Cool.
Exactly.
Perfect.
You go to Bali next door.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Actually,
it's a good place.
Like the whole morning free, and then you wake up. The whole morning free, you do your thing, and then like at 2 o'clock you start trading. Market opens. London session. Great. I really love it in Bali. Actually, that was great.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's pretty much what I do. So, no, it's more like a 6 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. my time for London start. New Zealand is 2 hours ahead, so it's like 8 p.m. there for London starting. But yeah, so I like Australia's time zone a little bit better for that. But
never saying that you guys stole the PAV from them and it all started there.
Pavlova, yeah.
The Pavlova.
Do you know what a Pavlova is, Mike?
Yes. Pavlova is what resulted in me with 2 kids, a dog, and a wife 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
Mini Pavlova, yes. It's a long story. I won't go into it. But yes. So, what you stole the idea of a Pavlova?
Yeah, it's like heralded as like an Australian thing, but then people debate like New Zealand invented it.
Okay.
And, so it's this back and forth.
What is that?
It's
you don't know what a Pavlova is?
Kind of thing.
Never heard of that.
Pavlova. It's like a meringue cake with cream and fruit and.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Why are you having the head of like a guy who drives a taxi in Ukraine?
Oh my god! I just got ripped to shreds. Wow.
That's one hell of a troll.
Because I just came away from my taxi job. Jeez. Man's gonna earn a living,
When trading doesn't work out, you always have an option.
Oh man.
Yeah. I guess that's it. Yeah, I'm going off driving a taxi. There you go.
In Ukraine, when you get in a taxi and you get like a company or like a business, the guys always say, "I'm doing it because I love it." Generally, I have my own business and I'm a business owner, but I drive a taxi because I just love driving it. And I know.
Yeah, classic. No, I don't know. I've got an assortment of hats, and then I just chucked this one on today, just for fun. Same with the glasses, which are just complete nonsense as well. They don't have lenses or anything, right? It's just my outfit for the day.
You're 31. Are you trying to look older?
Maybe.
Just bring the beard longer, mate. Just bring the beard out.
I could grow my beard back out again. I could do that. Yeah. No, it's funny. Sometimes I'll go to the bottle shop and sometimes get ID'd. I'm like, how do I look like 17? Like, what are we talking about?
The trading has not aged, LJ, like it has aged the rest of us. Well, actually, no, let me rephrase that. Trading hasn't aged LJ like it's aged me. That's probably more to the point. So
if I turn up just wearing like loose clothing, like I guess people could think I'm maybe like, because the rule here is like if you look sort of 25-ish or under, they have to ask like legally. So I guess I could look in that range or something. And then if I turn up after the gym, I've got a pump, then you never get asked because like, oh, okay, there's no way some 15-year-old's like, that big or whatever. But yeah, exactly. I don't know. I guess it's a good thing. Like it's better to be asked as you get older.
It's a compliment. It is definitely a compliment.
Yeah. they say that men age like a good wine, so.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, it's good.
The the chat has asked for gold a little bit earlier, so we'll go back to gold again. But gold, essentially, I mean, really not in a position to trade right now. I'd rather see us either come up to this area here to look for sells. That's kind of my bias, really. I think we're gonna sell from here and push down, but it's not showing any clear setups at the moment. It's kind of in the middle of this this move here, without any clear. I mean, if you traded along, for example, right now, I would, if I was going to trade it, I would begrudgingly put my stops down here. So you'd be trading from here, and realistically, you'd be looking at something like that, which is a negative risk to reward. Which, yeah, you could work, but it's high risk, right? So you know, there is liquidity on major liquidity on either side to be targeted. I would be sitting on my hands right now with gold, waiting to see how it wants to play out, because it's leaving a trail of liquidity on the downside, but it also does have levels to come and take on the higher side as well. So got to be careful of that one. The 4-hour candle in the end did close with this big long wick as well. So that's the other reason why I feel like we've got a bit more momentum to the upside. So we'll see how that one plays out. There was also a question about USD JPY. So USD JPY, we saw the dollar come off on the Dixie. It's come down, taken these levels. Is now coming to this area of potential support. Probably looking for a little bit more, but the reality is that we had this nice 4-hour engulfing earlier on this morning that to me suggests that we're going to see more weakness to the dollar. What do you think, LJ? Fundamental guru.
Yeah, so dollar yen, yeah, I think we've gone back to that position of selling. That's why yesterday, I think on the stream, I was saying like, yeah, I'm flipping to sell dollar yen because we just weren't getting that kick on, especially prior to news. You know, that it's often because institutions have done the same kind of work, leveled out what they're actually seeing for CPI. And we saw the same thing in euro dollar running up prematurely before the actual release. And same deal, all the numbers I'd collated together showed that CPI should actually come in a touch lower. And then we got that, and then that spurred that further drop. Interesting thing being where we are now, coming into certain levels on dollar index, that kind of stuff, where we start to get that capitulation kind of coming through potentially. And we might see dollar yen then taking that run back for 140 again, and now actually getting that punch through the 140s into 130s, and similarly seeing euro dollar coming right up to 117 plus. So that's sort of what seeing at the minute. Obviously where we are now though, we probably need a bit of a pause. Same with dollar yen. I wouldn't expect any major rallies or anything, but a bit of consolidation through here, a slight tick up, especially as I would expect euro dollar to come off a bit from this level. I was looking to short it earlier. I've just been scalping this the whole way before. Short at 115.40. Noticed we weren't really kicking on from there. Got out at 115.32. And then jumped back in once we broke that 115.40 high. I closed it out at 115.70. So we've now pressed on from there as well. So I would be dubious as to how much further gas we have in that tank for today.
I mean, at the moment, I mean, I'd be curious to see how this Euro USD looks on the 1 minute, how it plays out. But yes, it theoretically suggests we might sell, but I don't see this as a really strong high, if I'm honest. It does feel like there is at least some more momentum to the upside. You know, we have broken those highs that we had, and we broke that inside bar on the daily. I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah,
we definitely like. Sorry, yeah, it's as far like we had, you know, obviously we've got the impulse driven from CPI And then from that, we've cracked certain levels on dollar index, that kind of thing. And then thus, correspondingly, on euro dollar, certain key levels. But at a certain point, just per the ATR, everything, these kind of moves do tend to unwind themselves. They've been exacerbated by, stops getting run and that sort of thing. We saw as soon as we hit 115.70, it just immediately, bang, pounced right to 115.90. So, we didn't have a huge structural shift per last night's data. It was just, an inclination to, further Fed easing. Inflation isn't going rampant due to the tariffs, that kind of thing. So it's a lean, and euro dollar had been consolidating in that lower sort of high 113s, 114 area for quite some time. So obviously you get a large number of orders, everyone also positioning, clustering around that area. And then so once you break from that recent range, obviously you're going to get an enhanced run. But at some point, people are going to start to cash that out, hedge, basically cover positions from where we are. We've run very strong from just below 113 up to almost 116 now in 2 days. So if it was a larger policy shift from central banks or something, then I could see, that continuing. But I think there will be some point that we have to let off the gas a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, there's actually a nice setup at the moment on the 1 minute where we had this wick rejection on the initial highs. We've taken these previous highs and we've now created this nice bearish engulfing candle to the downside. So not a great setup because I don't see it forming particularly nicely on other time frames. I don't think we've necessarily got I don't think we're necessarily in the area to see that reaction from on the 4 hour. For example, if we go into here, where would I like to see us? I mean, the thing is on the 4 hour, this is, I don't think I've got this marked out. So let's see. Realistically, the 4 hour reaction zone is probably going to be somewhere like that. And we haven't reached that yet. Don't think. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we haven't reached that yet.
I think where we are now, I will start layering into shorts. Just averaging in to the positions, not going the full board just yet. I think we are sort of there already. So initially on that spike, I got in at 85. We just had another spike just then, got in again. And then once we start falling, I'll add further 2 positions once it's showing that we're actually coming off. So I've split it up into 4 trades. I have a slight preference to shorts like Aussie dollar or New Zealand dollar over the euro dollar at the minute. Just as where they're structured, they've been playing out very just technically through this. We've talked about a number of times on the Aussie dollar. We've got this kind of upward channel, come into the top of the channel. We've come off. We saw that being driven further by some of the weakness in indices last night, and a bit of risk off moves, and we saw gold rally on that as well. So I think that will probably perpetuate. It's been pretty lackluster today. We haven't really been able to get too far. Aussie New Zealand dollar tend to definitely have a tendency to have a bit of a run up, and then they kind of come off early and then just start wilting. It's quite typical. So they often get heavily drawn down as well by the yen pairs. So New Zealand dollar yen or yen, once they sink, Aussie and New Zealand dollar also sink. In part, obviously, Japan is a big trading partner for both Australia and New Zealand. So that currency exchange there does have an influence on the primary currency. I think Japan's Australia's second largest after China. So, for instance, and that seems to be what has mainly driven the added weakness through today. because you can overlay them and see it's very correlated. So yeah.
Absolutely. Good
What
stuff.
are you in, Anastasiia?
I was in a sell for NZD/USD, but I got out. And Mike, actually, you have a look at it? It's back upside, so good decision to get out of this.
Very good decision. Very, very good decision. Yeah.
No, I took this, but I cut losses on that, and I'm selling silver right now.
Okay.
So it's my setup from yesterday already.
Because I've jumped into short on Aussie at 65.12. It's basically where the kind of head levels they have that we've oscillated around that area, and then that's the 200 moving average on the 15 min and roughly the 2 standard div on the 15 min for me as well.
You are in a short right now, Aussie.
Sorry?
You are in a short right now.
Yeah. So it was either a toss-up between shorting the Aussie or New Zealand dollar, but I prefer to sell the Aussie dollar here. New Zealand dollar sometimes gets that slight outperformance on the Aussie. So often when you're seeing, they'll often display like the same kind of setup. They're very highly correlated, move very similar together. But I often find the Aussie tends to have more sustained weakness.
No, I don't. I just don't see the Aussie dollar sell at all. Maybe if it's a little higher still, but not right now, I don't know.
Time will tell. Time will tell. And it's disappointing that you've said that, Anastasiia, just as we are coming close to the end of our segment together. So we can't wait and see if this, conflict of opinion is going to play out or not.
For this purpose, watching the back.
We were on the same page, weren't we? And then Anastasiia just jumped out.
Yeah, she just decided, nah, I'm not going to agree with you, LJ. Sorry. No.
So really, we were on the same mark. But hey.
So alas, there you go. Alrighty, Anastasiia, I know you've got to drop off in a little bit. Any last thoughts, comments, things that people should be looking out for?
Single time with it, single week. You know this? Like I start preparing the list of phrases to close off my part of the stream when I stream with you for Thursday specifically.
I'm just trying to provide valuable content for the audience here.
No last words today. I'm not in the mood. I made myself again a coffee without the coffee, so you know what I mean. This is how my morning went. So I think my last words for today are not going to be too much of an inspiration.
It would just be telling me to get a new hat. Honestly, that's probably it.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. Okay. is the advice, guys, is for LJ to get a new hat, and for anyone else not to get the same hat as LJ. Basically,
I've got a pink hat I can wear. I could throw that on.
Oh, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him.
Burak looks like he likes your hat.
Burak likes the hat, so there you go. Nice. So that somebody's appreciing it.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure I picked it up at like a op shop a million years ago at some point.
Burak,
I've had it for ages.
Don't worry now.
What was that?
I'm saying in Ukraine they have a big choice of this kind of things.
Oh no! God damn!
My grandpa is
getting roasted.
No, now I want one before I go.
You got to bring the pink one out, LJ.
Oh, it's the pink one.
Out.
Yeah, now I want the pink hat.
Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. I think I've seen this pink hat before.
No, I don't think you have. I think it got left here by someone ages ago. The brim is so huge on this thing. Hey, like holy.
Look how he turns from mid-40s to like 20-year-old in a matter of 10 seconds.
Yeah, this was a random. It's a random like billabong hat or whatever that. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably right, but yeah, someone left here ages ago. So it's way too small for my head. It's so tight.
You look.
It's a female hat, so
you look 20, max 20.
This is not good for me. This is not a good conversation for me whatsoever. At all.
Do it like.
It's so.
Oh, it's even worse. Now you look like you're 15, mate. That's even worse.
No, hang on. Now need to like.
Oh, Jesus.
Pump up the jam. Pump it up.
Oh, my God. Granddad's going to bed. This is ridiculous. What is going on here? Honestly. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
There you go. Dear.
I thought they
Alrighty.
opened accounts only from 18-year-old. Are you trading
Right?
illegally? I'm saying they open the trade accounts only from the 18-year-old. Are you trading illegally?
Yeah. I am. I'm actually 12.
There you go.
My
You
true
heard it
age
here
is
first,
12, guys. Yep.
There you go. And he still trades better than me, and being 4 times younger than I am. It's
I
ridiculous.
started trading in the womb. So there we go.
I'm gonna die. Honestly.
Oh dear. Oh man. Let's have a look. Gold did just pump. There we go. Gold is coming up that area of interest for me to potentially sell from. So keep an eye on that one.
Euro moving up as well.
We
We have a few things moving.
Yeah, there's a few bits and pieces moving. I'm wondering what might be the trigger. But yeah, coming into a nice area potentially on the gold. So keep an eye out for that, guys. It is quite an impulsive move, so try not just to grab it impulsively and get yourself caught out. So
I think the EU is EU leaders are meeting with China apparently.
There you go. That one didn't hold in the end, and we pushed higher. So we've come for those levels that I mentioned.
Yeah, AUD just came to the level that I'm gonna short from, but it did go higher.
Yeah.
AUD, yeah. Now this is my level for short, so let's see how it's gonna play out.
Alrighty.
Now he's just like,
now.
God, this is just turning into a hat contest now. For God's sake, what is this? How am I supposed to transition us into a serious podcast about trading when we're having this kind of hat contest? My
I was
God.
just about to say that I like kinda that one, and then you're pulling this off.
My goodness.
How
My
many
goodness.
of those do you have?
I got a bunch of random hats around the
How on
place.
earth am I supposed to transition us into a serious podcast about trading when we're having these kind of hat shenanigans? My God. My God. Anastasia, it's always a pleasure to spend a Thursday morning with you. Thank you as always. Guys, coming up next, we have got the 5ers Weekly Live podcast. So make sure you stick around for that. We're going to just quickly reset and we will be back with that right after this. And see you guys soon. And we're back.
Hello.
We are back. We have got none other than Richie Rich, the performance coach from the 5ers. We have Victor, the masked trader. We have LJ, who can't decide what hat he wants to wear today. And you've got me. You've got me, the resident account destroyer, Mike from ABL. Victor, Rich, how you doing, guys? Good to see you.
Go ahead, Rich.
Sorry. I'm good, thanks, Mike. Mike, that's a strong title that you've given yourself, the account destroyer.
Yes. It's a very good account. I'm very proud of it. It's do you know what? Everyone wants to go for these, these, oh, I'm funded, I've earned this many payouts and everything else. I'm not interested in that crown. I'm not interested in that position. I'm far more interested in just destroying every account that I possibly can. It is far more satisfying. It's actually an art form. I'm pretty sure it's an art form. So yeah.
Mathematically, that should be nearly impossible.
I know.
So it is actually
and yet
impressive.
and yet I am defying the odds. So yeah, there you go. Victor, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing great as usual. Today a little bit better than otherwise because of course the market has been very, very, I wouldn't say forgiving, but very conducive for profits. In my case, I'll talk about that later for those who are interested in what I'm talking about after our podcast, because today we're not going to be dealing with charts. We're not going to be dealing with TPs. We're going to be dealing with something between our ears.
Something between our ears.
I don't have one of those. What am I meant to do?
I'm confused.
Where's my...
I don't know.
I got no brain.
I don't
know if I can participate.
You've lost me here.
I don't think I'm
eyeglasses. Are we talking about glasses? We are, of course, jesting and joking, but yeah, this is our weekly AlphaBeta Lab podcast, where we tend to go into the deeper level of things and start talking about the psychology of trading and how that all impacts us. Now, we do have strict instructions from Jonatan to keep this energized and to keep it enthusiastic and pumped, because historically Jonatan gets very disappointed, because what happens is Anastasiia and I bring in there you go, thank you, RJ. Anastasiia and I bring in the masses through our wonderful duo that we have on a Thursday morning, and then, with all due respect to Victor and Rich, who are wonderful contributors to this segment of the live stream, for some reason people tend to drop off and go for a nap for a while, because we don't have what people are looking for, and what people are looking for is this. They want to see the chart. They want to see something on the chart. They want to see something. So we'll keep it there, all right, and we'll see if that works. Maybe if we just leave it there as like an accompanying kind of like a side dish, right? As part of our meal that we're going to have. And maybe that's going to work. But yeah, I'm curious. Rich, you always have a topic of interest that is always on the tip of your tongue. Do you have one today, or am I going to have to pull one out of you?
I do, but it's saved for a Discord call we're going to have later in the 5ers. In, I think it's 2 hours from now. What is it called?
No. You can't hold out on us like no. You can't hold out on us like that. That's not fair. You can't just dangle in the topic and then say, "Well, I'm going to do it on my Discord." That's not fair, Rich. Right. Come on.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a bit of a seed as to what we're going to talk about. It's going to be down to beliefs and how beliefs affect our thoughts. Our thoughts affect our emotions affect our actions affect our results. Most of us want to just go, I just want the result, but actually it could be because there's something that's driving that. And I spent a little bit of time through, okay, who am I kidding, man? I spent hours this week diving down this rabbit hole of kind of really challenging my own personal beliefs. And that's what I'm going to be talking about a little bit later on, is how to identify a belief and how to actually affirm that belief is helping us, or how to de-energize the belief if we realize that it's not actually helping us move towards our goal. So when you referenced earlier, Mike, the account killer, maybe this is a really good place to start and kind of normalize the idea that I'm going to be the first one to say it. When I first started trading, I walked through many accounts, many accounts with prop firms. I tried everything. I went through the signals route. I tried copy trade. I tried everything that I basically picked up on the internet. So if you are in a position you find yourself kind of wandering through the odd account, there's a rule that I love to adhere to now, and that's no one account ever gets away from me without a significant lesson learned. Now, it may be that as traders, we do have to go through several accounts, and I'm not going to give an upper limit because there are traders in here that are listening that have gone through dozens, if not more. But if we can take a big significant lesson for every single account that we place our hands on, then what we would aim is that the next time we don't lose the account for the same reason. We learn another lesson, and there might be another 20 lessons to learn. But we also have to kind of keep it affordable and cheap and realistic to make sure that we can stay in the game longer term as well. So it is, you know, we see it all on social media that, you know, this amount paid out and this amount, but let's normalize that is a very small portion of traders. And there's a lot of traders that are kind of going through ups and downs on their way to that journey. And that's going to be probably a good place to open up a discussion because it's going to be way more relatable. Nobody wants to hear about just the traders that are making all the money, because most of the money made is by a very small percentage of traders. So maybe we should explore the idea of what is it like for the rest of us who aren't in that category.
I couldn't agree with you more, Rich. I couldn't agree with you more. And I mean, I joke about being the account destroyer and what have you. But one of the reasons I do is because if we look at who we have joining our live streams, right? If we look at our group of traders that jump in onto the 5ers streams, and obviously myself and LJ on ABL, generally speaking, we've got a lot of people that have been trading for quite a long time. Right, the average year number of years that you, Victor, LJ, Jonatan, Anastasiia, Dirk, you guys have all been trading for a long time. Right now, I know that we have traders who have been trading for a long time also watching the stream, but we all know, because I am one of them, we have a lot of people that have come into trading since 2020, since the pandemic. Right, the pandemic was really a kind of a turning point where a lot of people came into it, and so yes, it's somewhat self-deprecating. Yes, it's somewhat me making a joke of it and everything else. But the reality is that I've been on a difficult journey, very difficult journey. My trading started at a very dark point, and I don't want to make light of the fact that you blow an account and what have you, and I completely agree with you. I do think there should be lessons learnt from when those things happen, but I also want people to realize that sometimes the lessons aren't so easy to learn. Let's put it this way: how many people can firstly afford to go and get therapy or coaching or something like that, which I know you go for, Rich? I go for it on a weekly basis as well. Not many people can afford it, right? And even when they can afford it, those who can don't necessarily go because they don't see the benefit that it might bring them. And so without that perspective, without that insight that things like professional coaching, professional therapy, and all those sorts of things can give you, I wonder how people can genuinely expect to achieve the kind of the change in perspective, the change in beliefs, the change in behaviors, when I mean, there's so many other things going on. Do you know what I mean? How do you get to that point when the odds aren't necessarily stacked in your favor?
Comments, anyone?
I've silenced him.
I've got
That's a good starting point because the odds aren't stacked in our favor. Like, you pay spreads, slippage, swaps, commissions. Like, we talk about trading being a zero-sum game with the broker and the prop firm. Like, they all take a cut when you place a trade. So really,
negative sum.
The house always wins. The house always wins.
But to make money in this, you've not just got to be good. You've got to be really good. And there are things that we can do that stack the odds in our favor. But the easiest thing is to remove the things that keep stacking the odds against us. There are so many things that we do personally as humans, like just the way we're conditioned to come into the market. Like, the market is not an environment for a normal functioning person in the normal world. Now, it doesn't mean to say you have to be odd. It means you have to think about losing differently. You have to think about emotions and threat and self-awareness in a way that is just not typically practiced in the real world.
It means you have to be odd to succeed.
I'm not going to give you an answer on that. You have to think outside the box. You have to do a lot of practice repetition on things that perhaps would be counterintuitive to typical real world thinking. The idea of losing, if we always see it as bad, and it's always going to be threatening. If it's always threatening, we're more likely to be emotionally triggered when we take a trade that's a good trade, yet it still doesn't play through. When we're in the probability world, it's something that we have to now look at and say, well, look, actually good trades can fail, and I need to learn, keyword there, learn to smile when the market rips $1,000 out of my account. And I need to practice that as not being threatening, and I need to smile and just say everything's okay. I did what I was meant to do. And it's, you know, in the real world, you'd be like, well, you must have done something wrong. Like, nobody loses like £100 or £10 or whatever. Nobody loses that unless they made a mistake. And so we have to go, well, actually, there are just really good trades that don't play through. So it's like, I think recognizing the stuff that we personally bring to the table that naturally just, and I talk about this before, drills holes in our boat. It's like a negative edge. They're the easiest stuff to get rid of. Get rid of all that stuff and then focus on fine tuning the things that will make you more profit later on. It's like we talk about, you can't out train a bad diet. If you have these behavior patterns and qualities, typically you're always going to pull yourself down harder than you'll be able to elevate yourself. But I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it.
Sure. What I was thinking, and I was waiting for a adequate, appropriate moment to come in and say something about it. The first time you mentioned, Mike, the account destroyer, I chuckled a little bit behind this mask, smiled a little bit.
That was my aim, just to give you a little bit of humor.
But however, it did puzzle me, and it's a little disturbing, to be fair. It's amusing, and it's entertaining, and it's good stream talk for everyone, but I don't think it's very helpful. And I don't want to be mean to you in front of everyone, Mike. I'm never a mean person. However, I think focusing on losing the account, which is what the title suggests or indicates, right? We destroy account destroyer. I think is, as I said, it's a very high price to be entertaining, because my question to you, and that is after not even talking about the learning process, what is the cost to you, Mike, or to anyone actually, when we think in these terms, when we focus on the losing the account as the most important thing, the most significant thing, instead of perhaps being more constructive, as Rich was saying, instead of focusing on the loss, focusing on the lesson. And perhaps we can, before we end this podcast, come up with a better title for you, Mike. Maybe not the account destroyer, but I don't know, something that focuses on the process of learning. Because, you know, I believe that is very helpful for everyone watching us, right? All of us have lost accounts. No question about it. Some more than others, some much more than others. However, it's the process, it's the value we get out of it, it's the lesson, as Rich says, that will make a difference between just losing and that's it, or losing and growing. Right, Mike, the account regenerated.
There we go. I'm gonna like all of these, right? I'm gonna see, you know, see what comes in the chat, guys. I want suggestions in the chat, right? So I hear you, Victor, and I think you make a very valid point. You know, there is an element to the jest of this, you know, of that moniker that I gave myself. entertainment purposes and the such like. I think the thing is that yes, it's an element of being relatable. It's an element of being on the same level as the majority of traders out there. Because let's be honest, right? We have traders on this live stream who are all consistently profitable, who have been working hard, worked their craft, fine-tuned their strategies and so on, so on, so on. But the vast majority of retail traders who would watch this stream will not be in that position. Hence the name the 5%ers, right? Hence the famous analogy of 95% of traders are losing money. And ironically, when we look at who is on stream, it's probably more like the 5% is, i.e. me, the non-consistently profitable in terms of their journey and everything else. And so, yes, you are right in terms of the wording for myself. It is certainly not beneficial. It's not going to help me change any belief system. If anything, it's going to reinforce a belief system that I'm going to be destroying accounts and so on and so forth. I think there's an element of coping as well. All of us offline, we chat offline in our spare time and everything else. And you guys know that. For me personally, I've got a lot of other stuff going on outside of trading and what have you. And I know for a fact that influences my trading decisions and my approach to trading, right? I think what's important is to call that out and recognize that and be open and transparent and say, yeah, look, this is where I am right now in this journey. This is where I am in terms of my trading and so on. But I think it's also important that people don't feel ashamed of that happening. I think there's a lot of shame about it, right? There are a lot of streams out there. There's a lot of content creators and everything else that talk about trading, because trading is a lonely world, right? And so you automatically seek out other people who are going to give you trade ideas and everything else. You've got Rabina asking for us to look at Euro USD. You've got Muzamil asking us to look at the Dixie and everything else, because something's happening now, right? Gold could well sell from this zone right now because it's at a really nice selling area. Why is it that people want that instead of us having a chat and talking about the mentality and the psychology of things? It's because they want instant results. It's because they want those answers to these things. But how do you get that when you're trying to swim upstream? All the salmon are swimming downstream. The river is flowing pretty fast and it's going downstream. You are trying to swim upstream against that. You can't do that on your own by simply asking, hey, look at pound CHF, look at Euro USD, and we'll pull it up. And I'll pull it up right now. And for those of you that are asking for it, let's have a look. Let's pull up Euro USD. Euro USD is going long. It's gone higher. It's going up for this target up here, right? It's going up for the purple line. That's my view, right? That's me looking at it and me saying, here's the content, here's the advice, right? But I come to this from a different angle. I come to this from a perspective of trying to be transparent and say to people, do you know what? Yes, we've got a team of people here on these live streams that know how to trade and they're damn good at it. But I'm your reality check. I'm your kind of guy at the front line, the guy at the coalface who is in the same boat as the vast majority of people are watching, saying, yeah, I screwed up again. And I think that's important for people to be able to relate to and to understand,
I think it's very, very important, Mike, that it's actually a great service you're doing by being open about the struggles or the process, the development of the trader in you, showing not only winners, which is very easy, just look at any Instagrammer talking about trading, but showing the process before you start winning, which is where you are currently, and I think that's good. I think we all should. We should not be, and I think you're doing a great. I truly think you should not stop doing that, because the audience need that. The audience need, not the audience because of the stream, but I mean the community.
But here's the thing, Victor. Sorry to interrupt you, but here's the thing. What people need and what people want are two very different things. That's where we have a conflict of interest, shall we say, where, you know, look at it up right now, right? Here we go. So we've got questions about pound CHF. We've got what's your opinions on ICT? We've got questions about would that be a sweep, right? The problem is that there is this constant world of seeking instant gratification, of seeking instant answers. You know, AI is going to take off because it just means that we don't have to be so clever. We can pass on the intelligence to somebody else. I don't need to bother. I just ask AI to do it for me, right? You know, Burak's giving a really good, you know, the analogy of give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime, right? But how many men want to learn how to fish?
They just want the fish.
And exactly. And how many just want you to give them the fish? Right? That's the challenge. You know,
it's boring.
Boring. This is it.
But if we had,
I prefer learning how to do things. Show me how to do it. Like, that's so much better.
It's the flick of the rod, isn't it? It's like learning how to get that perfect cast, how to reel in that big fish, how to almost catch one, and it just gets off the line. Like when you fall in love with the journey, like you take a fish, you'll be hungry again tomorrow. All you're doing is deferring your problems till tomorrow. Let's say Victor says, Euro USD, there's a fantastic opportunity here. Here's the entry, here's the exit, etc. Victor fills up your plate, fills up your belly. You get fed just for the day. What happens tomorrow? Where's Victor? Where's Victor? I've got the same problems. I'm just pushing them over until tomorrow. If you learn how to put the skills into the craft, you know, I mean, come on, we've all sat under the tree and got snagged up in the, you know, got a line stuck in the tree behind us, probably hooked a mate's t-shirt, had a fish get off the line, sat there in the rain, never caught anything. And these are all analogies for trading. We've all had, you know, long periods of unsuccessful times, but doesn't it create a level of resourcefulness, a level of creativity, a level of like real deep introspection where you think, okay, well, that didn't work. Let me try another approach because that guy over there, he's catching, he's eating every day. Let me figure out what I can do. And that's as LJ, as you were saying, that's there's so much. I've got so much passion in that. I guess because that's where, to me, the edge is. It's learning how to evolve with the markets.
It's a hard one to do, though, don't you think? Because again, we like, for example, LJ and I were talking. I think we were talking about it, weren't we, LJ, this morning? I don't know what day it is or what time it is. We were talking about the Apple WWDC, right? And the glass, the new glass thing. So those of you who don't know, Apple did a big release, their annual release of their software that they're doing for this year. And the big thing is Apple Glass, right? That everything's got this kind of glassy kind of look to it. So all the icons, they won't be colorful. They'll be like glass icons that kind of see through and what have you, right? Now, LJ's theory is that they're trying to prepare us for, you know, virtual reality and kind of, you know, the glasses and
augmented
reality. Augmented reality.
And all those have all the things being clear so you can still see in front of you. And so they get everyone used to the native systems and all that kind of thing. And Exactly. But there could be a kind of an inverse what's the word consequence to that, which is inadvertent. Thank you. If you know, there's going to be a potential inadvertent reaction to that is if you go and take your phone, right, and you can do this on any phone, go and turn it into black and white mode, like an old school TV, right? Rich, Victor, I know you guys are old enough to remember the black and white TVs. I certainly do. It was my first TV was a black and white TV. That is how old I am. Turn your phone into black and white. Call me young.
Yeah. Turn your phone into black and white, right? And watch how your interest in looking at it falls through the floor. Honestly, it falls through the floor because all of a sudden the readability isn't as easy. The stimulation isn't as high, right? And so with these glass icons, I'm really curious to see whether there's going to be a kind of a inadvertent consequence of people being less interested in their phones because the icons are all going to be the same color and all these sorts of things. And that sometimes those are the things that we need to do to force ourselves to get better at learning a lesson, right? So you almost have to put yourself in that uncomfortable position, right? So you get to that cognitive dissonance and turn around and say, okay, I'm not comfortable with this. Now I've got to change something, right? And you either adjust or you lean into it, right? And I think that's something that a lot of traders, need to find a way of kind of forcing that discipline upon yourself, rather than trying to say, oh, give me some advice, give me a signal, give me that, give me this, tell me, is gold going to go higher or lower? Is this a sweep? This, that, and the other. Who knows? Nobody knows, because the market does what it wants, right? All we can do is catch the trades that we think are ours, right? Absolutely. Zahid, you couldn't be more right. Social media blurs the line between genuine financial education and misleading hype, right? There is very, very, very little genuine financial education out there, because it is, frankly, it's boring. Nobody cares. Nobody gives
most
a
people and most people are posting on socials being that public because there's something on their end for them.
Exactly.
Right? Like, rarely it's not like, I don't know, someone's got like a random art project and showing like, oh hey, I painted this thing and cool, and I just put it up here because I just want to show it to people. When it comes to all the finance, anything with that money kind of side of things, it does get very blurred very quickly with all that stuff. No doubt.
And how do the guys out there? We've I don't think we've dropped too many viewers. We're still maintaining at least YouTube viewers. So Jonathan's not going to kill us completely.
It's climbing, actually.
Right?
It's climbing.
Jonathan's going to be happy. All right. We haven't lost all the viewers that were hooked in by myself and Anastasiia earlier. It might be the fact that I've got the gold chart on my screen. Let's see. But the point is how do you force yourself?
Mike, apparently our faces is not visually attractive enough.
Yeah, exactly. We need some charts up. This is what
I don't know. I turned up with my funky hat and.
Oh yeah, all right, okay,
Mike.
Whatever.
My funky hat.
All right, you and your hat. You and your hat.
I've swapped to beanie now, but maybe I should put it back on.
You and your cab driver hat. But no, in all seriousness, right? When I mentioned that idea of putting your phone into black and white mode, right? It's an uncomfortable position to put yourself in, right? Yeah, Jonathan, you didn't see the hat earlier, all right? So
I did this one.
I love how Jonathan never joins us for these. He's always off, for these podcast sessions. We want to get Jonathan in this, Get LJ on full screen. Just turn it into the LJ show. But the Nora's still here. There you go. Look, see, Jonathan, we haven't lost viewers since Anastasiia dropped off and we started talking and not doing analysis. So we're managing to keep some attention here. But the point I'm trying to make is that if you turned off that stimulation, it would be really uncomfortable. But normally after about a couple of weeks, your brain just adjusts to it, right? It's the same with social media, right? I don't have Instagram or Facebook or any of those other apps installed on my phone because I just found myself just without even thinking about it, open my phone, scroll, click, scroll, and you can't control it, Here he is. Here he comes. I knew I'd be able to trigger him to join us.
Well, it's super weird though. Like I'm getting added as soon as I join.
That's up to you.
It's on mobile.
All right,
I didn't even mean to add myself.
All right, bye then. Okay. I don't know what he wants to come and join us for, so we'll find out soon enough. But give us a wave or something, Jonathan, if you do actually want to join us on screen.
Also, though, Mike, your account destroyer moniker could be a good thing. Just depends where you're living. In Australia, normally you'd say like, "Oh, account destroyer," like that's like good.
Oh, right? Yes, yeah.
There's always stuff inverse, right?
We could look at semantics.
We always use negatives as positives here, right? You call something terrible, but that means it's good.
Yeah. I think there's even if it's seen as negatively, there is a value to it, and that is what we alluded to before. It's by normalizing losing the account. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean anything long term it doesn't mean you can't make it eventually. and by losing the account, even if you do that consistently. And that's a good thing. I think there's a lot to learn there, and I think that's balancing, if that's even possible, rebalancing the perception of viewers who are on social media looking at everyone making it and they are not making it, because the vast majority, as everybody knows, the vast majority are not profitable, and surely not consistently. So by making it okay to say I lost an account, I think it's very good. It's normalizing it. It's might be even desensitizing us, everyone as a community, to, the shame, the stigma, and whatnot, the negativity that comes with losing an account. However,
Mike is for the people.
Mike is for the people. Yeah.
That's
However, there must be obviously there must be some kind of balance where, that normalizing does not affect us negatively in our, how we view ourselves. Because if that's the case, then obviously it's toxic. It's something we should steer away from. When it starts affecting our belief about ourselves, about our abilities, about the, the return of our time from learning and backtesting, it's not great. So I think that we need to make the distinction, and as long as it is desensitizing losing, I think it's a very good thing. But as the moment we start, it starts affecting our self view, I think we need to stop it and change it, do something to counteract it.
I always just look at it as like, is this cataclysmic to end everything, or can you just go again, right? It's like because they're just little hits, right? You can go again, just learn, pick yourself up. It's like what is it? Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. The same thing. Is it that cataclysmic? So that's how I always try and treat these small things. What is Jonatan doing?
Jonatan, do you want to add yourself this time? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. Can you? Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
And
Yes,
you can
sir.
hear me as well as before.
We heard you better before, I would say.
All right. Well, hey guys, how's it going? I'm here.
Good man.
Nice.
Hey, let's give everyone a real picture of Jonatan here. Full view. You're a bit patchy though. You're getting a little bit laggy for some reason.
Yeah, StreamYard this is not good on phone.
Yeah.
It's just
Someone do a screenshot, please. Someone just screenshot these random. You were frozen.
No, not anymore.
No,
right.
But guys, when he does freeze with the funny looks on his face, make sure you capture them, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we can use these later on for social media. Jonatan, what are your thoughts? You've clearly been listening.
No, I definitely agree. I would say that it's a fair assumption to make. It's definitely an issue, and I think good discussion. Definitely, I would say I agree.
Great input, man. Amazing.
So this is
groundbreaking stuff.
This is one of two things that happened here. Either Jonatan wasn't ready for me to ask him that question, or B, he has no idea what we've been talking about, and he's just going, "Yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's right, yeah." I haven't been watching at all, so I don't know what you've been talking about.
Pretty much. But it's always a very fruitful conversation. I would say that most likely, I would say I agree with you. And yeah.
Right, let me bail him out just a little bit, because I want to build on this, because this is a perfect example of what we were talking about 5 minutes earlier. So, never comparing your behind the scenes to someone else's in front of the scenes. So we have the biggest picture of actually what goes on in our life. We know it. We see the good, the bad. We see the darkest parts, the dirtiest parts. Most of the time,
this is my background. It's this is what I'm dealing with. So I'm gonna pick this up. This is all over the floor. I got these things. So that's my life right now. and I have this. Look at this. I got this. It's an RSC, like a radio controlled Volvo, like a dumper. That one. So I'm driving around with this one, right? And so I got this one, and then I'm getting one of those. Okay, let me show you. So this is what I'm doing. This is the life of a trader. I got this one, right? Another like radio control excavator, right? And I'm picking them up, putting them in the Volvo dumper. Then we're laying a foundation for what is to be a house. Yep, that's what I'm doing.
I'm starting to realize Jonathan's knack here is to try and demonstrate to us that us basically chatting like we are and basically having the chart on here. He's trying to prove a point. He's going to come onto our chat later on, and he's then going to turn around and say, "See, guys, I joined and look at the numbers. The numbers spiked. You guys were chatting gibberish. I came on to talk about toy dump trucks, and look at the numbers. The numbers have suddenly spiked." This is Jonathan's tactic here. I see it now. I see it.
Also, I have another. I have another
We got
hobby.
two, so-
Okay, so I have a.
See,
Okay,
told
so
you.
I got.
That's it.
Okay, so I got this. Am I frozen?
No, we're just ignoring.
No,
it.
you're not.
So we got this little screwdriver here. Okay, and look at this. Look at that.
Lovely. You're drilling beer cans.
Little bit of a hobby. Now this is important. Now why am I showing you all of this? Because I also, at the same time as doing all of this, I have a couple of trades running, right? So are we supposed to be watching the charts all the time? No. We're supposed to be not watching the charts is what I'm trying to say. Do other things as well, do other things, take a step back. Relax.
Welcome to Jonathan.
Jonathan, I got a
stream.
question for you. Jonathan. Did you notice that there is a edge enhancing effect of all these activities while you're trading? That is the question, I think.
No, that definitely. So I've seen that the more I trade, like the more the number, the average number of trades that I take go up, the less money I make. Like I got a good number of trades that I'd like to take in a month, and that is like max 10 trades. And then some days I take 10 trades in a day. So I figured, why not do other things instead? Open a position, go screw a couple of holes in a beer bottle, play around with the toys, build a foundation for what could be a house,
Okay, so
Things like that.
guys, here it is. This is the official.
I definitely heard something else.
This is this is the official new Jonathan edge, right? Is when you're in a trade, guys, and you're wondering whether to stick with it or not, go and get a toy dump truck, right? And if you're looking for longs, go and dump the toys. If you're looking for shorts, then go and drill some beer cans. That's the new strategy here from Jonathan.
And then when the
empty beer cans to be
beer cans to be
clear.
When the neighbor starts yelling at you, like what the hell are you doing, man? Like because it's a very annoying sound. Then you have this very good.
Okay, and you give that to the neighbor.
No, I give this to myself, obviously.
So you don't hear the
Oh my
neighbor, and you
God.
can keep on drilling.
I don't hear the neighbors. I live in a very quiet area, though.
That's
That
what he
is
wears
a
when
good,
he's
that is a
when he's
good
drilling holes.
solution, Jonathan. That's a very good solution. When you're drilling and the neighbor are complaining, the solution is not to stop drill, is to put on those so you don't hear the
It is.
complaining and you can keep on drilling. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, there's definitely a life
is-
lesson in there. People
This is
have opinions. People have a lot
Yeah.
of opinions, but who cares? They don't nobody cares about their opinions. There's a lesson in there. We all have opinions, and nobody really cares about those opinions, especially not if you're wearing these. Then nobody really cares. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make some pancakes, banana pancakes with ice cream, strawberries, marshmallows, little chocolate sauce on it, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna be listening to you in the background. Hopefully, I'll learn a thing or two.
okay.
Haven't learned much, last as 30 minutes I've been listening. So let's up the value, up the educational value.
All right, well, we'll see what we
we
can
will
do.
be-
Jonathan.
We will be anxiously waiting for an update on those pancakes, those banana pancakes for sure.
Yeah,
Have you seen those
Yeah.
live streams
Oh.
where they're just eating a bunch of foods?
I
no,
haven't. I don't watch.
no, I don't have
anything,
time for that.
Really.
Well,
know what
you're
you're talking
in
about,
for-
Jonathan,
you're in- yeah, you're in for a treat. We'll do a
Okay.
little bit of
Very
a,
popular in Korea.
preview. What?
Really?
What, live streams of eating food?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
supposed
eating?
to be really good for the viewers. Supposed to really up the view count.
Well, I never.
So people can eat
mukbang.
together remotely.
Mukbang, right?
All right, I feel like I've we'll
go.
come to the point where it's time to stop. I'm seeing that we're getting a lot of voice notes from Abe in our little group chat, and he's probably saying like abort. This is not good. It's not good for the brand, and I tend to agree. So I'm gonna leave, and I will leave you guys to it, and wish you all the luck on your
Thank you.
Good luck with drilling those holes.
Yeah,
Jonathan.
yeah, exactly. Careful.
I'll give you some.
Careful.
I'll give you some. I'll give you some updates on that. I promise.
Please do
Okay.
update us on your endeavors of drilling holes, please.
Yes. All
All
right.
right, take care,
Cheers.
guys. See you guys later.
Thanks, Jonathan. Take care, mate. It's
Colorful,
No,
Jonathan, as always. Colorful as always.
in fairness, then do you know what Henry says? Ban him for an hour. Henry, the thing is, right? I hate to say it, but the viewership went up. The viewership did go up. So I mean, this is what we're gonna do.
What is the lesson in that, Mike? We stopped talking about in-depth discussion about how to grow as a person, as a trader, how to lose less account, and the numbers go slightly up, and comes Jonatan, colorful Jonatan, talking
Just
about
drilling
drilling
holes,
pancakes, banana, and the number shoot up or shut up. So what is the lesson there?
Victor, I think I'm looking for props here. I have no props. I'm in an office, so I don't know what the lesson here is, to be honest with you, Victor, because I feel as though it's a competition that we can't win. So yeah,
that is exactly what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Is that he's come on, he's shown the behind the scenes, he's actually given a real insight of his real life, what he deals with on a real daily basis, and people
struggling drilling
it.
holes. I'm sorry, Richard. It's too funny.
No, I did like the comment.
Little plastic balls and drilling holes with Tonka trucks. I'm sorry,
but this is the stuff we all do on a normal daily basis, right? And
LJ,
that's what people want to see.
LJ, Rich has a baby on the way. It's going to come to him soon enough.
Yeah.
I already have it. I already know the life that Jonathan leads, and it's coming for you soon. Don't worry, mate. It's
that would have been perfect opportunity to play Jonathan Randon plastic brick. After that, right? that actually would have been perfect.
I still need the lyrics for that, because I'm still trying to figure out what the actual lyrics are.
Yeah,
chat's
exactly.
probably like, what are we talking about? But
exactly. Yes.
would've
And
been
Tristan and Nev, yes, we have seen that there was an air crash. Unfortunately,
is there a
in
second
India.
one though? Because there was the India one. Was there a China one as well? As if so, that's terrible.
Just one.
If there is a second one, yeah, I've only seen about one myself. So let's hope. I mean, one is bad enough, so let's hope it's just the one. But yeah, it was just India. Okay. But you're right. That is the real life, Rich. Right? That is the real life, and it is I think it's the thing that, in a way, when you watch it on a YouTube stream or something, it's very, very hard to sometimes relate to people, right? And I think that's why we do our best to be as natural and as authentic as we can be, right? Rather than trying to appeal as some kind of
gods or something.
Aspirational kind of people that nobody can really get close to, right? And I think that's kind of the point, is that, you know, the social media, whether it be YouTube or any of these others, whether it be Twitter, they're just full of people with an opinion, as Jonatan said, but they're also full of people who are very often, as LJ said, there's something in it for them, right? If you've got you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of people, right, there's something in it for you, right? You've got some way of monetizing it, right, in some form, right? Now, the 5ers, you know, even this live stream in itself, right, you know, they don't make money from the adverts or anything, because there are no adverts on these live streams, right? But in the same way, it's appealing to people to demonstrate that the 5ers is a different kind of prop firm that, you know, is authentic and genuine and sincere, and, you know, wants traders to do well, right? And I think, you know, that's important. It's an important point to make, is that it's not always going to be, oh, well, you know, this guy's driving a Lambo, I'm never going to get there. You know, it's I think it's really, really important for people to know that you can't succeed in trading in a year or 2 years or even 3 years, right? There is a reason why all of the other traders on this usual live stream, whether it be Anastasiia, LJ, Victor, Rich, Jonatan, Dirk, Griff, all of these people have been trading 5 years or more.
I would say, though, you definitely can, in the sense that you should strive for these things, because you definitely can. But if you don't, then it's not like you're somehow not good enough or something, right? Like different people take different pathways to get things going. I mean, you can look at the sort of entrepreneurs and that kind of stuff, which really hit it big only when they were like 60 years old or something like that, right?
Yep.
You know, or even take like Henry Ford, you know, bankrupt 4 or 5 times before he started Ford Motor Company, and then, you know, that's still going today, right? There's countless examples of this. So yeah, still strive for it, try. But if you don't, then that's completely fine. Like, everyone has their own thing, their own journey, own unique set of circumstances around you with your life, how much capital you have to deploy to things, or not, or time constraints, all that kind of stuff. So it's not all one equal footing. Like, you can't judge these things the same, because everyone has different inputs, and then thus you might actually technically, per your own inputs, ahead of someone else who had the full, you know, amount of free time, all this kind of stuff, they're younger, whatever, and you doing it within your constraints, even though it's taking longer. Technically, if you were to break down each of those components, you might actually be ahead, right? If that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own starting point and rate of growth. So the actual point where you are it doesn't make sense. It's irrelevant to compare that. It doesn't make sense to compare that to anyone else, because you don't know their starting point and you don't know the rate of change, right? What are they putting in and what are they getting back? So there's so many things. It doesn't make sense to compare yourself, although we do that all the time automatically, especially if you see something on social media. You would say, all right, this person has this age, is from this country, it's the same country perhaps as I am, or it speaks the same language, and this person is already supposedly, another thing, but supposedly getting these kind of payouts or these kind of results. Why am I not the same place? It's completely not helpful. It's actually, even I would say, more often than not, toxic for your growth.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree with you more, Richard. Victor. We seem to have lost LJ again. You're the rich Victor. But no, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, everyone's on their own journey, right? Everyone's on their own pathway, and I think that's one of the biggest mistakes traders make, is trying to replicate somebody else. Like, all the people that jump into the stream and say, "Oh, what do you think about gold? What do you think about Euro USD? What do you think about whatever asset," right? All they're looking for is somebody else to give them the answer, right? And trying to almost grab on the coattails of somebody else's journey, right?
I
Without
I think
necessarily finding their own pathway.
Yeah, these questions, for those who ask those questions, do not feel personally attacked. I think it's
No,
okay
of course.
I think it's okay to ask, because that's why we're here, right? To share our viewpoints, to share our approach. But what's more important is, why do we think that? I think that there's a second and a much more valuable question to ask when you say, please tell me your views on gold. And that person, everyone, should then ask, why is that the case? Why not something else? Why today you're thinking that? Why this moment? And why you're putting your TP there exactly? Not where your TP is, but the reason how you constructed, how you got to that TP. Because then you're switching it from just information to actually lessons or learning, something you can apply tomorrow, even when we are not here. So it's changing it's reframing your question and your mentality or your mindset as to what are you here for. I think is the message today. You shouldn't be here for just the so-called signals. They're not exactly signals, but just the raw information. You should be here for learning how we got there, and checking if that's something that resonates with you, so that you can apply it in your personal life, and so you don't need us anymore. I know that's very that would be shooting us in the foot, because basically once you know what we know, you don't need us anymore. But that's exactly what we want. If I had to choose between entertaining you and educating you, I'm sorry, I'm gonna choose for education. I'm gonna do as entertaining I can, but I'm sure it's not gonna be, the same level as you would want it. But I think that's what you want. That's what you need. That's not what you want, but you should want that. That's what you need.
That's a good question though. Like how long did it take everyone? Yeah. How long, Mike?
I'm not there yet. I'm 2.5 years in. I'm still on my way. I'm not profitable yet. At least I'm well, let me rephrase that. Depends on your definition of profitable, right? Because everyone has their own definition of profitable.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about if we're talking about payouts, then no, I'm not a profitable trader, right? If we're talking about being able to get funded, then I was a profitable trader within a year getting funded. So the thing is that I don't think there is a one defining rule of being profitable, right? You've got to first of all add the word consistently profitable.
Yeah, I was going to say
because because you can be profitable one day and then make losses the next one. Yeah, exactly. So you want a net gain overall. So I think that's the first thing. And I think the other thing is as well, if you simply have a goal to say, right, okay, I want to make some money, well then that's a very static goal to look at. Whereas I think if you break it down, much like anything, whether it be your equity curve, whether it be your equity that you have generally, anything like that, break it down and it becomes more manageable. So if you're looking at your journey, well, the first thing to maybe look at is, rather than saying I've got to make money from this funded account, maybe the first thing to do is, right, okay, I've got a 5k high stakes. First thing I need to do is, right, I need to pass phase 1. Focus on passing that phase 1, right? That's your first goal. Then from there, right, okay, now my next goal is passing phase 2, and you build the habits, you build the routine, you build the techniques and your edge and all these other things. I think if we try to become profitable, which most people coming into the industry would say, I want to make money, that's a very broad, open goal to have, rather than maybe narrowing it down and making it more achievable, because you break it down into more achievable chunks or achievable targets. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make a lot of sense. Coming to this comment, profitable is just as simple. Trying to help you, Mike, is making more than you lose. Simple as that. And Jason, I know you're looking for simplicity, and I support you in that endeavor. However, it's not as simple as that, because everyone who is above zero in an account would then be called a profitable trader, and that doesn't really hold that doesn't answer what you're actually looking for, because after you're close to your first winning position, for that day, perhaps you're a profitable trader. But is that the actual meaning of the word profitable trader that we're looking for? No, we're talking about something relevant, something that makes sense, something that you can, for example, one definition would be, do you have, over a longer period of time, not one day, a week, or a month, but a longer period of time, perhaps a quarter or 6 months, have you had on average enough income coming in that someone would be able to live off of that? That would be one definition that makes a lot of sense, because even if you're consistently profitable, but it's not making enough for you, it's a matter of time that you will eventually can scale it up. But I mean, that's still not what we're looking for. We're looking for something that could replace potentially your source of income.
Ideally, but like, even then, there's so few people that actually trade for a living, right? That actually make their full-time income off trading alone. Even people that work at banks, institutions, that kind of stuff, normally trading for themselves, they do it as like an aside thing, invest in that kind of thing. And often when they leave an institution, they aren't able to actually continue to make like a full-time living off it. Yeah. So it is very rare. So I will just add that, for anyone trying to do that or whatever, and if you're not quite there, realize that that's normal, right? There's a very, very, very fine sliver of people that actually are able to bring in a full-time income purely from trading after tax, because that's the other thing, after tax, etc., right? So, if you're still working a normal job and you trade on the side and you make some good, side money, that's completely fine as well. And hopefully, if you get big enough bankroll, eventually, then yes, you can probably translate it to a full-time income. But normally, for most people, without that large bankroll, you're not going to be able to do that. That is, however, where prop firm stuff comes in, which is very, very, very advantageous. We can get that leg up. Say, you haven't saved 100K or 200 grand yourself, right? Which is hard to do. That can give you that elevation. So
exactly. Sure, and we have Vinicius here, right there. Yes, we have Vinicius disagreeing with me. I am so happy for Vinicius because he's such a great member in our community, and I'm glad that there are traders and viewers like Vinicius, because that's the spirit. We want you to come here not because of what the TP or the not only the lessons, but the company, the community building, because in the end, that is so important. It's not only about learning the craft, but it's about camaraderie, right? I wanna have that as people who are coming in that are sharing our views, and perhaps they disagree with, let's say, the strategy or not, but they are in the same boat. They're trying to make the best of it as a trader, and they are enjoying, and we are enjoying your company as well, Vinicius. Thank you for your comment.
I agree with that 100%. I mean, that's how I was hanging around, doing stuff on my own, but I was still hanging around. Again, it's like community, finding people, doing similar, because as we've touched on many times, that trading can be very isolationist, I guess, lonely, that kind of thing. Community, very good.
Yeah. Talking about community, Bastian, I don't know if that is you in the picture. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for your commentary. Thank you for your feedback. It is taken on board and appreciated. I think you need to read the room, mate, and maybe just get a feel for the stream. I mean, there's plenty of streams out there. If you don't like it, there's plenty others for you to go and try. But this is how we do things here. If you wait a little bit longer, I will be gone, and somebody else will be jumping in and sharing their screen, so you don't need to worry about that for too much longer. But keep it polite, keep it friendly. Otherwise, we'll just ask you to move on elsewhere. Jason saying, Victor, you made a valuable point, but in the end, it all comes down to what you lose versus what you make, not about the winning trades you take. Jason, I disagree. Yes, you want to make money, right? That is the whole purpose of trading, right? There is no doubt about that. But if you if your primary purpose is that, and that is the only thing that you're focusing on, then it will only make it harder to achieve it. Because trading is so hard, if your only goal is to make more money than you lose, and that is how you enter the market from the very beginning. Yes, that is the primary objective. But if you look at the journey of a trader and you're going through that pathway, right, trying to achieve that from day one is just frankly impossible. That's in my view, right? Yes, it's the ultimate goal for each trade is to make money rather than to lose money. That is, of course, the right way, right? But I personally feel that if you are going to go into the markets and say, today I'm going to make more money than I lost, and that otherwise I'm a failure, well, then that's not the right way to go about it, right? And then that goes back to the very beginning of the segment where we were talking about beliefs and we were talking about how we approach things, right? Just you had a losing trade. Losing trade doesn't mean it's a bad trade, right? A losing trade, you can still learn from it. A losing trade, you can still profit from it, but just not monetary profit, right? I think personally, profitable is defined by making progress, right? And not simply, yes, you can. Ultimately, the goal is to be making more money, right? But yeah, gotta kind of consider how you approach it and how you go in.
I will give some feedback on Jason's comment. I certainly agree with you, Jason, in the sense that the core definition of profitability is having a profit factor that is 1 or above 1, right? And that is, simply put, mathematically meaning that you've won more than you've lost. So in that sense, you're absolutely right. But that's one dimensional way to look at things, because that information is not, yes, it's between black and white, but there's so many shades between those two colors that are so relevant. I can be slightly not black, and where would I fall between those two? Would I be, let's say I'm assume that I have a profit factor of 1.001. That makes me profitable, but am I a profitable trader? Right? That's the nuances that I'm talking about. Yeah. And also not only about the magnitude of how profitable you are, but also looking at it in more dimensional way, meaning in time, right? So taking that component, if you're looking for, let's say right now, Jason, let's assume that you're profitable, right? I hope you are. Let's say you're profitable. Where is your starting point to know? And that's, for example, one first question I would want to know. Is it the beginning of this month? Okay, perhaps you're profitable. Is it the beginning of this year? Probably you're still profitable. And let's go on with that assumption. But for example, taking time into consideration, you can come to the conclusion that perhaps we could expand that definition as well to include all the losses we have taken from the beginning when we started trading, right? So it's not about being profitable this year, but also, are you net after everything, including time and cost opportunity, are you still profitable? Right? As you can see, I'm not trying to ask you so you can answer, yes, you are. It's not about the question. It's not about the answer to anyone. It's about the thought process that there's more to it than just the profit factor. There's the time, there's the consistency, there's more depth to it. There's more shades between black and white.
There's the mental strain as well. Let's not forget. It's mentally trading can be very draining. I'm conscious of time.
The mental drain, I would say, is something about efficiency, like how much effort it takes you to be profitable, and which is very important for your mental health and your life quality of life and all of that. But Jason, thank you for the question, because you have given us something to talk about, something to discuss, and that is exactly the idea of these podcast formula of the segment. Thank you.
Question from Spike what's on 33.62. Well spotted, Spike. That was believe a 15-minute inside bar, but it is also even more interesting because of the fact that it is a perfect double bottom. So the lows of those two candles are equal, which for me defines it as a major liquidity level that price is going to target. So yeah, that's why I have that marked out.
Mike, before we finish, or maybe this is something you can talk about later on. Have you noticed anything particular about today's daily candle? Something you love to watch and spot?
Today's daily candle.
Yes. Current candle.
Today's current candle on gold.
No, I'm sorry, on EU.
Oh, I'm looking at gold and thinking, what am I supposed to be looking at here? On EU, no, not anything on the daily.
I see your price feed is slightly different, but if you go to Oanda on my chart, it's a wickless. It doesn't have a lower wick. Yes, it is on Oanda.
Okay.
I'll have to check that with multiple price feed to know. But I thought you would be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm always. I mean, for me specifically, it's forex.com. There is a very specific edge to forex.com as a feed for some reason. I don't know why, but I find it works quite well. Guys, that is it for us. We have overrun somewhat, so we will leave it there. Victor, I think you're on next for the next segment, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so.
Then I'm very curious as to who is. I'm curious as to who is because I know it's not me, and I know it's not Rich, and I know it's not LJ. So
I think
we've overrun by 10 minutes. So whoever it is supposed to be, they're 10 minutes late. So
that's all right. Well, I'm happy to hang around for a bit. So
right, well, there we go. We got LJ to hang around.
I think DJ had a question from ages ago whilst Anastasiia was on. That missed.
Pedro.
I don't know if we can scroll up that far.
There we go. Here's Pedro as well. Pedro's jumping in.
I was going to answer.
Yes. Pedro has been waiting for us to jump in. He's not late. He's just waiting patiently.
Okay, good stuff. All right, listen, guys, we will be right back after this. Thank you ever so much for joining, as always, and we will see you guys next time.
Good. I hope my internet helps in here. What's up? Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me? 1 second. I'm monitoring. There you go. Hi, Vinicius. I'm just going to put some music because this is quite odd now without any kind of sound or music. So I'm going to just put some music on. I don't know. It can be this one. Guys, give me 1 second just for my internet to stabilize, my PC to stabilize. So hopefully everything goes smoothly. I hope you guys had not this one for sure. This model. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation that we just had with Mike, LJ, Victor, and Rich. So now it's time to go back to look at the market. Bom dia, Oliveira. Hi, Kumza. Yeah, I think it's going to stabilize. I think it's going to stabilize a little bit. Just give us a second. Just give us a second. I think it's going to stabilize a little bit. Just because I was moving the monitors and that usually kind of creates some lagging. Is it better now? Is it more steady, the sound? If you guys could just confirm, it would be perfect. And tell us what charts do you guys want us to pay attention to. Okay, let's take a look at some charts in here. So Yeah, for now it's better. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. What's up, Maria? I'm going to be speaking a little bit slower today than usual, okay? Usually I may bring a bit more high energy, but we are going to speak, or I'm going to speak a little bit slower, and I'm going to maybe try to stick with a maybe 1 hour time frame charts, so it doesn't really create much lagging when I'm moving the chart around. Steady on your end, perfect. So we are talking about gold. Jonathan mentioned NQ. Yep, we're going to be looking at it. Is anyone in any trade? Anyone is any trade that you wants to share with us? Feel free to share with us any trades that you're looking at. Perfect, DJ. I'm going to bring in some comments as well in here, but hopefully that doesn't bring any kind of lag in here, right? So basically, what did we have in these last couple of days? We had a lot of movement. Finally, the dollar, the euro managed to break a really strong level of support in this case on the dollar and the resistance on euro. So we are breaking structure, like getting into new dynamics, new prices, which continues this movement of weakness on the dollar and strength on the euro, on the pound, and so on. Gold is also quite interesting. We're going to be looking at that as well, and the US indices as well, getting really close to those all-time highs. Kim, where are you selling? Was it you a few weeks ago that you asked me where to get short on the pound dollar, kind of the swing position? Someone asked me on the charts about the pound dollar a couple of weeks ago or last week, I don't remember now, and it was a swing position, a swing short, but I think that never happened, at least just yet. Long QG, no setup yet. Okay, let's start with gold, because that was basically the first comment or the first request. So Daddy and Maria, guys, just share with me what you guys are looking at on gold. Okay, so anyone that is trading gold, I presume maybe 50% of you, since gold is such a favorite pair for so many of you. Tell me guys, what you guys are looking at. Are you guys looking for shorts, for longs? What levels are you looking at to be to participate in the market? So Maria is saying that is in futures gold 340. So you're already long at 34. Is it long or short? Okay, futures gold. So maybe that's a different slightly price from what I have in here in terms of price feed. So we are at 340. So let's pretend that. Maria, was that today that you got short? Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe the price feed is different. Definitely it is different for futures. So there's maybe a little bit of a difference in there. And you are targeting 3380. 3380. That's almost the price, is it? I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking in here. Sure. It was you, DJ. Exactly. So it was you. Did you ever enter that trade on pound? Because there was maybe not confirmation, at least for a swing position. And what is your thought process now, DJ, on the pound? But you are going to look at pound in a bit. What's up, Claudio? Bem-vindos. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Maria, it's a bit hard for me to look at your entry points because I do believe that maybe you're looking at different price feed. So I don't know if you're like 20 points up or down from where price is now, and that's quite a bit weird. So maybe the levels are similar, so I'm going to analyze more of the levels instead of your entry points. We have a deal that it's in a long position from 3373. Is that right now? 3373. Basically, you just got in right now. What is your target, Adi? What are you looking for? So basically, are you long from somewhere around here? All right. Yeah, we'll see. I think we can now agree that for the past week or so, right, since Monday, gold has been moving to the upside. That everyone can agree on that. That was something that we have been looking at even on the Portuguese live stream. Even some of you guys, I think, managed to get really nice entries on gold close to this low. We had a few levels on the way down, basically around here, that we saw could work a little bit as resistance, or a level at least where gold could find some barriers or some resistance to eventually move to the next zone, not continue to go up. Price did indeed reacted from those levels. However, it never really managed to break any key level of structure to the downside. Okay, so basically, even from this move in here, one of the key levels would have been this demand zone, and price came all the way back, respected perfectly, and then it started to move to the upside, and then basically respecting every single demand without really managing to break any previous low, right? So basically that's the move on gold. So it's quite compressed, to be honest. If we do kind of start showing a bit maybe more of a bearish move in here, even though this is now the most relevant low at this point, then maybe price can go further down. Me personally, I actually still liked this level in here. So actually we've been looking to see gold eventually coming back into this level. Depending how you are looking at it, this could almost be be seen as a quasi-model in here, because we did kind of manage to break this kind of structure. However, depending on the rules that you have as a valid quasi-model, price actually end up already reacting maybe from the target that this move could have gone towards to, which is basically this next level. Okay, so if by any chance you're looking at this potential move as a quasi-model, maybe the entry could have been towards this target, and price already reached that level. So that doesn't mean that price may not bounce from here, and as you can see, basically it's bouncing a little bit, and I'm going to be curious to see what kind of opportunities you are going to have around this level to see if you are going to push lower or not in here on gold. But I did have this level as a reference to see some reaction, and price is indeed reacting from it. On the other side, if price does indeed starts to move even higher in here, maybe you can start looking for this top at around 343, something like that, that price could eventually continue to push higher. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking at in here on gold. I wouldn't really be jumping so much into longs straight away right now. I would maybe wait to see maybe this top being taken before jumping into longs, even though I can see that price can definitely now retest this structure and maybe find some longs in here on this support resistance and push and try to push higher. But I think we are getting closer into potential level of selling pressure. Who knows? Yeah, 1 second, guys. Let me just go back. Take profit was 3403. 340. Okay, yeah, you were wrong. So 3403. Okay, you are looking for price already to go all the way above this top. Potentially, can it go? We'll see. Yeah, I don't even know what you're saying, mate. Sorry, I don't even know. Yeah, dude, you are just literally being dude, if you don't want to be here, you like, the internet has so many channels, so many live streams, whatever it may be, you can just go check something else. So yeah, I don't even know exactly what's the point. So you exited GU, see it moving a little bit higher. Okay, any other levels that you're looking for potential shorts, DJ? So yeah, Jonatan is also scalping all the way up. Perfect. Okay, where is your stop loss in here? Where are you guys placing your stop loss? I'm targeting the previous weekly low. Yeah, Oscar, we are going to look. I'm going to look at the NASDAQ in a bit. Oscar, if you want to share your levels, feel free to share with me. Okay, what levels are you looking for on NASDAQ? And if you are looking for longs or shorts. Okay, gold long between 3334. Where is 3334? It's kind of a bit further down. Yeah, we're looking a little bit closer to this low. 3334 and 3340. Yeah. If gold by any chance comes back into here, maybe there's going to be some more buying pressure, and the price can go up again. So that's going to be an interesting one. But for now, I'm actually quite curious to see how price and gold is going to react around this level. I think we may have a little bit of an opportunity to look for shorts. Something that could happen, for example, yeah, maybe price is going to react now from this previous well support resistance, or maybe this was a supply that can become a demand now. Maybe price can find a little bit of a structuring here, maybe even fake out this top again, get a little bit deeper into that level, and then if you do manage to break maybe this low that's being created right now, then maybe that could be the trigger to look for that bigger short. Okay, so I still need a little bit more of price action around here to actually short it, and maybe you can use this low as a reference if price kind of goes up a little bit more and then kind of breaks this level, and that can be then the break-off structure that can kind of be the clue to then look for those shorts. So I wouldn't even mind at all if price and gold kind of tries to go higher a little bit more, maybe plays a little bit around this top, and then kind of creates that move. So I'm going to be looking at something like that for potential shorts. So Munir is mentioning that he's looking for shorts as well. And that issue is looking for longs from 3374, so that's basically where we are right now. I'm looking for long from the 33 supply zone. Okay, where is your target, Daddy? Daddy Shiu. Let's call me Daddy like that. Okay, Jimmy has a trade. I have a short trade on NASDAQ. What do you guys think? Keep it. Jimmy, do you want to share exactly where from? Just to understand it, what target are you looking for? That would be great. Yeah, 1 second. You guys are on fire. It's too many comments. Okay, DJ short on the EU. Well, that's not going well now. Based on weekly divergence, looking at for take profit. You short it right now? Did you see any confirmation to look for that short? Because euro looks like quite strong, okay? So I wouldn't just jump into a short without some kind of confirmation, unless you really like the level where price is reacting from. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really know if I am able to. I don't really know if I can ban him. Maybe someone on the back end can maybe remove this guy from here. Okay, looking for short terms sales 3362 33. If you are looking for price to go slightly lower, yeah, I shared a little bit my thoughts now on gold. So again, guys, I'm curious to see how price may react around this level. Okay, I think I can still see some kind of selling pressure within this level until kind of that top, and that's on in there as well. So I'll keep that in mind on gold, but I still need a little bit of more confirmation. So I kind of understand if you guys are still looking for longs, because price which has been moving quite aggressively to the upside, even though it has made some kind of moves lower as well, but we continue to break some structure. But I'm indeed curious to see how price may react around this level. So depending on that, today, yeah, maybe there's an opportunity to look for a short. Yeah, we'll see. Otherwise, as I mentioned, maybe price wants to go actually even higher. You're supposed to break even now, Jonatan? Okay, perfect. I think gold will go down because there is a short structure. What do you mean by short structure? Sakina, are you looking at the top? What do you mean? Gold, we take the high 100%. Imad, which high are you talking about? Are you talking about this high on the 5th of June, or are you talking about this today high? Which high are you talking about? Be careful with those 100%. Sometimes those 100% are the ones that it's the one that can trick us sometimes. Right now, short on go is at a good position. It depends what you are looking for. You see, it depends your target, depends your stop loss. Like it's not just about that. At this point, it's definitely reacting from a previous level of a kind of supply becoming a resistance, or kind of not resistance, a demand zone or support zone. So we are seeing price reacting from this level. This level should have been respecting gold to the downside. Okay, in theory, price should have done this, but it didn't. It broke. So now we're kind of using this level as potential continuation, and then we'll see what will happen next. That bonus account. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be reading more comments about that guy. short is a very bad idea. Go long, and we'll most likely take highs probably by tomorrow. Okay, Matt, let's see. Let's see. I like the fact that price has been kind of showing pressure as it was moving to the upside. That's kind of a little bit of a good compression move. But as I mentioned, I still want to see a little bit more of confirmation in here. It's true that price kind of reacted nicely from this demand zone, so I'm a little bit cautious with that one. Okay, if price either had broken this level or it kind of paused somewhere in here in the middle, I'll be a bit more confident in looking for shorts in here. But as I mentioned, kind of price already kind of reached this final target, not final target, but a target from this move to downside. So I'm a bit more conservative on that. However, I do like actually the way price moved to the upside in this kind of compression move, but I still need confirmation. So I'm still going to be looking at it. So he's targeting previous weekly high. No, exactly. That's what I thought, Adil, because you are long, right? So you are looking for price to go somewhere around here. Yeah. Good luck. What's up, Rafael? Rafael, did you pass the challenge or not? Did you get target on your euro dollar? Tell us that you passed your I don't know, second, third. I don't know how many 10K accounts you have now, but did you pass it? What do you think about the news? Yeah, there's going to be PPI, right? So most likely we are going to have some volatility in the market. Yesterday CPI was quite volatile. To be honest with you, the numbers were quite similar to what was expected, or slightly better than it was expected, but still higher than the previous month, which means that's kind of around the same thing. I think one of the main factors is literally trying to understand how much the tariffs are already impacting or not the inflation, and maybe there's still not that big of impact in that representing in the numbers, which is interesting. Yeah, new here. First of all, Paul, welcome. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay, subscribe to the channel, press like button, and welcome to the family. Okay, you are new to the The5ers, so welcome. Can I take a trade with you? You can take the trades you want. Like, you are independent and you are responsible for your own actions and for your own trades. Okay, we are here just to give you some not advice, but just to share our thoughts, my own personal thoughts. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Actually, you should follow your own strategy. That's the most important part of it. DJ, looking at 136 shorts. Looking. Okay, that's on pound. We are going to look at pound in a bit. DJ, just 1 second. Hello, Tiago. Boas, Tiago. Okay, Tiago is saying that if or creates a new high. 1 second. 3393. What is 3393? Yeah, Tiago is also looking for longs on gold, most likely. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. And you are talking about this retracement to this level and then price moving. Is that the 61 Fibonacci retracement? Maybe. Tiago, bem-vindo. My target is 340. Yeah, it's basically okay. Yeah, everyone is looking at the same target. Like, everyone is looking to target this top in here. That's what it looks like. Yeah, everyone is looking for that. Short on gold. Pablo is short on gold. Okay, let's just quickly over here. So DAX, live dream travel. We're going to look at DAX in a bit. 5th of June. Yeah, that was the... Yep, the top. Yeah, everyone is looking at that one. Okay, everyone is looking at that one. So let's see if I'm going to be fighting you guys or not on that one. Or if I'm just going to... Well, I still need confirmation, so I'm not going to jump into sales just right now. Yeah, but most likely everyone is looking for price to take that high. So as a contrarian trader, maybe I'm going to go against you guys. We'll see. We'll see what will happen. Zio is looking at price 3381. Where is that one? 3381. Stop loss 3384. Yeah, Zio, as you can see, many people are against you. Many people are looking for price to just continue to go higher and eventually get to 3,400. However, I hope you don't get biased or influenced by whatever everyone is saying and you actually follow your strategy. Okay, actually, this is the real challenge in here, is actually for you guys to stick with your own ideas, even though you see like 50 guys maybe saying the opposite. Okay, so don't second guess yourself. If that's your plan, just go with it. Just go with it. Okay, that's the most important thing. Your target actually is not that big, so maybe you can actually find some kind of really short-term move like this, and price then can still go higher. So yeah, so yours can be true and the other ones can still be true. That's where gold is heading. Yeah, there you go. You see, everyone is looking higher. So that actually starts putting some potential shorts in here. I'm talking about scalping at 1 minute, change the structure of market. Okay, Sakina, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Crude oil. Zaruf, that's a really good question. You can take a look at the crude oil as well. Crude oil has been really bullish, which is interesting. The market doesn't know the meaning of in theory. Yeah, it doesn't. The market doesn't even know the meaning of 100% in theory, my opinion, what I want to do, whatever. There you go, guys. Everyone says congrats to Rafael. Okay, to Rafael. Let's call it. Let's read the name in Portuguese because it's Portuguese. Then everyone clap for Rafael. I think he passed, like, I don't know. Rafael is becoming known as the 10K challenge master. Okay, so if you have any issues or difficulties in passing first phase 10K account, you can contact Rafael and maybe can do something about it. Because I think he, like, in the last week or so, he passed like 2 or 3 10K accounts. So he's on fire. There you go. Congrats, Rafael. That's fantastic. I'm only holding short positions on Eurodollar. Okay, I need to kind of go quickly through the comments, otherwise I'll never get into the charts. Swing Trader, what's up? Welcome. The 5ers use MT5, so we use MT5 to execute trades. Yeah, 4 hours ultima vel. Yeah. Yeah, most likely, Tiago. Most likely, it's going to go higher. Tiago, by the way, have you joined already the Portuguese channel? No. Want to test some strategy, but not able to find a good tool to backtest. Zil, are you trying to do manual backtesting or running a bot? What kind of backtesting are you trying to implement? Because if you are trying to do kind of use a bot, AI, or kind of algorithm, maybe TradingView can even be something, okay, that you could use. TradingView as a strategic tester that you can optimize, or even MetaTrader 5 as well with the MQL key or I don't even know the language of the MetaTrader, but you can use that one. If it is more of a manual backtesting, there are different softwares nowadays, from forex tester, from I think one that the 5ers even is a partnership with as well. I don't remember now the name. There are a few backtesting softwares, or at least the softwares that you can use to practice, and you can use that as a backtesting. It accommodates all your data, and it's much more real in terms of doing. Or even TradingView, if you pay for any kind of membership, you can go back and you can test it. So there are many options nowadays. It was much harder 10 years ago, believe me. Yeah, I'll pull back at 61 at 3393. 3393. Yeah, I don't even know where he's at. Well, let's move on to another chart. Yeah, probably short on gold. 30. Congrats, Rafael. Congrats, fantastic. Silver. Okay, silver. Can look at silver. Actually, maybe we're going to do that quickly now. Congrats, Rafael. Congrats. Spectacular. Henry mentioning exactly Pine Script on TradingView is a great tool. Welcome, Esmeralda. Why do I anticipate? Yeah, FX Repay, exactly. Jonathan in here mentioning. Yeah, exactly. FX Repay is a great tool as well. It's a great tool. And I think you can use online. I don't think you even need to install any kind of software, so it makes it even easier for you to backtest. Thank you, Jonathan, for mentioning it. Yeah, FX Reply. That's quite new. I'm used to Forex Tester. That's kind of an old software, but I think they've been updating as well. But to be honest, FX Reply, it's a great tool to use it. Okay, why do I anticipate sell on gold on that point? I just like it, kind of a nice left shoulder. I think this supply is kind of still fresh, or maybe price already touched it right now with this top. However, anticipating that price can have a reaction from here doesn't mean that price is going to completely reverse, okay? That's a completely different story. And maybe the reaction that I was looking for price to have in here, it already happened. because this is the next barrier. So when I'm looking for a potential reaction from a level, I need to understand what kind of target or what is the next first barrier that price can go towards to. Okay, in this case, this previous level of structuring here, that was actually the target. So if I was looking for any shorting here initially, I needed to look for this target, and that was it. Because from here, this is literally a break of structure, and price can just come up, retest it, and continue to move to the upside. So that's why I mentioned that even to look for a bigger shorting here, I would like to see maybe price or gold reacting from here again, and maybe breaking now the structure, and then could open the space to go further down. So that would increase automatically my kind of risk reward or the target that I was looking for. But for now, I was looking for some kind of reaction. Maybe this is the top already reacting from that level, and now, yeah, basically price already reached that level. Yeah. That's a good question that you could answer, Shetsin. It depends. I don't remember now if you're looking for shorts or longs, so I'm not sure. Let's just look at silver really quickly, because I'm actually interested on silver. Okay, and this is more of a swing position. So let's just this is going to take like 30 seconds. So in terms of silver, silver completely broke this 34, right? So last week or this week, it completely broke this 34, and it's now really close to 38, or already touched 38. And I'm really curious about the 39 level. If you get there eventually, I think maybe you need to go into the weekly time frame. Yeah, just give us a second. Yeah, Jonathan saying that gold is trapping the shorts. Yeah, most likely. So that's why you need to be patient. That's why you need to be really patient. Okay, let's see if this loads. Hopefully it loads. Yeah, there you go. So on silver, I'm actually curious to see price getting a little bit closer in here. It's around the 39. Yeah, starting at 39. So I'm curious to see how silver is going to react at around this level, to see if there's going to be any kind of selling pressure, and maybe we are going to have it. Okay, so that's one of the points that I'm looking at, even though, again, price already reacted perfectly from this potential target of this moving to downside without breaking any structure. So I didn't need to pay attention. Maybe price will just continue to move higher. But for sure, on intraday, I think we are going to have some reaction from around this level, and you can maybe find some opportunities. Okay, so silver, that's basically what I'm looking for. Before that, I'm not going to be looking for any shorts. So that's basically the chart that you're looking for. Price started to create a little bit of this structure. Now we spiked literally to the edge, and maybe price can continue to push a little bit higher. And yeah, when it eventually gets above this 38 or close to 39, that's what I'm going to be looking for that. So yeah, now let's take a look at NASDAQ. Some of you are looking at NASDAQ. Okay, so let's take a look at NASDAQ. Before we look at NASDAQ, let's take a look at VIX, because VIX is another chart that I really like to pay attention to when I'm about to trade the indices. Okay, at least more in a higher time frame perspective. And something that I was looking for, this was actually yesterday, I think, that we mentioned. Wait 1 second. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't know. Because VIX got really close, or it actually touched this level at around 16, okay, 16.2, 16.3, whatever it may be, which for me, it was a fresh demand zone, okay? So this level, this rectangle that I have in here, it was still fresh. It was a fresh demand zone, and I was expecting eventually to see some reaction to the upside on VIX, okay? And if by any chance I'm expecting some reaction to the upside on VIX, I'm expecting then the US indices to have some reaction to the downside. Now, I'm not saying that VIX from here is going to do something like that. That's not what I'm saying. There's still a lot to go before even do that, okay? But at least some reaction on intraday for a couple of days. I think you could see some move to the upside on the VIX, and maybe some move to the downside on US indices. And that was a reason as well that yesterday maybe you could have used this information as a support to look for shorts on US indices yesterday. So that was the first point that I want to look at. If you guys recall, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about this move and price filling this gap, and then kind of respected and continued to move to the downside. That was already kind of a couple of weeks ago, and now price reacted basically from the next level. So let's take a look at NASDAQ now. Okay, who guys, can you share again your trades on NASDAQ, or what you guys were looking at on NASDAQ? Just give me a second. Yeah, DJ is looking at net. Live Dream asked about DAX. Who had NASDAQ in here? Okay, Jimmy Joe. Yeah, Jimmy Joe had have a short trade in NASDAQ. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm waiting for more confirmation on your side. What target are you looking for? Who else? Yeah, not sure if anyone had any trades on NASDAQ, but I saw a few comments on NASDAQ. Guys, what comments? What comments? What trades do you have on NASDAQ? Okay, Jonatan is mentioning that he only trades NASDAQ when the market is open. Guys, anyone else has any trades on NASDAQ? Okay, Adil has US 30. Okay, when you're looking at NASDAQ, we see that NASDAQ now is reacting literally from the supply at the extreme. Okay, so we also have been waiting to see price reacting eventually from this level. So just to give a bit more of my analysis in here. So yes, it goes almost in alignment as well with this previous high in here, this left shoulder. Then we had a fake out, and price printed a supply level just before it dropped. Right? I think everyone can agree on that. Let me just zoom in a little bit. 1 second, let's just push a bit more in here. Yeah, so everyone can basically see this strong supply, order block, whatever you want to call it, at least on the 4-hour time frame. I think it's visible for everyone. There's maybe still a zone at the extreme that price can go there, but at least this lower edge, that's basically where price is reacting exactly right now, or it reacted yesterday. Okay, that's where the top reacted. So 1 second. Okay, Live Dream was short. Oh, it traded at around London, but now closed. Okay, congrats, Live Dream. Nikunch is long in 1 hour time frame. NASDAQ looks short to my trader. Okay, so basically I'm looking at NASDAQ, but you guys didn't really trade at NASDAQ today, so maybe I can jump into a different chart. Give me a second. Okay, 1 second. My trader. Take profit at 21,616. Okay, we're going to take a look at the pound dollar in a bit. Come on, chart. You could load, yeah. Okay, chart is thinking. Okay, we'll load this. Okay, hopefully it's going to roll. I have Live Dream Trade here. We kind of mentioned already that one. Like this. All right. Any questions, guys, while the chart is loading? Any questions? I'm on the NASDAQ. Okay. Bitcoin. What do you think of it? Guys, when you share your charts, okay, when you share what chart you want me to pay attention to, if you could include, if you're looking for shorts, longs, that will help a lot to have an idea, okay? At least to force you guys as well to actually start sharing a little bit of your thought process of what is your bias. Okay, forget about it. So NASDAQ reacted from that level that we talked about, and now it's going to load, most likely. Okay, it's loading. And I'll just press 1 hour. There you go. So since then, kind of reacted, it started moving to the downside. So on NASDAQ, this was one of the first levels that I'm expecting maybe price to go towards to. Okay, this was a strong compression. We talked about that as well last week, or not last week, 2 days ago. That price was moving higher, but it was creating a lot of compression on the way up, with these spikes collecting the previous demand zones. So that was nice to see. And basically now what you can, at least from this level, I think you could expect maybe some reaction. And I'm still curious to see how price may react from here. Okay, so if by any chance NASDAQ still goes back to the highs one more time, there's maybe more selling pressure as well. Okay, so that still is a possibility on NASDAQ, something that I'm going to be looking for. For a potential short on US indices as well. But attention to this level, and then basically price may go all the way back into the next one, somewhere in here. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Yeah, and if you just take a quick look into the other US indices, so let's take a look into it. What we know about NASDAQ is that NASDAQ is leading. Okay, when you're looking at US indices, NASDAQ is leading Why am I saying that? Because NASDAQ is the one closer to the all-time highs, okay? When you're looking at the S&P and Dow is even lower, S&P is lagging in terms of where NASDAQ is already reacting from when you're looking left. So NASDAQ is already basically touching the previous all-time high, touching that supply, and S&P is still around here, okay? So NASDAQ is already somewhere around here, S&P is still somewhere around here. So there's a little bit of a gap in here or difference between NASDAQ and S&P. But this was a nice level as well. So we took that high on the left side and then all of a sudden start finding some selling pressure. And similar to NASDAQ, maybe you can have some kind of reaction from this demand zone, or then price may start looking a little bit lower. If you start literally starting to break some of these levels, maybe price can have an attempt to go back into this zone in here on the S&P. Okay, this will be maybe of a bigger target, but there's still a lot to look at or a lot to happen before a price goes there. Is there any chance that you can have more selling pressure in here? This could have been maybe a nice selling pressure, a nice sell. But yeah, maybe somewhere around here, maybe we can have a new selling opportunity. It depends also where this low is going to be reacting from. So that's a little bit of my take on the S&P. Again, just to mention again, the difference is that NASDAQ is already reacting from that level. S&P, there's still kind of all this space to eventually fill. So bear in mind that as well, if price just wants to break completely this level, continue to go higher, most likely actually we are going to have new all-time highs on the NASDAQ by that time. And then Dow is even lower into comparison with S&P and NASDAQ. But let's take a look at Dow as well, because Dow also made a quite similar move. Also have kind of the same demand zone in here that is still a little bit fresh at around this level. And potentially there can be still some kind of selling pressure close to that supply. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I'm going to be looking at in here. All right, someone else, I think Adil mentioned that. Yeah, I'll short US 30 from 424. Are you looking for price to break a specific level? So 42430. So are you looking for Adil, are you looking for price to break below this level to give you some kind of confirmation? Is that what you're looking for? Something like that? Okay. So we basically are looking at the same level that can kind of work as support. But that personally, again, I'm not really strong on trend continuation setups. I do like to see price coming back close to the highs to then look for potential shorts. So that's more of what I'm going to be looking for. All right. Thank you, Manish. Exactly. There is news in 10 minutes. Okay. So let's take a look at the pound, because you guys were looking at the pound as well. Okay, DJ is looking at this level. Okay, 1 second. Live Dream Travel. Let's look at the DAX, because you mentioned DAX and you're looking at US indices. So let's look at the DAX. I'm looking to short from around 23,720, 23,700. But basically, that's where price is now. Towards to 23,482. Okay. Possibly. So DAX was quite good in terms of filling the zone in here. I think it's reacting from the demand. Is it reacted from demand or already broke the demand? Wait a second. Eva, come on. Are you playing with me? Yeah, I think it's reacting from that level. Okay, so we close this gap. Overall, it was a nice move to the downside. I think there can be more movements to the downside, but now price is reacting from the demand zone. So maybe I'll be waiting for maybe DAX to go a little bit higher. There's also this gap in here that maybe price can react from, or maybe the supply. And after that, maybe I'll potentially could look for more shorts in here. But the reality is that price now is reacting nicely from this demand zone. So I'll be a bit more cautious. I think there are more opportunities to look for shorts on the way down in here. Maybe this is still not the bottom. Maybe price does want to go a little bit more to downside. But now I'll let price to go a little bit higher first before maybe looking to move down. Maybe from here or maybe from there. Yeah, that's basically what I'll be waiting for a little bit longer. Yeah, that's basically what I'll be looking for on DAX. That's a good question. That's a good question, Jihin. Tell us what your idea. Something about Aussie card. Okay, we're going to take a look at the Aussie card. What are you looking for, Shubham? You short from 42749. Okay, 427. 42,000. 42749. Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it can be. It's not a bad level. We have kind of this supply level in here. It's not a bad level that maybe price can go there and see more selling pressure. It's not a bad level, and that can happen. Let's see how it's going to happen now with the news in 5 minutes. But then that's a potential move for the US Open. Especially, I would even be more confident on that move if price doesn't really touch this level first. I actually would like to see price going up first and then down, then down and then up. I'll prefer this first scenario. Pedro, a bit early on the wood talking a swing based on the weekly divergence. Also, the inflation data came in lower than previous at 2-3%, and I foresee the Fed rate decision next week. Yeah, for sure next week it will remain the same. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the dollar and the euro. I can see your comment. You don't need to copy more. Okay, we can see. No need to spam the chat. So dollar index literally broke this structure. I wouldn't say that I'm surprised, especially when you're looking at the higher time frame. In my view, I never really thought that this would be the bottom. I think there's much more room to downside on the dollar index. Okay, I never thought that this would be just the bottom in here when this was created. This kind of a nice reaction, and price now literally just breaking. Okay, and I think price can go a little bit lower, and maybe can even go eventually all the way back to maybe close to 95. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if price may go closer to this structure in here. But before that, of course, there's going to be some levels in here that the dollar index may react from. Sorry. So that's something that I'll be paying attention to. Yeah, DJ, I understand. Yeah, come higher, a little bit higher. So yeah, that's something that you guys can try to see within this level. Where do you think that price may bounce or react from? In there. Now, looking at the world time frame, what we saw on the world time frame that actually, if you guys follow market structure, it would have avoided any kind of big longs in here because price never broke any high on the way down. Let it just hold a little bit because price dollar index never really managed to break any kind of highs in here. As you can see, kind of hold it, and it kept holding and it kept holding, and then it just literally dropped to the downside. So there was not exactly, you could have looked for longs, but not exactly a big reversal. And now price is breaking. Oh, it just broke. So potentially one of the potential moves that you can see in here is maybe price retesting this round here of around the London Open. Okay, if by any chance price wants to come back into here, maybe retest and continue to move to push lower. So that's a potential move that can happen. We'll see. Price is fighting a little bit. Maybe can create some kind of liquidity, which we are going to have the news in 2 minutes. So that's something that that can happen. But then I think it may continue to push a little bit lower. Before I jump into the euro dollar, one chart that actually was quite clear for me, it was the euro index. Yeah, the euro index. 1 second. Easy prosperity. That's a good approach. I think especially when you are in such a big momentum, it really kind of matters to actually wait for some kind of confirmation instead of just trying constantly to buy or to sell the top. Another aspect is trying to find a good level that you are expecting price to react from. Okay, but expecting a complete V reversal, that usually doesn't really happen just like that. Price needs a little bit of time to kind of reverse. It doesn't just reverse it at one time. But when I'm looking at Euro Index, this is something that I've been waiting for. Okay, this is maybe something that you guys saw. Basically, price was last week somewhere around here, and then finally price starting to move to the upside. Then it reacted from one of the last supply levels in here, but then it kept respecting this demand zone, right? There was no break of structure in here, which means that then most likely it will continue. And as soon as it broke this level, we talked about this compression, and most likely price will just push through without much resistance or fight to go all the way through. And now it's actually reacting from a level that I've been looking for. So there you go, right? So Euro Index at this point is reacting from an interesting level that I've been waiting for, which maybe perhaps you can see a little bit of a bearish move on the Euro. It is some kind of reaction, and price is battling that level as we speak right now. So with a little bit maybe of confirmation, maybe there's opportunity in there, and maybe there's opportunity to look for some kind of reaction back into this level, and then go higher. But wait for that confirmation. Literally the news just came out, I think. Yeah, so it depends how price may react from here. Maybe there's a little bit of a short, but the short is literally just to react to the next previous level of support resistance, or kind of this demand zone, and then maybe price continue to go higher. So that's something that I'm looking for, or potentially anticipating. And when looking at euro dollar, okay, many people looking at Bitcoin today. Risk on Bitcoin target this month is 115. Whoa, Abdullah is sharing his thoughts as well, and not only on dollar yen but also on Bitcoin. So you're super bullish. Yeah, you're looking for price to break all-time highs and to get closer to 120 still this month. So until the end of June, Abdullah is looking for 120, close to 120 on Bitcoin. All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. Abdullah, where are you entering for that? Or what kind of confirmations do you want to see to actually for Bitcoin to do that? Yeah, euro dollar just completely broke out the structure. Like, and we need to go. Yeah, we need to look left. Maybe we need to go to the daily time frame. This is the tricky part now, right? Because price breaking structure now forces us to kind of go much further left to the left side to try to find any kind of good level of structure that potentially price can react from, and maybe that can eventually, again, the same way that I think dollar index you mentioned around 900 and something, maybe that will be kind of around this level as well on euro dollar. But of course, before that we may have some structure that we can potentially look for some kind of reversal, which could be somewhere around maybe above this top, or kind of somewhere around here. We could find a little bit of resistance, and then maybe price can just retest back to this level, and then potentially can go higher again. So yeah, that's an interesting one to follow. Let me just put a line in here. Okay, Abdul is mentioning looking month range Bitcoin now bullish and weekly done. Made a week last week. All right. So are you long already, Abdullah? More in a trading approach. I'm not even talking about long-term positions, but are you really trying to capitalize on that move? Okay, I'll try to look at the monthly. RSN, you can sell gold anytime you want. Yeah, of course, if you are trading prop firms, be careful with those news events, but it's up to you. It depends where you want to trade, it depends where your target is, and so on and so forth. But if you ask, you can. Yeah, you can. Just click your mouse button, you are going to show it. Save it. Boa, Junior, bem-vindo. Boa tarde. What's up? RSN, tell us where are you looking for to sell on gold? And you may look at gold in a bit again. But yeah, so maybe you're going to find some kind of resistance after such a strong move. And I'm curious, of course, maybe around this level can be something to pay attention to, and we'll see. We'll see. Just be careful with any. At least you can sell it. Be careful with that, but be careful. Most importantly, also with your target, or maybe have a more aggressive risk management. One point it's important is don't try to sell just because you think it's too high or too expensive or overbought. Don't just sell it just because of that. But who mentioned? DJ mentioned something about this. Okay, 1 second before I jump into pound. DJ, in a bit early, and you taking a swing based on weekly divergence on the XY. Also the inflation. DJ, you didn't mention where you are looking for. So you bought it now, or you sold it now, but what targets are you looking for? Yeah, share with us. What targets are you looking for? Pound dollar. Well, pound dollar also reacted from a good level when it moved to downside. And potential can continue to move higher. What's up, Peter?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
What's up with the...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. Bon dia, bon tardi.
The question is, are you still holding your euro dollar from, I don't know, 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago? Are you still holding that euro long dollar? Right.
I'm still holding 1 out of the 5 positions. Yes, I broke it down into 5, and I closed 2 of them, so 40% on the within the day, at the end of the day, banking about back then. I'll have to think how much that is, but I think that was like 8 hours, and then off top of my head, and then I hit target today for the other 2, which was my daily target, and right now we're going for the weekly target, which is above us, but we're only still holding 20%, but it's obviously a very comfortable position to be in.
Beautiful. Nothing else to say, just beautiful. Guys, just kind of take your head off to Victor, because this is a beautiful trade. For sure they're going to show us in a bit, because it's a beauty. It is a beauty. DJ, I'm talking about euro dollar. I think you were talking about euro dollar. Yeah, some guys are mentioning euro dollar. Some guys mentioned Bitcoin. I think you have some active traders on Bitcoin as well. Yeah, Junior, yes, price reversed on gold yesterday, so we never managed to break that low, and then kind of reversed, unfortunately. All right, this week, 1 second. There you go, Henry showing the example. with
what does that mean? Is that a button or is that a hat?
It's a hat. I think it's a hat. Kind of taking his hat off, just to say, okay. Yeah, to say that you are a beautiful trader, Victor. That's basically what he's trying to say. Yeah. What else are you looking at? What have you been looking at aside from longs on euro dollar?
You mean to me? Or are you talking to the chat?
Yeah, to you. Can be to you. For now.
Let me check something, because I keep seeing that my screen, it seems to me that it's being refreshed every so often, but I've gotta find out if that's if it's that me, or if that's perhaps the platform we're using, or what exactly it is. So if you could hold the audience, a few maybe half a minute or so, then I can get a reading on the tactical side of this issue that I'm seeing. And because if it's only something that I see and nobody else is seeing, then it's just fine.
I cannot even see you are sharing your monitor yet, so it's not even added on the StreamYard, so it's in your end at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So while you try to fix that one, let me just go back to the chat. DJ, yes, I know that you mentioned that you are looking for shorts, or you are already short on the euro dollar. I'm just asking, what targets are you looking for, and where is maybe your stop loss? DJ. So we can have a better kind of analysis of what you are looking at, because for you to just mention short, I know this kind of a swing position. Just trying to understand a little bit more. And when you mentioned divergence on DXY, what divergence are you looking? Are you using any indicator, kind of a RSI or something like that you see the divergence? Junior, great trade then that you took along on gold. I think I was looking for a position long for my position short. Adi, what are you talking? US 30. Long term position short. Yeah, Adi, I think I need to kind of come back with your levels again to see. Trade Monastery is saying that EU long, is it long or short? 116. Let's just go back to EU. So pound dollar is also about to break the high. So there's literally a lot of momentum that you can see, or a lot of weakness on the dollar. And it kind of finally, right? Because we have been kind of in this ranging market, even though price is breaking slightly new highs and stuff like that. The reality is that we haven't really had these big daily candles for quite a long time. And maybe price needs to do that to kind of then find new set of orders, opposite orders. Basically, this is a demonstration that not really many people are interested in at least selling the euro at this price, or at least buying the dollar also at around this price. But the Trade Monastery said 116.42. 116. Trade Monastery, is that a level too short? Is that what you're looking for? Is that your target? Which one is that? You close your position? 167. Or gold. 167 pips. Okay. You're welcome, Tiago. You're welcome. Yeah, gold must be going up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. RSI. Yeah, DJ, just maybe that's a good thing. Do you look just for one divergence, or you try to see at least maybe two type of divergences? It's basically maybe price still going higher or lower, but the RSI starting to do the same. Do you try to look straight away at the first one, or you look for maybe two divergences on price? And you look then for any kind of confirmation on the price itself, to look for maybe some break of structure or opposite level of structure, because since it's a swing position, I think it could be worth for you to look for at least some kind of break of structure to confirm that maybe price actually wants to turn, instead of just taking the trade by looking at that divergence itself on the RSI. But that's just my thought. Okay, if you have a system, everything works, just keep following what you're doing. Dollar should be oversold for dino, either reverse or range. That's what Jay Lunar, that's sometimes what we can think of. Victor is a big advocate of looking at the what do you call it, ATR, daily to range. So maybe
Yes,
$0. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Average trading range, true range. I mean, it's
Exactly.
it's a huge indication that you can use to guide you into what are the probabilities of your targets, the day. Is there more move to the day possible? Things like that is very, very, very useful. I can talk about that if in a short while when I come back from the troubleshooting that I'm doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's definitely an indicator that you can pay attention to. And in the normal days, that can be used definitely as a reference, as a target or potential reversal trade or something like that. However, every now and then we do have these days that price just doesn't stop. Right? And it looks like that this day, or that is the shape of this daily candle, it may look like that potentially can be one of those days that maybe price may go 1.5 ETR or something like that, or even 2 ETR. Who knows? And sometimes that happens as well after we do manage to break an important level of structure on the left side, maybe an important high that maybe then price has room now to move until it finds the next level of resistance or support. It depends on which chart you are looking at. Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I couldn't find the issue. Pedro, and I was halfly listening into what you were discussing with the chat. If there, I tried to look at our YouTube video from this same stream, but a couple of minutes back or a couple of seconds, and I don't see the issue. So I don't know what it is, but as long as no one else is having any issues with our stream, then I think it's just fine. What I do see is, Pedro, just for your information, is that your screen, when you're sharing your screen, is refreshing, as well as your video is refreshing every so often, like every 30 seconds, 20 seconds. But apparently it's not affecting the YouTube stream, so we can just carry on as if nothing has happened. Pedro, how are you doing? How is Pedro doing on this beautiful day?
I'm good. Maybe my cover can see already some tan that I've got here in Portugal, especially over the last weekend. And I think the weather is going to start being really nice again this weekend, all the way through the next week. So yeah, I'm enjoying. I haven't really focused that much on trading or looking for positions. I've been working some stuff behind the scenes, but it has been more enjoying, to be honest, than trading and spending some time with family and enjoying the beach and stuff like that. But yeah, market is activated, is active, and it's interesting. Yeah.
Awesome. I like that. I like to start the tone with questions that are perhaps not directly relevant and obvious to a trading stream, but I think is very important, right? Quality of life. How are you doing? What is happening to you as a person? And then we can go deep into the trading segment or the trading aspect of this stream. So I like that. Thank you for sharing that, Pedro. I hope you're having a blast being back in Portugal. I can say I enjoy my time in Portugal. I was there not too long ago, and I want to go back. I want to go back as soon as I can.
Beautiful. What about you? What have you been trading? Tell me everything about your charts and your positions again.
You ask me if I'm looking for any other positions, and the truth is there wasn't any other signals on EU. I didn't get a signal today. On GU there was a possibility. We can break it down. I'll show my chart, perhaps for people to see what I'm talking about. Yes. Everything is working fine. So let me clean this up a little bit, because of course on the lower time frames these don't matter much, but on the higher time frame they do. And what I mean by that is this is the trade that I've been in, and once I'm in the trade, I let go of it. So since the moment I got in, I shared this on the YouTube stream. Yes, this YouTube stream, I think it was on Wednesday. If you guys want to, check what the trade was and things like that, I talked about it that day on Wednesday last week, and I had the account. I shared the account at the last few minutes of maybe last few seconds of the stream, also on Thursday, right? So I'm not going to go into the details how I got into the trade, because you guys can see that on those streams back then. But once I get into the trade, this is what has worked for me. It may not be something for everyone. It may not work for everyone. And it might not be something you want to be doing as a viewer, that is. But what have worked for me after many, trial failures, what has worked for me is that whenever I upgrade a trade like I did right now, which by the way is a big portion of my trading success is based on one of the things is by being able to do this, going from an taking a day trade and being able to recognize when to upgrade it to a a swing trade and when not to, right? Huge difference day and night when I found these rules. And I'm not going to share the rules. And it's not because I don't want to be generous with you, but it is because I appreciate more. And what I will tell you is the thought behind it, or the process, the pathway, that how I got to my rules to be able to identify the day trading opportunity and be able to see it and expand it as a swing trade. And it's much more important to teach you how my rationale was looking for those rules than actually telling my rules, because the rules may or may not fit you, right? And if it doesn't fit you, what good does it do to you? It doesn't do you any good. But if you know how I looked for that rule, then it's similar to what we always talk, right? I don't want to give you the fish. I want to teach you how to fish, right? Much more valuable. So it's coming from a generous place. All right. So what I want to say though is that this trade, once I take the trade, I treat them completely different. Once I take the trade during the day, it's a day trade. I don't think about the higher time frames. I don't think about TP3 or even this TP that I have here, because that's not relevant, right? It is, to me, it's just a day trade. And I really don't have any idea, even though I have probabilities and stats and all of that, I really don't know which of the trades are going to be upgraded in advance, right? That's the thing. We don't know that in advance, right? If we only knew which trades are going to go to TP and which not, it would be so much easy. Everyone will be a winner, and really, that's actually impossible. Not everyone can be a winner, right? It's a zero-sum game. So, I treat it this trade, and I do this with every trade. I treat them as a day trade, and whenever it reaches a certain point, a certain target at the end of the day, and this rule is assessed, and if this rule is satisfied, the rule that I'm not going to mention with concreteness, like saying what it is, but there is a rule, maybe more than one. Once it's satisfied, I switch completely. I take some profit off the table, right? Enough that even if I only do that and I lose the rest of the position, I'm already in profit. So mentally, psychologically, I'm in a comfortable, good place. I got my reward already. The market cannot make me lose anymore. And that position, that mental position, is crucial to be able to hold the position as a swing trader. At least for me, I wasn't able to do swing trades, do it before taking profits. I wasn't able to hold it because, it was excruciating to see something go from 8 hours, maybe 10 hours, and then go back all the way to maybe, I don't know, maybe break even, maybe even push you into negative. But these are that's the market fluctuating. Those are the normal fluctuation for a swing trade, right? But you're taking a day trade, which has very tight, in my case, very tight stop, and that fluctuation is huge in comparison to my stop. So for the market to run from my entry and never come back, even with a huge daily fluctuation, is not realistic. In other words, the market will come back, or will have a good chance of retracing most, if not all, of your profits. In any case, most, not all of them all the time, but most of your profits that you have seen intraday. So the first thing that I do is I take off money. I put myself in a positive, a comfortable mentally position to be able to withstand whatever comes next. Either it comes back and it takes me out, I accept that. I'm already in profit. I already have profit, even if it stops me out, or it goes to my TP, which is in this case what it did. So what I'm looking at is, just to give you guys some indication, that it was my intraday target, and it was hit obviously during the day. It didn't actually, let me check if that is actually my intraday target, because now I see a dotted point and I assume that was my intraday. Let me check if that was the case, because actually it didn't reach. I had to close it. It didn't reach my target. Let me see where it was. Yes, it didn't reach actually my target. This was the first TP, and one of the rules is that I need to take profit off. Even if it's either I take everything off, or the rules are satisfied, and I'm supposed to hold it for longer. But I need to take position off to put myself in a comfortable position to withstand the fluctuation that come in next. But in this case, that was my initial target, but it wasn't hit until the next day. And because of the rules that I have, I took profit around here, taking closing. In this case, normally I would close 50 or very close to 50%. In this case, I closed a little bit less. I closed 40%. Yes, 40%, because I had 5. I broke it down into 5 position, but it's actually 1 position with 5 on the chart or on the trade. 5 different. It's 1 trade but different, but 5 positions. So I closed 2 of them, and I let the rest run. And you can see. Imagine how you would feel if you got in here, right? You got out, and the trades that got out, those are fine. Those are no problem, obviously. But the market goes up and does all of this while imagine you didn't take profit. How would you be feeling? I know how that is, because I went through that many times before I understood that doesn't go with me, right? It would feel horrible. You would feel all kinds of emotions, going from being very satisfied with the reaction into feeling bad about yourself because the market, why didn't you, self-doubt and everything else, all those things. And disconnecting from those emotions, that comes with time. But as you're learning at the beginning, you're still not there. So these emotions nowadays, I try to have as little as possible emotion or feel them, and see that at the beginning of my career, that's right. I mean, usually as a normal trader, not normal to be connected with my these kind of situations are horrible to go through, right? Everything fine, Pedro?
I'm not sure if I was listening to you correctly or if it was me. That was not. For a second, your voice got a bit disturbed. Yeah, exactly. It was not just me.
Is it? Am I okay now?
No, it's really good. It's perfect now. Now you're good.
Okay.
Now it's perfect.
All right. So
if
if not, then I'll come back. I see we have someone in the background, soon to be joining us.
Exactly, Max with us.
Yes, Max. Okay, so let me wrap this up so we can switch to our next part of our stream. What I mean by that is that there is a lot of understanding that each part of the trade has its own. It's fine to be just a swing trader, and it's just fine to be just a day trader. But I think there is a huge edge to be found if you're able to recognize which of the day trades are able to be swing trades, and how to manage the trade, but more importantly, how to manage yourself and your emotion during that transition. And that's what I'm talking about: taking profit and then disconnecting completely from the trade. I was taking some trades. I did take a couple of trades here. Obviously, not obviously, but in this case, they didn't work out. I think I lost one here, and perhaps I even lost one over there as well. But in the end, the target, this was my TP2 target, which was hit today. And I still have a weekly target, which I don't think is going to be hit today, but it's there as a weekly, so it has some plenty of time to be hit, and it's only 20% of the position. So that is what I wanted to express or share with you guys. This trade was from TP2 is 23 1 to 23, and I haven't shown it here, but from the weekly, which hasn't been hit yet, so I shouldn't. It's not something that's done, but that would be 1 to 38. But again, it's only 20% of the position. Another 40% was at 23, 1 to 23, and the first one was I think 1 to 8, 40%. In any case, this is I think it got me a long time before I was able to do this successfully, but man, this makes a huge difference for your equity curve. All right, so that was what I wanted to share with you guys. We have in the background, we have the honor. Go ahead, Pedro.
For sure, if you guys can see through the mask, for sure you can see big smile like here to here on Victor's face. That's for sure. Great trade. Yes.
the obviously getting you can't help to feel accomplishment when you catch the trade, but the actual thing that makes me happy is looking back and seeing the struggles that I had to manage my emotions, to be able to find something that worked and actually see it work. That's the biggest, without not looking at the P&L, which obviously is nice, but looking at the process we go through, that there isn't any bigger satisfaction than looking back and see, well, I made this growth, and it's something makes you feel very good about yourself. So it's a great feeling. But we have in the background, we have, could you give us a thumbs up if you're ready? If you hear us, Max. We can see you. Perhaps
Max, are you ready to come in? Max, can you give us a thumbs up? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's ready.
Perfect. Max, let's give Max a warm round of applause. Welcome to our stream. How are you doing, Max? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Victor. How are you? How are you guys? I've been watching you guys for more than an hour.
Really, that is that is good. So Max, you are joining our stream. You are going to be joining. That is a great announcement for everyone watching, fans of our stream. Max is going to be joining our team. This is your first appearance, Max, on our stream. Tell us a little bit about yourself as an introduction to all of those viewers watching you, thinking, I want to know Max. I want to know what this Max is about and what he will be talking about.
I think there's an interruption in your voice. Is it just me or Pedro? Is it fine for you?
Let me see. Is there an interruption, Pedro?
No, I can hear you clearly, Victor.
Both of your videos keep buffering for me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I see that as well. So I don't know what it is. I will repeat the question, Max. Tell us a little bit about yourself for the viewers who don't know you yet.
So a quick brief about myself. I've been trading for around 4 years now, and I started trading the Indian markets. So when I was back there in India, I worked in a wealth management firm as well. So, and then when I moved into the UK to do my master's, that's where I found forex. It was pretty interesting, and compared to the Indian markets, forex was pretty volatile, and the volume was pretty good. And I was also very interested, keen to learn more about global economies. And from there, I've just completely shifted into the forex market.
Wow!
Yep.
Go ahead.
So right now I'm in Singapore. I've lived in UK for around 4 years. That's where actually I texted Josh I mean, you know Josh, obviously.
I see. Perfect. So basically, you have been a trader for 4 years, but before you started trading on the forex market, you were already you came from the finance industry, basically, right? You're not a complete newbie to finance before you
Yeah,
started
yeah,
being a trader.
yeah.
Okay, and you're from India, and that's gonna be very popular with a lot of viewers, of course, because we have a great portion of our viewers are from India. So a great shout out to them, all of you. This is a great thing. Um, Tell us what got your attention to try forex trading the forex market.
I mean, I was trading the stock market, and when it comes to the Indian stock market, you actually need access to a huge amount of capital to make a decent amount of money. When I found Forex and all of the people talking about prop firms, I found it like pretty interesting. Like, if you got the skill set, you'll be able to accumulate a huge amount of capital even within like maybe 3 to 4 years, right? So that was how I started basically. And then when I got into more of a long term approach and then understanding more about trading itself and the financial industry, that's where I understood that this is a long term game and not something quick.
Awesome. And what kind of trader are you? How do you approach the market, Max?
So I know majority of traders, retail traders, they focus purely on technicals, right? And I was one of them, but I didn't really find it sensible to me because you are just randomly drawing lines on a chart, and all these asset classes are real asset classes, right? Real world asset classes like gold, anything, currencies, Bitcoin, everything. So when you are trading real asset classes and you do not focus on real world economies, real world events which impact these asset classes, I found it to be some sort of gambling, and it wasn't really sensible to me. So, and I started learning more about it. I started learning more about how these data releases, how real world events impact each of the asset class. And when I found that and coupled both fundamentals and technicals together, it actually made sense. It made a lot more sense to me. So that is how I basically trade. I focus on what the economies are focusing on right now. Like, let's say Trump talking about tariffs, the trade deals going on right now, the negotiations. So how does that impact the market, and how long does it hold weight? So I focus more of that and align that with my technicals.
I see.
So that's how I trade basically. Like, maybe you'll see more of it when I regularly join these streams.
Yes, I think that's going to be a great that will complement us as well very nicely, because most of us, as you said, most of us trade only the technical side. I speak for myself. I do not use any fundamental input to my strategy. It's completely technical, but obviously I do know that technicals is driven by fundamentals. So if you have any indication as to what is more likely to happen from the fundamental side, I'm pretty sure that you're able to be even better, and that's what you're basically telling us that you're doing. Is it fair to say then that you trade the higher time frames, because fundamentals typically they take time to develop the timing part on the fundamental developments, they take time to materialize. Does that mean that your trading style is also more towards maybe perhaps the swing trades?
Not really. Like, let's say you focus on, you track the data releases which happen every day, right? So obviously, if you anticipate what the global economies are focusing on, you know the macro picture, which is on the higher time frame. But when you keep track of these datas which happen on a day-to-day basis, like let's say the US economy, yesterday we had the CPI release, right? So those you can see it even on the lower time frames. So based on the data changes, you know, like when you start understanding and have a basic foundation of how different data holds different weight in the market, then you'd understand how it will hold weight on the lower time frames as well. So it's not like fundamentals work only on the higher time frame. You could dissect that on the lower time frame as well.
Awesome. One of the first question that I when I hear you, one of the first question that pops to my mind is, what are your sources for fundamental news? Where do you get the fundamental data from? Because we, as technical traders, you as well, as technical traders, we get information from the chart, but
Yeah.
from fundamentals, you didn't get it from the chart, of course. Where do you get it from? Is there a special website? Do you still use TradingView for that, or do you have a list of places where you go to for your fundamental news and analysis?
So basically, like you said, the resources is limited. If you want a free version of data, everyday headlines, and all those stuff, I think Financial Juice is pretty good. But
Okay.
I do have access to Bloomberg and Reuters terminal, if you've heard of it, through a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I get the headlines and the data releases from.
Nice, nice. And so you said Financial Juice is a great option for traders who want to get their their information from, and it's free, right? The Financial Juice is free.
Yes, it is free. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Max, tell us, we have plenty of time since you're going to be joining. You are joining our team. We have plenty of time to, come back to these topics and talk about it. And I'm sure we will discuss them in great detail in the coming, days and weeks we are working together. But is there something you can show us, like today or this week, like how you approach the market? What asset are you trading? Can you perhaps show your chart and talk us through, what you're looking for in the market, or anything we can get a feel of how you look at the same charts we do, but with your fundamental insights applied to it as well.
Sure. I think I'll present my chart right now.
Sure, anytime you're ready, Max. Awesome. In the meantime, everyone watching us, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about adding people to our team, traders that are able to enrich your knowledge, your experience, pointing you into the right direction. All of this is obviously because we have your interest at heart. And one of the ways to show if your appreciation for our effort is by hitting that, making that clicking sound. You know which one I mean, the one when you do it on the like button. Do that, subscribe to our channel, let us know that you're enjoying the stream and you want us to keep bringing you quality content to you. So hit the like button. Don't be shy. It won't bite. All right. So Max, we're take your time. No pressure at all. Take your time. While you're doing that, I'm Pedro. What are
Tell me.
you ask me while we're waiting for Max. You ask me for what I'm looking for, and I actually now I realize I didn't answer your question. That how rude of mine, Pedro. You ask me, you ask me, if I'm looking for anything currently, like today, any trades, and besides that trade which I talked about very comfortably, not surprisingly, of course. no, when the market starts really pushing through, and I'm going to show you guys what I mean with EU, when the market starts having these impulsive moves, right? I'm not interested. I'm typically, not always, typically there are no opportunities for me, right? Because the order blocks that it creates as it moves in the direction it is going, these order blocks, because of the momentum, they do not get retested, at least not right now. So, and since I use these for the basis of my trades and my setups, I won't get any trades, and that's the development, or that's the flow or the rhythm of my strategy. So I keep getting in with a low win rate, and not all of them, obviously, but when they do run, I know I will have big winners, but very low trade frequency. And since I trade EU and GU, they both, not in this case, but they both move fairly, very, very similar. It means that both of them will have either moderate to a lot of signals during the week, or when they start moving, like the dollar is moving, I will have sometimes no trades, like today on EU. The trade is already open, but I don't really, I don't have to babysit it anymore. It's already long time swing trade. So I don't to me, I have nothing on. The one that's already on, it's not, occupying any mental equity of mine. So I don't have anything. That's my long version of telling you I don't have any trades on. I'm not looking into anything, because I know that once the move starts, I know that it's not going to come back to create just, I'm not a momentum trader. I am, and when I'm scalping, but these trades are quasi trades, right? So they are based on reversals, and you don't see those reversals when the H4 is moving like this. How many bars do we have with these big bars? We have eight H4 candles, which are increasingly big, crescendo in size. So it's obvious it's not coming back to give me these entries typically when we have those.
Yeah, Max, I think you need to maybe add your screen. So you still haven't pressed maybe to present or invite your
Yeah, actually, I'm doing that right now.
Your monitor. Yeah, I think you need to do that. Victor, meanwhile, what is your take on gold? Because many people were asking about gold. I analyzed gold a little bit before. Many people are looking for gold to go to 3,400. I think is basically that high from last week or something like that. What is your take?
Well, I before you mentioned the price point, I was gonna tell you what I think about jewelry. But you specify the price. Okay, so now you're actually thinking about gold as an asset. Okay, I was gonna say I don't wear any jewelry because it's not my type, but that's beside the point. Let's let's check gold as a trading asset. While I'm making
even if you don't use, you can still offer as a gift to someone else very special to you, Victor. That's why it's important to still track gold every now and then.
Yes, indeed. I was gonna say, even though I don't wear them, I do like gold like everybody else, and I do like trading it because it's just, it's gold. I mean, who doesn't like gold? I mean, civilizations have been built and created with gold as being a source of wealth and a safe a store of value since I think since when does this story of gold start in our human history? I think from the dawn of ages, basically.
Yeah.
All right, so this is not a history class, so don't worry. We're not going to be talking about the civilizations, the beginning of gold in our civilization, and the importance of that. No, sir. We're going to be talking about the price action. All right, so we have. I'll break it down very quickly. On the weekly time frame, there isn't. On the monthly, I say there isn't anything for me to work with. Right, since I'm a reversal trader, I need those pullbacks into some structure that is visible on that time frame. And there's nothing visible, nothing other than this structure way below us. There isn't anything for us basically to talk about or to indicate. On the weekly time frame, we do have two order blocks. Not two, just one. The one below us is, we left it behind. We don't have any relevance anytime soon for that order block. It's going to be waiting there for us to be retested anytime in the future. But in the meantime, what we did have is a fresh order block that was created, was retested, and it was successfully pushed price higher. Right, this push, that is this current weekly candle. That is exactly the action, the price action that you're expecting, the follow-up move once we have retest of this weekly order block. You can clearly see that there is also a bearish order block. We are currently retesting. It is the first retest, so that does tell me to be a little bit cautious with a little bit cautious with going long. However, looking at the market structure, looking at the higher time frame, this weekly order block, although it's very respectable. Hi LJ, how are you doing today?
How are you doing? I started jump back in. I just thought I'd join you guys, bit of company.
Sure. Long time no see, LJ. We have Max with us today, and Max is going to share with us his chart anytime soon.
Good to meet you, man. Good to meet you.
You're muted, Max.
I think he's muted.
Yes.
Oh, my bad. Nice to meet you, LJ.
How you doing, mate? How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to meet you, bro. Yeah, doing well. We've had some good activity today, I must say. I don't know about you guys, but I've been loving it. This week's been pretty good, I must say. Sorry to interrupt you, Victor. You can
no problem at all.
But,
you are an enrichment to our stream, so don't worry for your interruptions. By the way, I want to ask you one little thing, LJ. Do you see our video and our screen being rebuffering every so often?
Yeah, this at least is on the stream per StreamYard. When I'm seeing it on the live, it seems fine.
Yeah.
So I think it might be on our end, not on the other end.
Understood. I mean, perfect.
Yeah,
no problem. Let's continue then.
On both. So yeah, I think I think it's just our end. Something going on.
Okay. I that's what I did too, as well as a test, and that was my conclusion as well. All right. So we, even though this weekly bearish order block, which is in its first retest, is very respectable, very daunting to look at, because it's a weekly. A daily is already very strong, let alone a weekly. The fact is that because of the market structure on the higher time frame, we can safely assume that the weekly order block is likely not going to be enough to stopping price. LJ, maybe Pedro, you guys, I need to be offline just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Would you be able to take over?
Okay. Yeah, sure. I can present. Okay. Hang on. Give me a sec.
Yeah, share the monitor because mine is buffering a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hang on. Let me bring up mine.
And tell us a little bit about your trades, LJ, because now I'm curious. What have you been trading today and this week?
Oh, there we go. Let me add it. Hang on. I gotta remove. Where's Victor?
Just
there we go.
Yeah, kick Victor away from here.
Yeah. So early in the week was definitely looking for a bit of a dollar strength. We did get that. That was on Monday, as I saw in dollar yen. So got a nice pickup. This is all the way back here at 144 at these levels that we had measured out, right? So carry that right the way up. That was 142 earlier on, and then we got the test in here at 144. I originally wanted to see 143.80 to 90, but we didn't get that. So eventually I just jumped in got this rally up to here. Coming into CPI yesterday, I was seeing that we weren't really getting the kick on. So I thus started to, because originally I would have wanted to see us pull up to 146, 147 on dollar yen. It was not convincing whatsoever. So I swapped through there, pre-CPI. Per my numbers for CPI, I had a slight lean that we would come in lower, and we did in the end. So that worked out very nicely. Dollar yen through CPI, I did not trade, but I did trade the euro. This has had a very nice run the way up. Right now, I am short through here at the minute. So I mean, at this stage, we've had like it's a little bit overcooked, to be fair. Had a very nice run up, but at this point, it's probably fair for sells. We've run all the way from this kind of 113.80 area over the past 2-3 days, all the way up to into the 116s. So for today, that's probably some of my final trades I'm looking at. But yeah, and then overall we've got
on euro dollar. Is that the only reason?
Sorry?
Just stay on euro dollar. Is that like what's the main reason actually for choice? Just because it felt like a little bit overbought, or
so basically overbought. So per the ATR, like we've had the news, which is I guess like instigated the higher moves up, but it's nothing groundbreaking. It's not anything dramatic, or like it doesn't change the larger fundamental picture for central banks. Obviously, it gives the lean per the Fed and everything that we will go towards more easing rather than longer duration of keeping rates higher. So that's what I've been looking for a while. At this point, though, we've kind of overcooked it. Like we've gone a very large number of points per the ATR. It's only a minor increase, right, or decrease in CPI. So therefore, minor increase in the trend towards Fed easing. It's nothing major. So per the number of points that we've moved, it's probably a bit overextended. We did have the large consolidation area in that kind of like high 113s, low 114s for quite some time, right? We've been just banging around here for a long while. So obviously when you get that, you get a lot of coiling, get more and more people buying and selling in the same area. So once price does break one way or the other, you tend to get a large acceleration or soft swing hit, that kind of thing. And then you tend to overcook the price per what is probably reasonable, given the catalysts that have driven price to that point. So that's what I'm looking at now. I can see forward, I would like to continue buying euro dollar and continue selling dollar yen, but just not at these levels. So ultimately, I would see euro dollar heading up towards like 117 up this area. Mm-hmm. But for now, I think we're due a bit of a pullback. I think that's just sensible. It's pretty much just been up, pretty much non-stop, very limited pullbacks. But at a certain point, coming into the end of the week, naturally, you get a bit of coverage. People hedging longs, that kind of thing. There's been a bunch of options all through here, which have accelerated the move. And we saw at certain key levels, which is also where options levels were clustered. As soon as we hit them, bang, we just shot right up. So per where we are now, I think it would be like just on a probability basis of like, are you going to see 40 points higher or 40 points lower from 116.20?
Okay.
Right. So hence on that basis, I would say the risk reward is the downside. So hence that's why I entered short.
Yeah.
Been waiting for that for
I like
a while.
your target. Yeah, I like your target. It's basically just testing that structure, not really overshooting in terms of expecting a bigger move. Okay,
so guys, I think if LG is going to jump on, why shouldn't I?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man.
How's your drilling holes been?
It's pretty good. Now I've transitioned from beer cans to logs. So now we're drilling holes in logs. Nice. Yeah, we're trying to build a tree. What is it? Like a tree house.
I don't know if you got this before, Pedro. Like per our session before, what Jonatan was talking about. Did you hear the whole thing? I know you're in there at the end.
Yeah, I watched a little bit. So I usually start listening like 1 hour or half an hour before, and I saw that you guys were sharing a lot of good information until Jonatan appeared.
Quality,
that's just kind of that's sometimes where maybe the views go up, but the quality goes down a little bit. But that's
no, what are you saying? What do you mean quality goes down? The views goes up.
Quality is fine, dude. We're talking about drilling holes and everything. This is pure economics. This is productivity, GDP right here. We're doing
exactly.
Construction houses and stuff.
Right? Yeah.
I'm trying to teach my son how to become like a handyman, and I don't know, man. It's not. I think he's more handy than I am. I have no idea what I'm doing, but he's like, yeah, let's do it like this, and I'm like, yeah, do whatever you want, and it's So maybe he's a future contributor to society instead of just sitting here, What are we doing? What are we doing? We're not contributing anything. We're just drawing lines on chart.
We're setting the prices per what he has to buy for concrete and that kind of stuff. That's our job, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what
he buys and sells the concrete, and in real life, and we're just the arbiters of digital numbers.
Anyway, Max, nice to meet you. First time on the live stream. How's it going?
Yeah. Nice to meet you too. It's been going good. How are you?
Yeah, definitely. So I assume that we're looking at the Victor's chart. No, is that your chart, Max?
No, it's mine.
Of course it is. Of course it is. It's like, let's just put the short tool on here and
it's a winning trade.
Stop as tight as possible. It's like no proof of anything. Like, this is my trade, guys.
Oh my god. The other one. So we got Aussie dollar here as well. I think Aussie dollar is also a good short. Wait, let me bring up the levels drawn here. So we're talking with this on stream with Anastasiia and Mike as well. So I think through here, fair shot that we're going lower. We've got this this is my free hand. Oh my god, I pulled it again. All right, delete that. My free hand drawn body channel through here. I'm terrible at using TradingView. I hate it, guys, but I'm doing it anyway. But yeah, basically, we've just been banging in between the top end to the low end, top end to the low end repeatedly. So we covered a few times early in the week that once we reach that top end, we should see a pullback. So seen that earlier. Now we've had a bit of a move up back into this cluster of heads of the bar closes up here. So decided short through here. I'm looking for ultimately a move down here. If we keep running, I see it down to the lower end of the channel.
Well, is that based on fundamentals?
Another trade, Jonatan.
Is that based on fundamentals? Because technically, that to me, all I see is like, that's looks like a mean reversion play, right? But is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, it's just gone we've just gone end to end to end to end, end to end, end to end.
Well,
right?
yeah, wait a minute. That's what the Bollinger Bands does. Like, if you go look at the, in hindsight.
No. I'm talking. See this free hand channel that I've drawn. If you draw it out properly, yeah. Either way, we're just going point to point, point to point, point to point. So, for the past couple of weeks, I've just been cleaning up on every time we get up in the top of the range, run it right to the bottom, buy in from there, up to the top, back and forth, back and forth. So that's been very clean trading the whole time. And we've still got that because the trouble is the Aussie dollar, there is some fundamentals to it where we're in that mix of, you have the US dollar component. At the moment, we still have Australian dollar in amongst the risk on, risk off stuff. For the time being, we've had a slight lean to risk on, obviously. We've seen through indices pumping up. Also highlighted in the past, NASDAQ running for the highs. We got that yesterday. So that's basically what we've seen. But at the moment, on a relative basis per central banks, we've seen a little bit more easing from the Australian Reserve Bank of Australia. They were one of the later ones to do it per the other reserve banks. So hence, now that is also coming into play and driving the Aussie a little bit lower on a relative basis. I would have expected to see earlier, when we were way back here after the tariff kerfuffle, a bit more strength from the Aussie dollar, but we just didn't see it, right? Because there were too many questions on the board. So for now, we've gradually grinded higher. But yeah, we definitely get mixed up in that risk on, risk off aspect. Just like when indices fell last night, Aussie dollar came right off, right? So it always gets wound up in amongst that mess. So it's one of those things, like if you trade it for a long enough time, you understand its sort of characteristics per se.
Yeah.
And
that
then
makes sense.
it ends up being a beautiful asset.
All right, so I just want to jump
yeah.
on and say hi, but I'm going to leave you as quickly as I joined, unfortunately. I did have something to say, but I did kind of forget about it. So I'm just going to leave you guys to it. And yeah, nice to meet you, Max. Looking forward.
You're going to update us next time as well with your latest Lego build.
Max, is it Max or Matthew?
I think the stream has been buffering a lot, and I've been wondering what the issue is.
Yeah, so I've heard from Victor as well. Victor was having some issues in the background as well.
Yeah,
I think it's not StreamYard.
Yeah, I think it's the streaming platform that we're using. There's some issues in the back end.
Yeah, because YouTube is fine. Yeah, it's just StreamYard.
So we have not stopped giving away accounts. We have never done that, but you've stopped liking the stream. So if you hit that like, then we will give away accounts. Okay, that's the deal between me and you. Like, you get an account, not per like, but if you get 500 likes on the video on the live stream while we are live, then I will give away accounts. That's the deal we have. So just spam that like. I'm gonna head out, guys. I will see you next week. Take care, guys.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Jonathan, for popping in. The funny as always, Jonathan. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Victor.
See you now, man. See you next week, bro. Have a good
weekend. All right, that was Jonathan, of course. As we know him, he's all over the place. Whenever
he's the Lego man.
He's the Lego man. He's he's drilling. He's doing all kinds of things. He in some way, he's there's some resemblance, not physically or otherwise, but the fact that he's doing many things at once. That is someone that it reminds me of someone. I'm not gonna say his name today, but let's.
I'll give you just a quick glance over my charts before you guys take over, just to see what I've been watching. So, gold similar deal. It was the question of from here earlier in the week if we just
LJ, before you continue, LJ, I got an important thing to tell you. I think you have to clean the glasses. The glasses, they're foggy. I think you have to clean them.
Well, these ones. What do you mean?
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
They're a little foggy. I think on the sides there's a little. You gotta clean them.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Are you talking about the glasses or about the chart?
No, I'm talking about the glasses that don't have glasses in.
Yeah, he's taking the mic because you see they go right through. There's no glass in here.
It's just for the style. Come on, that's a proper.
It's like play glasses. Yeah,
that's beautiful. Oh my god.
But yeah, so we had this kind of head level from one of the old pieces over here, the old sort of swing high. That's what I was looking through early in the week. Whether when we were consolidating this area, whether we run up or collapse, we did end up collapsing. Came down into this relative support area. We've talked about that in ABL a couple of times. We've since gradually up, down, gotten up to that top area. So for gold on a longer term frame, I think net, we are still biased to the upside. Like there's just this overwhelming desire to keep buying gold and adding it to portfolios, whether it's retirement funds, pension funds, that kind of stuff, managed funds, hedge funds, that kind of thing. It's been a very, very, very hot asset for the past while. And by all accounts, it seems that will continue to be the case. So I wouldn't be surprised that, from here into next week, we potentially get a run back up to the 34.50 kind of area like mid 34s, and then eventually for the all-time highs, and over the next say 2-3 months up to that 3600 plus.
Is there any sign of topping anytime soon, in your opinion, LJ?
Any sign of stopping?
Topping.
Of topping. Not right now. I don't think so. As long as the Trump trade type stuff is still alive, and there's a lot of questions about that, even like ongoing around, even seeing as they've similarly laid out the China tariffs for the ongoing period, and it looks like they will stick. There's still a lot of questions around primarily it goes to the bond market, right? So it's all about US debt. And right now, they've kind of thrown in the towel on trying to reduce expenses. They've realized they can't, everything's so integrated. You saw Elon give up and the whole Doge thing, kind of get thrown to the wayside. And Scott Besson has talked a number of times about now saying they're going to have to grow their way out. So the trouble is, if you want to grow your way out, you're now in a competition with the other players. The main one right here is going to be AI, obviously, right? And now, obviously, China has put their foot in that market as well, and trying to compete very heavily with the rest of the world. So it does throw a, kind of a question mark up in the air as to who is actually ultimately going to end up as the predominant player. You would assume, on the basis of everything, it should be the US. But it's all for play. And obviously, you got all the things with China. This is a thing that's been going on for 20 plus years. They're stealing IP, all that kind of stuff. Same thing even with DeepSeek, where there were all the questions thrown up of, how'd they just all of a sudden build this thing out into this in like 2 seconds and off nothing, right? If you understand the architecture of these things, you had to take something from somewhere, right? You know what I mean? So that's the trouble. When you then get into all these weird espionage type things with geopolitics, all this kind of stuff, or people trying to play against each other, that kind of thing. So the net thing when you look at this, at the end of the day, it's all very up for grabs, and it makes sense to just have gold as a major player in your portfolio. And gold has been very out of favor for a long time. Once we had QE and all that kind of thing, there were a lot of gold bugs saying like, okay, you should buy gold because we're going to get hyperinflation, blah, 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 blah. That's not how it works. Everyone understands inflation completely wrong. The same thing when we had the CPI numbers yesterday. I was saying earlier on Five Stream and then earlier on ABL, people seem to conflate the input prices with inflation, which typically that doesn't happen. It's always from the supply side, right? Not the demand side or the input prices side. And that's what we saw. Same thing through the 70s, same thing why we got inflation after COVID. It's all because of supply constraints, not because of demand whatsoever, right? Demand is pretty static. You're not all of a sudden going like, I need 2 dishwashers or 3, washing machines. Like that it doesn't happen. I don't need 6 cars, right? It stays pretty static per the reuptake of these people. Through the 70s, we had a combination of baby boomers, having children, all that kind of thing. Everyone coming to age at a certain similar time and all demanding these products once they moved out and became, into young adulthood. And that's what juiced up prices through that period. And then obviously we're in a slightly less advanced technological age. And so the press with that drove up prices, obviously. But again, that's still majority a supply side thing, not demand. Yes, you have massive more demand, but it's the supply that cannot meet the demand. And so that's constantly the thing that keeps playing through this. And we've seen the same thing through yesterday, same with the PPI tonight. and people are not fully taking into effect the impact of, I think I spoke about it at the end of last night on the 5ers stream, the input prices for energy. So I'd done all the math per the CPI, and in particular, it was energy costs that were showing much lower. We already saw that in the European CPI as well, and that's what ultimately dragged it lower, and we got that outcome. Because energy input prices were about 2.7% lower than average. The goods prices were flat, services were lower, cars and autos, that kind of stuff, were lower as well, which is meant to be surprising. Tariffs are meant to increase them. And then we basically had mortgages that were up because obviously the long end of the yields has gone up. So yeah, it was a close call, but if you add it all together, that's what you're getting. So there definitely seems a few points with that where the market is definitely off foot. The indices definitely rallied off the primary thing of it being more accommodative per the central banks, so per the Fed. And then we saw the relative coming back to reality after hitting the all-time highs. Close to, not quite yet, on the NASDAQ region.
LJ, something with your mic. It seems I don't know if it's only me, but your mic sounds a little bit far away.
Oh, is it?
Now it's better.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, it's better now.
I was just leaning too forward. I've got it over here, so might be just that I was leaning too far forward. Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, apologies.
No problem.
But yeah,
Carry on, please.
I was just going to say, so basically we've got like per the CPI data, per the Fed portion, we're slightly moving towards a slight increased easing bias. So therefore good for stocks, indices on the front of it. After that, if you dig deeper into the numbers, as a whole, it's net negative for stocks as far as the consumer component. So, you know, we got that plus then later accelerated by a couple. We had a whole slew of comments last night from various individuals around geopolitics, monetary policy, Trump, that kind of stuff last night. And it was kind of this like weird kind of mix last night. And then obviously stocks came off, Aussie dollar came off. We saw gold rally massively. So I think per these comments weren't necessarily massive. I think that definitely indicates the slight sensitivity to, in the event of any kind of wobble, the sensitivity for large asset managers, institutions, etc., to hedge their bets per where we are now. We've obviously rallied very heavily from the lows of the Trump tariff kerfuffle. Dollar has done a bit better and now since come off as well. But overall, you can see from their standpoint, they will be very hesitant to call new ground and be punching new orders from here versus taking a bit of a step back and kind of waiting to get a, you know, let others kind of front run this thing before you just pile in and be that sitting duck. So that seems to be what we're seeing across the board, basically.
LJ, one thing more. Please elucidate this for me. You mentioned that on the front end, it's positive for stocks, but in the long term, it's going to be net negative. Why is that the case? Do you think?
Yeah, so that was basically per the CPI data. So initially, like market rallies off the headline number, and the headline number normally immediately goes to the forward expectations for the bond market and hence the central bank and what their forward expectations are. And then, you know, bonds rally, which kicks off the like, you know, effect to every single other asset market, right? Mm-hmm. So basically, we're going to a slightly lower expectation for inflation and slightly more rate cuts per the end of the year. However, if you drill down into the individual numbers, You go, inflation is slightly lower, potentially because consumers cannot keep up with the pace of payments. They're feeling pressure, they're feeling stress. We've seen that in a number of the other consumer numbers over time. And so ultimately, per individual stocks, individual companies, that's a worse outcome for them overall, right? Because that means they're going to have more difficulty getting people to pay for their goods over time. So hence corporate earnings and all that kind of thing are slightly worse. At the moment, they're not crumbling fatally or anything, but just does, as far as intraday or per the week, create that. You kind of get the impulse reaction of the headline number immediately. After that, people dig into the numbers, try and break down what it actually means going forward. Obviously, the market is a forward discounting mechanism, and thus you tend to settle back into reality at some point and then move on from there. Not so dissimilar to like non-farm payroll, that kind of thing. We just get the headline number, and then people dig into it and go like, oh, actually that looked good, but really it's not so good, and then things sell off, right? You've always got to do that further work for the intricate little pieces of the data beyond just the headline number. So
Awesome. Thank you for that explanation, LJ. And your euro dollar position is moving quite nicely. I don't know exactly. Could you show us where you entered and why? Go over again the reasons why you entered, why you're going short. How is a trader able to catch such a move after what seems to be a never-ending rally in the euro dollar? What is it that made you make the move? And before you answer, Max, can we add you back?
yeah, add the man back.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm moving, guys. I do actually have to go. I know that we are finishing almost in 10 minutes, but I do have to go. It's sunny outside and it's beauty kind of attractive to me. The sun in Portugal. So LJ, beautiful trade. I really like the explanation, and it's true. Sometimes when you do look at the numbers, we need to dig deep a little bit more into detail to see actually if this is a good number or not, and NFP and everything else. Actually, the U.S. government is kind of ways to manipulate the number quite well if you don't look into more detail. But yeah, thank you very much, Max, as well. Welcome to the team, and guys, enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of the stream, and your weekend as well. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you.
Ciao, man.
Bye-bye.
Yes, Max, you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think I could quickly share my screen right now and add
Okay.
what LJ has said. Yeah.
Sure.
No, go ahead. Go share your screen. You can take over for sure.
Oh, I need to change my system settings. Is it? Oh. All right.
Remember, everyone, while Max is presenting or in the process of presenting his screen,
Sorry, I think I need to quit my Google Chrome. I just changed my settings.
That's right, man.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah.
No problem. Take your time. There's no rush. We're not going anywhere. You can do that clearly. Whenever you can. As Max is, fixing or setting things up for his screen, we have been waiting for him to show us what kind of trader he is, how he approaches the market. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very, very interested in to see how this trader Max was joining our team and what he can bring, what we can learn from him, what is he bringing to the table to our collective base of knowledge and inside approaches to the market. So it's every time we find someone coming into the team, I get very excited because it means that we are growing not only in numbers, but in opportunity, inside experience as well. LJ, yes, could you break down the...
You want me to run through this? Yeah, okay, so quickly, basically, last night, obviously, we had the CPI pump, and right here, what I've enlarged it. It's basically a Z-score meter, which basically measures the standard deviation of price action. So it's relative to basically the ATR, right? So at this point, we're beyond 3 standard divs per the ATR. However, I didn't look to sell on that. Like I took some scalps at the time after the CPI, of course. But basically after that, we're still green the entire time. So even through here at certain key levels, I took some scalps, but ultimately you're looking for potential upside. So I took scalp opportunities through here because you can get a decline back into the mid-level and then back into negative territory per the ATR. However, we weren't getting that. There was clear perpetual upside movement. And so I shortened here.
How did you know that? How did you see that perpetual movement?
Yeah, so basically, typically, like obviously currencies have like two parts per the asset, right? There's the euro and there's the dollar, right? So they don't just fly away. Unlike stocks can be very momentum driven and just run and run and run and run. These days in currencies, you used to have that, but these days not so much because the large part is the interest rate differential per central banks, which tend to be pretty similar right now. All the major Western countries are pretty in the same band and they kind of toe the same line the whole time. That's just a consequence after the GFC, where everyone went through QE at some point. Some started earlier, some started later. Japan was obviously the first, and everyone took that as the model and built on it.
GFC? You mentioned GFC?
Yeah, from the GFC, basically, yeah. So
what's the GFC?
The Western global financial crisis. So everyone's after that, we had a massive crash, and you had to facilitate liquidity for all of the major markets to keep everything stable and healthy, because everyone was going bankrupt, all that kind of stuff. So they figure out a thing where, hey, if we're the government, we just inject this money into the thing, just keep it propped up, and then say you can pay us back over a certain amount of time. That gives them, flexibility, etc., keeps asset prices up, gives confidence to the system, and that's ultimately what they went with. You can debate for a very long time whether that was a good idea or you should have let it burn, all that kind of thing. But that's, beyond the question. We've been there, done that. We're now 15 years later. It's still a continued thing. And all the major economies have done that, especially since QE. A bunch of individual countries that had not participated in QE efforts since joined, Australia being one of them as well. So on a relative basis, interest rates don't differ that heavily anymore between major currencies, right? So whenever you get these tug and pulls, currencies in general are always like it's like a tug of war, right, with a rope between the relative aspects per this country and their economic prowess and this one, right, and whether it's increasing or declining, right? And you always get the economic releases, the data every other day, some more impactful, some slightly less impactful, and then hence it's always a tug of war between that and then also the prior positioning of, say, if you've been clustering just from a technical standpoint outside of the fundamentals, where prices slated in a small band, you can get big reactions either side, or if you are just trading in a very wide margin, right? That's something else to take into account. So per where we are now, we had a clearly very strong up move indicated by data. So whenever you get these outside standard divs, but it is pushed there via new data, you have to ignore it to some degree. You might take some kind of scalp at the time, but beyond that, you have to expect that, yes, there will be more push to the upside because you've now had a new input injected into market expectations. We've seen that today. We've run up further. We then had the PPI through here and run up to extremes. So after having an extreme with another extreme, once you're into that 2 and 3 standard div, it's fair, reasonable, on a probability basis to then short from there, right? So that was basically what I took it on. So right through here, you see that lines up perfectly with the peak of the hitting the 3 standard div over here. So if you understand standard deviation, you can see out on here. Basically, that tends to happen, sub 0.1% of the time. So typically you will get a reversal from those points. So that's basically what led me to take it. Obviously, we're now at Thursday. We're heading towards the end of the week. We still got tomorrow, of course. But to assume, you also have to think, okay, what's the chance we get another 40 points higher? What's the probability we get 40 points lower? After running that strong, on that basis, you would assume that, yes, it's most likely 40 points lower rather than higher. Then you find some key levels, round numbers, that kind of thing, and you can short from that. And that gives you a good entry.
Awesome. Basically,
hopefully that's descriptive
that
enough.
that makes a lot of sense. You're coming from a very broad description of how the forex market has developed in the last couple of. You mentioned 15 years, and you mentioned QE and quantitative easing, and how the market is different from then. To ease into, or as your introduction to explaining that this is very unlikely to happen, but it has happened, meaning it is a deviation, and 3 standard deviation, that's very, very unlikely to happen. But of course, these things do happen. And when they happen, you have a greater chance of pricing going back to the mean. Basically, you're taking a mean reversion trade, and you're coupling with some technical information like levels, as you mentioned, and some other indication, perhaps your ATR as well on the day, Bollinger Band I see on your chart, and probably some other indicators as well to help you time your entry so that you have a high probability. It makes a lot of sense, and I hope it does so for everyone watching us today. Max, we see that you're back. Can we add you?
My economist too. I did study economics for a little bit while at uni. If you ever do, you'll find it's all rubbish and doesn't apply in real life. So that was part of me going, hang on, this doesn't make sense. And then you apply real applications and you find the differential. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I always say, you've never met a billionaire economist, ever. Why are there no economists that are like hedge fund billionaires? There's a reason, because economics per the academic route doesn't stack up when applied to reality. So, yeah.
Max, we have sadly come to the end of our stream. Is there anything we can
I think I'll just quickly add to what LJ said, and then give you guys a quick analysis on gold and my views on it.
Sure. We will switch to your screen if that's okay with you.
Yeah, take over. Yeah.
So this is the entire dollar index, and how basically how I dissect it. I don't want to be going into too much of from where COVID hit, where we had the QE, the shift in the monetary policy of the Feds, the slowdown, and all those stuff. I'm just going to go right into where we are right now, right? So right now, more than central banking policies and the Fed speakers, right? Market focus is more of the Trump headlines, more of the trade war threats, the trade war deals and the negotiations happening around the globe. And that started somewhere around February, where Trump imposed tariffs on China, right? So that was the time where we started seeing tariff threats and back-to-back retaliations from China, tariffs imposed on Canada, Mexico, and all those economies. So, so this is the point where we started also seeing, Trump imposing around 145% tariffs, right? And then we also had a rebound where we saw the negotiations happening. If all of you knew that gold was a safe haven, right? Well, during times of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, we see that investors, market participants, all of them, they hedge their risk and use gold as a safe haven, an investment vehicle, right? So right now, what I have been anticipating from almost like last month is that we are going to see more of the trade deals happening and the fear getting reduced. We do have fear lingering around. We still have geopolitical tensions, Iran, all those tensions going around, but we have been starting to see more optimism in the global economies, more of trade deals happening, reducing the tariffs and stuff like that. So mainly, I actually anticipated the optimism and the trade deals happening right around here, from where we've seen outflows on gold, right? But even though we've had a bounce off from around this level, and we have seen a very slow correction back up to these levels, I'm still going to be sticking to the same bias right now. The only time I'd be buying gold right now and anticipating it to go into all-time highs or even break higher is if we have a major change in the US data, right? Which feeds more into rate cut bets, or we see new fear headlines that can be geopolitical tensions, wars going on, or new tariff threats from Trump or retaliations from China or other global economies, which hold weight in the market. So I've been looking mainly on gold sells, exactly like these areas you've seen over here where we had the sell-offs. So the two main high time frame suppliers I'm looking at right now are these price points around the 34.20s to 34.30s, and the price points we are sitting at right now. And when you give a quick scan through the headlines, we also had more of the China deal, Trump talking about the China deal. So repeating again, the only reason I'm going to be buying gold is if we get very, very bad US data, right? So that is going to feed more into the rate cut bets and shift the focus of the markets onto hopes of rate cut bets coming into place. So these are the areas I'm looking at.
Negative for gold, though, technically.
Sorry?
Would that not technically be negative for gold?
Rate cut bets. Rate cut bets, right?
In this environment, right?
Yeah, when we are seeing it, if we get hopes of rate cut bets coming into the scene, that's going to be outflows in dollar and inflows into gold, right?
So it depends on the environment. Though per the current environment, when you see that as a little bit different, right? Because per the inflation aspect right now, and then you've got indices as well. So if you get rate cut bets, you're seeing negative aspect for the economy. I think right now, because a lot of the price action right now has been driven primarily by the tariff stuff, right? So we've got like a narrative-driven aspect to gold.
Exactly. So it is more of a reactive stuff based on headlines right now when you're looking at gold as a safe haven, right? Yeah, can you go on? Like, I didn't get what you're trying to say.
No, I was just saying. So I'm basically seeing gold in the next like 3-ish or so months, potentially at 3,700, right?
Okay, 3,700 is it? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, for me to be anticipating that, I would need to see more geopolitical tensions, fear headlines, or outflows from the dollar. Make sense?
Yeah, but in part, like say, for instance, even with that, like if you had declining US economic activity, what they're going to have to pump that up with is basically more debt spending to stimulate the economy. So hence, more debt, more spending, that kind of stuff is net negative the dollar because we've got the bond complications there, right?
Yeah.
And then hence gold goes higher. A large part of that has been that people want to move away from US assets as potentially not right
Yeah,
now,
move away
but
from
into the
risky
future being
aspects
slightly toxic per they're having to issue too much debt per GDP, and thus rates go higher and higher and higher. And then thus you want to move away from the US assets, move into safer assets, whether it's Europe has been a major beneficiary of that. We've seen that through the bond market, the stock market. We've seen it through euro dollar, and thus we've seen these climbs, and hence the commensurate decline in the US dollar, and thus you will see gold going higher on that aspect. That's what I would say. I'm just putting in my 2 cents. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I mean that's how I have dissect, like when you backtest data and how much these the shift in the sentiment holds weight, right? I mean that's how I've seen it for the past maybe 4 years.
Max, I'm very intrigued with everything you've been telling us. You have touched upon many things, and I think
Yeah, I mean it's going to take a lot of time if I have to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we don't have to today, because we're already at the end of our stream for today.
Yeah.
The idea is to get a little taste of how you approach the market, what you're looking to, what kind of charts, how you break them down, and we got that. So I'm very intrigued to dig deeper into everything you use to be a trader. How you approach it. We have Vinicius in the chat asking very relevant questions about your trading. I'm sure we will be investigating, going deep and getting out, extracting edge as much as possible, knowledge from your experience. So
looking
there's
forward to gain value from you guys too. You guys have been doing
exactly.
great.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. But we are very happy, Max, with the addition of you joining the team, because all of the above mentioned. So we got an idea how your charts are breaking down. What are you looking for on gold? And there is so much more to explore with you. Thank you guys for today.
Yeah, thank you.
LJ, thank you for coming in. Max, a warm welcome to the team.
Appreciate it.
Everyone at home.
Good to meet you.
Everyone at home, hit the like button. Don't forget, we are working incessantly to bring you better content every week, right? Things you haven't heard of, ways and method to dissect the market to get your edge. Let me put my screen on. Perhaps I will put maybe LJ's screen on to dissect the market and help you become and maintain profitability as much as possible. That's why we are doing this show. So I would like to thank everyone watching today. And any last words, gentlemen?
Basically, it looks as though we are punching the dollar here. That's all. That's my final input. We finally got down to these lower levels, which I had marked out previously. So beyond here, we're pretty much going. It's almost a free fall from here. So we'll have to see how we react coming into the end of the week tomorrow, and then into Monday. Because from here, you're pretty much looking at like right down on the DXY into this kind of area. Talked about that previously with Dirk in the past, per our macro fundamental kind of aspects. Those are overwhelming the dominant drivers at the end of the day. You have intraday price action. But yeah, it looks as though we have finally met that mark, and we're now testing that firmly. So we will be around for ABL tomorrow. If you guys want to jump in, obviously there's no $5ers stream tomorrow, but definitely jump in for ABL if you wish to, and we'll touch on these things. But yeah, that's my final words.
Awesome. LJ, Max, before we finish?
Yep. Appreciate you guys. LJ, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Victor. We're looking forward to sharing more, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Take care. Bye-bye.
Absolutely.
Perfect. All right.
Tomorrow.
On that note, see you guys soon again. Bye-bye.
Ciao. See you guys.